of what our allocation will be. And those is coming into Louisiana, getting sent to the right place, being stored, and making sure that we're not wasting any of those doses. There's a certain amount of time that's associated with that. We're trying to minimize that time and be more efficient and make sure that we don't invite more.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all so much for joining us this Sunday morning on News Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, and I have the pleasure of being your host today for the next few hours as we continue to cover the top stories, breaking news, live events, and coronavirus updates from around the country. Of course, we all know that all eyes are on Georgia ahead of voters going to the polls on Tuesday to select the next senators for the United States. Senator Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue will face off Democrats candidates John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock. We actually have a few planned live events from the candidates that we will bring you right here on News Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered. So stay with us. We have a very exciting show with a lot of news. But first, I want to bring you all Senator Kelly Loeffler's most recent campaign event. Just yesterday, she was in Georgia holding a meet and greet for voters. So let's take a look.
The voice in Washington for years to come. You know, like President Trump, I'm a business person. I'm not a politician. I don't owe anyone in Washington anything. I went to Washington to work for you. That's what I do every single day. I will never bring the swamp to Georgia. I'm going to take Georgia to Washington. You know, during this pandemic, and I know it's been a tough year, 2020, good to have in the rearview mirror, but we have more work to do. David Perdue and I helped bring $47 billion right here to Georgia, $15 billion for small businesses. That helped save 1.5 million jobs. Now, we've just passed more pandemic relief, about $900 billion. But you know, that's relief that David and I have been trying to get for months, that Nancy Pelosi has now admitted that the Democrats held up because we have a new president now, so she can pass it. Well, how many small businesses did we lose? How many millions of jobs did we lose while they were playing politics with your life? We can't trust them with a pandemic. We sure can't trust them with our policies and our national security. So we're going to have to hold the line here. But we also have a lot of work to do, like providing better health care options. You know, the Democrats want to take away your private insurance that you get at work, your Medicare. They want to bankrupt that system. What we have to do is make sure that we don't turn your doctor's office into the DMV. We don't want socialized health care, but we need to protect pre-existing conditions. We have to make sure it's affordable and accessible. Obamacare has failed Georgians. 130,000 Georgians have lost their health care because they cannot afford it. Well, that's not protecting your pre-existing conditions if you can't afford it. So we have to do better. That's why we need business people in Washington. But you know, Democrats also know that the fastest way to radicalize this country is through our schools. That's why school choice is so critical, so that every parent can pick the right education for their children. Look, I am the product of public schools. I was blessed to have a great education. It took me from the farm to the Fortune 500. And I want that for every child, to be able to live their dreams so that they, no matter what their zip code is, they can have the right education, whether it's homeschool or religious school or vocational school, public or private school. We have to provide school choice. And it's shocking the Democrats are trying to block that. But there's more. We have to keep fighting for conservative values. As Congressman Ferguson said, they're under attack every day in Washington. We see it. We're on the front line. We have to hold the line here in Georgia and protect it. So it's things like fighting for our Second Amendment rights. You know, Democrats want to tax, track, and confiscate our guns. They want a radical abortion on demand agenda. We have to keep fighting for innocent life. And there's more. It's religious freedom. That's under attack. Free speech. Look at what big tech, the mainstream media, the cancel culture, the thought police have done to us already in this country. Democrats will not hold the line on our free speech. We have to keep fighting for that. Hold big tech accountable, hold China accountable, and make sure we stand up for conservative values. So that's where y'all come in. So we got 3 days to get this done in Georgia. So, you know, I need each of you to call 5 people a day or 500, however much you have time. That's why I said it's going to be a very busy 3 days for all of us. And President Trump and David Perdue and we can't do it alone. So that's why we're all on the same team. And you know, in Georgia we have a great history, tradition of football. So just think of this as overtime. Georgia's in overtime, and the entire country's watching. So you know, my good friend Marsha Blackburn, she has a saying: 5 calls a day keeps the liberals away. So I need y'all to call, text, write, email your friends, families, frenemies, whoever it might be, and make sure that they voted. Make sure that they know where to go vote. 7 a.m. Tuesday is when the polls open. And if you've already voted, the great thing is now you've got a chance to go pick someone up who may not have a ride to the polls, and they may not know where to go, or they may have questions about, why is this important? This is important because the future of America is on the line right here in Georgia. And I couldn't be more proud that Georgia is the state that is in this fight. So I'm excited, I'm motivated. I know that we're going to hold the line together, right? Can I count on you? I love it. Thank you so much. This is a great team. I'm proud to be on this team. I know that together we're going to stop socialism in America. We're going to show America and the world that Georgia's a red state. And together we're going to save America. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you.
Live look at Washington, D.C. We just showed you all Senator Kelly Loeffler's most recent campaign event, and there are only 2 days until the Georgia Senate runoff elections, and candidates are making last-minute efforts to maximize voter support as the election draws closer. Now, Republican Senate candidate David Perdue, who is vying for re-election against Democrats Jon Ossoff, remains in quarantine after coming in close contact with campaign staffers who tested positive for the coronavirus. But as you can see, Senator Kelly Loeffler is still campaigning. We plan to bring you a couple of live events from her today, beginning at noon Eastern Time. We also plan to hear from Democratic Senate candidate Jon Ossoff and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. She will be campaigning on his behalf. We plan to bring you all this live, raw, and unfiltered on NewsNOW from Fox. Now, some of our viewers will see a commercial break, and when we return, we will show you Jon Ossoff's most recent campaign event, raw and unfiltered, right here on NewsNOW from Fox. That's actually what makes us different than everyone else. We show you all these events in its raw and unfiltered form. That way, our viewers can make their own opinion with what they see, with limited commentary and with an unbiased opinion. So let's take a look.
Hey, can y'all hear me all the way in the back over there? Can y'all hear me all the way out there? Athens, thank you so much for coming out. You look amazing. It's an amazing turnout. And Athens, y'all still hear me? It all comes down to Tuesday, Athens. We good on the microphone? Good. It all comes down to Tuesday, Athens. So, Athens, I want you to say this with me now. Say vote. Vote. Say vote. Vote. It all comes down to Tuesday. Just think for a moment, Georgia, about how far we've come. How far we've come. Think about how far we've come in the American South. Georgia is the most competitive battleground state in the United States. You did that. You did that. And not only is Georgia the most competitive state in the United States, Georgia hosts 2 United States Senate runoffs to determine control of the United States Senate. And think about how far we've come, Athens. That your standard bearers here in Georgia are the young Jewish journalist, son of an immigrant mentored by John Lewis, and a black pastor who holds Dr. King's pulpit at Ebenezer Baptist Church. Think about how far we've come, Georgia. And I want to give a huge shout out and ask you once again to join me in honoring and making some noise for Daniel Blackman, your next public service commissioner. Thank you so much, Daniel. But see, Athens, now we have to show the world. We have to prove to the world how far we've come. We have to prove to the world what Georgia stands for. We've had 4 years of racism and hatred and bigotry and fear-mongering. We've had a year of catastrophic incompetence in the midst of the worst public health crisis in generations. Hundreds of thousands have lost their lives and millions have lost their jobs. But see, now Georgia has the opportunity to define the next chapter in American history. Georgia has that power. Feel that power. Athens, you have that power. Because Donald Trump is leaving. He may not know it yet, but Donald Trump is leaving. And Georgia sent Donald Trump packing. You did that. So the question that we have to answer is what comes next? Think about this opportunity that we have with just a few days left. It's about time that we built a politics and made policy that was based on love, that was based on compassion and decency and unity. Turn to your neighbor and tell him you love him. It's been too long since we had politics based on love. This is a movement for health, jobs, and justice for the people. Health, jobs, and justice for all the people. Athens, do you believe like I do and like Reverend Warnock does that health care is a human right and not just a privilege for those who have enough money in their bank account or live in the right zip code? Health care is a human right, Athens. I was just down in Cuthbert, Georgia about a week ago, in South Georgia, Randolph County. They lost their hospital in October. Here in the United States of America, the hospital closed in the middle of a pandemic. And now the people of Cuthbert, they have to drive an hour and a half or 2 hours just to get to an emergency room. In the United States of America, we're the wealthiest country in the world. You send me and Reverend Warnock to the United States Senate, we will reopen the 9 hospitals that have closed in Georgia in the last 10 years. We will deliver the federal resources to build clinics to serve every community in this state. We will establish health care as a human right for all the people in this country. Health, jobs, and justice for all the people. Let's talk about jobs for a moment. You know, we really have bigger and better things to discuss than David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, but let me just say this. We have 2 United States senators who, when they learned about the threat that COVID-19 posed to their own constituents, their first call was to their broker. They treated this pandemic as an opportunity to profit, and David Perdue opposed even the first round of $1,200 stimulus checks for the people, because David Perdue does not care about us. All year long, David Perdue opposed direct relief for the people. He changed his tune 6 days before an election. Athens, you deserve a senator who has your back, not just when it's time to answer to the people, but at all times. And when so many are suffering, you send me and Reverend Warnock to the Senate. We will pass those $2,000 stimulus checks because families need help staying in their homes and staying on their feet. And we have the opportunity, Athens, to pass the most ambitious infrastructure and jobs and clean energy program in American history to rebuild from this crisis and to save our planet. We can upgrade our public schools. We can build new transit and transportation solutions to connect Athens with the rest of this state and Georgia with the rest of the Southeast. We can invest in clean energy to make the United States the #1 producer of renewable energy in the world and Georgia the #1 producer of clean energy in the American South. We can do all these things. We should feel excited about the opportunity we have to do so much good. I want you to feel that. We have the power to do so much good for the people and for the country and for the world, Georgia. Health, jobs, and justice for all the people. The 14th Amendment of our Constitution already guarantees equal protection under the law, Athens. But when Ahmaud Arbery is shot to death in broad daylight on camera in the street in Glenn County, Georgia, and the local authorities look the other way because he is a young black man, that makes a mockery of equal protection under the law. So Athens, are you ready to fight to pass a new Civil Rights Act that will secure equal justice for all, no matter our race and no matter our class? Are you ready to fight to pass a new Voting Rights Act that will secure the sacred franchise and end voter suppression? We can do all these things. Health, jobs, and justice for the people. The ballot box is where we demand progress. The ballot box is where we hold those who represent us accountable. You've got some fantastic representatives right here in Athens. I want to congratulate your new district attorney, my friend Deborah Gonzalez, for her victory and for the commitments, the difference that Deborah is already making to reform criminal justice in Athens-Clarke County. I want to thank your mayor, Kelly Gertz, for his friendship and his hard work and his passion. I want to thank Russell Edwards for your support. I want to thank State Representative Spencer Fry, who's an amazing guy representing you in the General Assembly. Athens, you've got some great representatives. And now it's time to make a change at the level of the United States Senate. Retirement is coming for Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue, Athens. So when you're out there on the doors today, because we're here to work, not just to rally. When you're out there on the doors today, feel that love that's motivating us to do this in your hearts. Let the spirit of this movement, of this campaign, guide you in these conversations. It's not just how many doors you knock on. It's the quality of the conversations that you have. Y'all, it's going to come down to just a few thousand votes. These meetings that you have with your neighbors at their doorsteps will make history, will change the course of American history. You are making the difference today. There is nothing more important than what you're doing. Not all the TV ads in the world, not all the mailers in the world. This is what it's all about, with just 4 days to go. So I want you to know how deeply I appreciate that you're doing this. I know you're not doing it because of my ambition. I know you're not doing this for the glory of a political party. You're doing this because of the real human consequences of elections. Because public policy makes a difference in people's lives. Because we deserve elected officials who put us before themselves. So Athens, get ready to work. Get ready to knock on those doors. Get your neighbors out to the polls. Let's shatter records and send a message on Tuesday about what we stand for as a state. I love you, I appreciate you, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. And y'all throw those hands in the air. I gotta get a photo with you real quick. Appreciate you.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are taking a live look at Houston, Texas, where one woman was killed and 3 Harris County Sheriff's deputies were shot outside of a nightclub in Houston around 2:20 a.m. Now, according to officials, the 3 deputies were working additional jobs when they were shot. Also in Houston, Texas, a sergeant was killed following a car crash. Sergeant Bruce Watson had just completed a funeral motorcycle escort when he was on his way home and was involved in a collision. We have the latest out of Houston, Texas.
Obviously honor not the way he died, but the life that he lived. And like I said, one thing that sticks out is he was an educator. Even in the role as a law professional, he was teaching the future generation at the academy. Some of them showed up today because, you know, he had touched their lives in a profound way. And also as a field training officer as well. That's always one of the most critical roles in any police agency, because they're training our young, deputies that are coming on board. Is there any Spanish media? No Spanish? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you all very much for being here.
Staying in Houston, Texas, Mayor Sylvester Turner brings us the latest on the vaccination rollout in the area.
You touched on this already. This is a question for KTRJ. With the demand today and the number of vaccines available?
Absolutely. This was just the first initial site. The city got its initial dosage, the city and the fire department, on Monday, just Monday, less than a week ago. So this is the first Houston site, clinic site that's been set up that is responsive directly to the community itself. This is the first of many that will be set up. In addition, there are a number of other providers who haven't gotten vaccine. We're providing doses to them as well. And then the goal now is to, and we'll provide additional information tomorrow for additional sites that will be made available. We'll have online opportunities as well for people, but I really would like to see a mass mega site set up by weeks in.
Should schools be reopening with the current community spread going on?
We want to do everything we can to keep our schools open. I do know that Director Williams has been in direct conversation with, for example, with the superintendent of HISD. Are you free to talk about that, Director Williams? Yeah, because I think that's important. Director Williams, why don't you come on? I was going to say, who?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question. I had a conversation with Dr. Laketon earlier this week, and my desire is to actually look at this population within the school system to ensure that there are vaccines available for them, because we really want to do anything to support continuing education for our children.
And let me just say that so the plan is to work with our area superintendents, with their nurses, their staff, to make sure that teachers and other educational support staffs, that they are getting the vaccine as well, because we do want to keep our kids in school as best we can. And so that means making sure that the teachers, the cafeteria workers, the bus drivers, and others receive the vaccine, especially for those that fall within that 1A and 1B category. So we'll be working with all of our area superintendents.
The medical center 7-day average positivity rate is at 15.9, 14-day average for Harris County and Houston on its dashboard is 14.5. If the positivity rate continues as it is now or increases, what is the city's plan to try to prevent the state's guidance to pull back or reduce capacity?
Well, the positivity rate is increasing. It's been increasing for the last 6 weeks in the city of Houston. The number of hospital admissions, that number has been increasing. The last time I looked, I didn't see it this morning, But yesterday morning, I think that number was a little over 1,800. And again, during the summer, as a benchmark during the summer, the number was more than 2,400. So we are moving in that direction. It's been going up, not coming down. So we recognize that. The city has canceled all permitted produced events. We canceled those. I canceled those in March, and we really haven't undone that. And so we have never recommended going to full capacity on anything or 75% capacity. We've never done that. And so pretty much what we have operated, laid out the things that we can do within the cities and the county's abilities. I was contemplating at one time even doing a curfew, but you saw where Austin put in a curfew, and that's been challenged by the governor and the attorney general, and then the Texas Supreme Court said no to that because it would violate the governor's order. So I would just say we are doing everything that we can locally. As you know, we have been putting forth strong messages, both the county judge and I, repeatedly, over and over and over and over again. So we've been doing that. I would pretty much say, let me defer that question to the governor and to the people at the state level.
I just want to add one thing, please. It's our responsibility to look nationally, and 14% is not a good number. But when you look nationally, you can see what we've tried to do here with the mayor's leadership, that our numbers do not compare to some of the dastardly areas that we now are dealing with. To look to our friends in Los Angeles, where they are highly saturated. They have large numbers of people dying. Someone said 1 every 10 seconds. I think that was the number that was being said. So the fact that we've had this kind of, I should say, hard hand on these large events, I think have made a difference. We're coming into a surge that is going to be unbelievable. That's what all the scientists are saying. And I think what we need to do is the community needs to continue to support this city and this county in order to make sure that our surge doesn't go up. What they have been doing has been making a difference. That's why we're trying to get these vaccines and money down here as quickly as possible. You can see the difference in what is going on here in Houston, Texas.
How is social distancing being handled at the airports today? Any advice for travelers?
Well, number one, I'm not encouraging anyone to travel. I think that's number one. I know there are certain people that have to travel. The last time I was on a plane was in February of 2020, okay? So unless you just have to go to Congress to fight for more resources for counties and municipalities, I'm telling people stay on the ground. But, look, putting on these masks are critically important. I cannot understate that enough. It's still highly important to put on masks. And I certainly have mine on. I'm looking for my other one. Here it is. If you get past one, I try to make sure you don't get past the second one. So wearing the mask, the social distance, all of those things are important. I do want to follow up to what the Congresswoman just said. Even though our numbers continue to rise, the difference from the summer is that they've been rising gradually, which gives our medical team a better opportunity to try to provide medical care for the people who have contracted this disease and people in the hospitals. If you look, for example, at the number of deaths across the country, we are like in the major cities, we are down the chart. We are behind cities like New York and LA and Chicago. When you look at the numbers, when you look at the number of people who have contracted this virus per 100,000, we are still down the chart. So relatively speaking, we are not as bad as many places, but it is still concerning when the positivity rate continues to rise and when the number of hospitalizations continue to rise. That is concerning. But you don't want to lose one person. But for example, we're reporting 8 deaths over 2 days today. So we just have to continue to do what we have done in the past when we curved what took place during the summer. And that is to keep these masks on pretty much, unless you're eating or drinking, keep these masks on and avoid large crowds. If we do that together and then take the vaccine, then we can arrest this virus, blunt its progression, and then we'll be in better shape. I still anticipate that 21 will be a heck of a lot better than 2020.
All right, now, Stephen.
Yes.
I want to get a clarification for the population. Chronic diseases are not pre-existing conditions. High blood pressure alone, diabetes alone, cancer alone, could that be an indication, a criteria for 1A, or what are they considered in order to qualify so that we don't get people jump over the line?
Steve?
Actually, if you look at the state website, I think you're referring to 1B. It says individuals that are 65 and above, and it says individuals that are 16 and above with one of the 9 conditions that are listed, but it also says such as. So it's not limited to just those 9 conditions. Type 2 diabetes, COPD happens to be 2 of those. Individuals with a BMI of over 30. Actually, I might look healthy, but my BMI is actually over 30.
Any other?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the Congresswoman talked about the different buckets of the money that are supposed to support or bring about the vaccine to the population. Now, in the city,
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we were listening to Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner speak on the most recent vaccine rollout plans. Now, on Saturday, Houston opened its first public COVID-19 vaccine location on the city's south side. Right now, Mayor Sylvester Turner is joined with other city leaders, and they are saying that they believe this could be one of the first public coronavirus vaccine locations to open in the country, and more are to come within the city. Right now, some of our viewers will see a commercial break, and for the rest of our audience, let's continue to listen in.
Houston Health Department are a directly funded city. There are several directly funded cities within the state. San Antonio, Tarrant County happen to be, and Dallas happen to be examples of those. We have about a half dozen funding streams where we get funds directly from the CDC. And so what we're encouraging them to do is to use those already established funding streams to give us resources to fight COVID-19.
And a follow-up question, mass vaccination actually requires that the mass monitoring and evaluation of the vaccinated be done still for 15 minutes. Are you sure that with all these massive centers you want to open, you have the personnel to be able to man them and take care of the supposed evaluation and assessment that is required for 15 minutes and other problems like allergy?
Actually, you see that exhibited here indoors. We've actually done a test run, a simulation where we brought over 300 people through a drive-through on this same parking lot. And we did observe the 15 minutes or the 30 minutes observation that needs to occur.
Let me just say the goal is to, in collaboration, in conjunction with our hospital systems, with EMS, with the fire department, with the providers, the additional providers throughout the city, the goal literally in the month of January is to do hundreds of thousands of vaccines just in this month. We have to get there. We have to get there. I know the New York mayor announced that they were going to try to do 1 million vaccines in the month of January. That's in the state of New York. Quite frankly, working collaboratively with our healthcare system, all of our different providers, setting up mega sites. You know, I think we can do the same thing in the month of January. Quite frankly, I would like to do even more than that, working with everybody. But that's going to require a lot of coordination between the feds, the state, and the local units. But that's the goal. I mean, what we are seeing today is that people want the vaccine. And I will tell you, quite frankly, we are taking the vaccine in public to encourage people to take it. Well, you don't want to encourage people to take it, and then they say we want it, and then it takes several weeks, if not months, in order to get the vaccine to them. So we have to have the mega mass sites in order to meet the demand. And that's going to call for a greater quantity coming into the local units, working in collaboration with the county. Judge Hidalgo and I have been working very closely with one another. So if the county, the city, the other healthcare providers, the hospital network in the city of Houston, if we all work together in a seamless process, then in the month of January, I would like to think that we can do quite a bit in the month of January. That's the goal. Anything less, we're going to fall short. Anything else? Anything? Okay, thank you all so very much. Again, I want to thank the staff. I know it was a hiccup this morning, but quickly pivoted. And again, I do, Chief Satterwhite, I do want to thank HPD for really managing the traffic management system. I mean, just a fabulous job. And to the healthcare staff, I want to thank them profusely for what they have done. I know I was on the phone quite a bit with Stephen Williams, and so I want to thank him. I want to thank the healthcare staff, and want to thank these healthcare employees who have been working through the New Year's. Okay, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Today, I want to thank them because these are city employees who are taking their time to make sure that we meet the needs of the people in the city. And quite frankly, we don't thank them enough. So thank you all so very, very much. Okay? Thank you.
That was Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner speaking on the vaccine rollout plans in Houston, Texas. In Houston, they opened their first public vaccination location. And officials were saying that they believe this is the first location in the country of its kind, and they expect to open more throughout the city in the coming weeks. Right now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break, and when we return, New York State has recorded more than 1 million positive COVID-19 cases since the pandemic began. I want to bring you all the most recent COVID-19 address from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio.
New York City, this day is finally here. In less than 14 hours, it will be 2021. I could not be happier. I bet a lot of you feel the same way. We are so ready to kick 2020 out the door. And I just am feeling totally energized that the new year is going to be here and great things are going to happen. Tonight is going to be very special. Don't believe any doubting Thomases that say because there's not going to be 1 million people or more in Times Square that it's not going to be special. It's going to be actually arguably the most special, the most poignant, the most moving New Year's Eve. Everyone watch on television. Don't go down there. Watch from home. But it's going to be powerful. And think about it. We're going to be honoring our healthcare heroes and first responders and folks who did amazing work this year, folks from the Cure Violence movement who did great work this year. All out there, small group observing the festivities and enjoying the festivities, but they'll be the people we truly have in our hearts because they're the folks who saw us through this year. But think about the performers too, amazing cast of performers. New York City's own, the Bronx's own, Jennifer Lopez, there's for the Bronx. This is a great moment to have her highlighted as we bring in the new year. And my personal favorite, Gloria Gaynor will be singing I Will Survive. I can't think of a more amazing, special, and appropriate song for this occasion. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be very powerful, very special. Everyone tune in. I guarantee you that Charlene and I will push the button on time. In fact, we will be tempted to push the button early and start the new year early, but we will get there for sure. 2021 right around the corner, and we're going to do great things in 2021. I want to talk about that today. I want to start with the most important New Year's resolution I could possibly offer you. In the month of January 2021, we will vaccinate 1 million New Yorkers. 1 million people we will reach in January. This city can do it. The amazing healthcare professionals of this city are ready. We're going to set up new sites all over the city on top of the many, many sites that are already operational. We're going to expand from our hospitals and our clinics to community clinics to locations we'll set up all over the neighborhoods of the city. Our goal is to get to upwards of 250 locations citywide. This is going to be a massive effort. This is going to be part of the largest single vaccination effort in the history of New York City. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take tremendous urgency and focus, and we will need help from the federal government. We will need help from the state government. We will need help from the vaccine manufacturers. But we're making clear to the whole world, we can achieve 1 million vaccinations in January. We get that help, we'll make it happen. We have the ability to make it happen on the ground, and we are anxious to get it done. Look, President-elect Biden said it right. This whole country is behind the pace it needs to be. We're going to need to go faster to beat back the coronavirus, to restart our economy, to protect people's lives, to recover. We've got to go faster. New York City will lead the way. We have the will, we have the sense of urgency, we have the capacity, we have the know-how. This is a chance for New York City to shine and help achieve the president-elect's goal. It is so clear that there's no reason for anything but urgency at this point, and that every single person we reach takes us one step closer to recovery. Now, we are doing better than most of the country. That's the good news, but we're nowhere near where we need to be. 88,000 New Yorkers have been vaccinated so far. That's great. 88,000 people is nothing to sneeze at, but we need to go into overdrive now. We need every day to speed up and reach more and more people, and we're committed to doing that. So we know that we have the ability. We're going to do this with a really decentralized grassroots effort. We're going to go all over the city. We're going to create new hubs of activity. So number one, new COVID vaccine hubs will be created all around the city on top of the locations we have. Two, test and trace sites will start to be locations for vaccination as well. Test and trace has been very successful, reaching to every corner of the city, protecting people. We're going to take that same capacity, use it to help us achieve more vaccinations. And three, we're going to scale up the capacity of local organizations that can do this work. We have so many tremendous partners on the ground, so many community-based organizations that can be part of this and have the ability to reach people, move people, motivate people. They're going to be a part of this in a big way. So all of this will be coordinated by our vaccine command center. A lot of moving parts, but we can get it done. Again, we need the federal government to be there with us, to be committed to this goal, to help us achieve it, to give us flexibility. We need the state government to work with us to keep this moving. We need the manufacturers to keep providing the doses. But that can be done. All those things can be done, and we're going to make together something very special happen here. What we will not allow to happen in New York City is for people to jump the line, use their wealth or their privilege to get vaccines that they should not be getting. We're already seeing this, unfortunately, around the country. Congressional staffers jumping the line, even if they're not in a category that should be a priority. We're seeing pharmaceutical company executives jumping the line. We want the people who need the vaccine most to get it first. And we're going to stick to those priorities, and we're going to be aggressive at it. So right now, of course, the focus on healthcare workers, the folks who have kept us safe, our heroes who we need the most to keep safe going forward, focus on nursing home staff and residents. We're going to keep building out from there, faster and faster, but we're going to make sure the distribution is based on equity and fairness. And as we get out into communities, that we focus on the communities hardest hit, that unfortunately bore the brunt, that had the most cases, that had the most deaths, and have the most need. So we can do it in New York City, all of us together, and the person who's going to help us to lead the way with the incredible effort of his team, the health department, and they have a lot of great history, a lot of great success historically.
News Now from Fox returns after this break.
On this auspicious day, our health commissioner, Dr. Dave Choksi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Well, beating a virus is a team sport, and we need every position on the field to come together. I saw this in such a poignant way yesterday when I visited a nursing home in my neighborhood in Queens. Residents and staff alike were getting vaccinated. I heard one resident say she couldn't wait to get her shot, but she asked her regular nurse to stay by her side while she was getting it for moral support. These are the small and large ways our healthcare heroes have quite literally moved the needle for the past couple of weeks, resulting in over 88,000 vaccinations to date. But we will need to further accelerate our efforts to turn vaccines into vaccinations. One key to doing this, as the mayor mentioned, is expanding points of access across our entire city. Our goal is to double the access points for vaccination within a month. from hospitals to community health centers to urgent care clinics, totaling at least 250 sites across the 5 boroughs. Part of our strategy includes launching the first dedicated city vaccine hubs in the coming weeks. These are city-operated vaccination clinics stood up rapidly as points of distribution in school gymnasiums and other sites. The first sites will launch in mid-January, administering 45,000 doses per week, with plans to expand over time if we get adequate supply of vaccine. We are picking the locations of these sites to help ensure access in our priority neighborhoods for the places and the people who have been hardest hit by this vicious virus, most often communities of color. In addition, the city has built an unprecedented testing apparatus through the Test and Trace Corps that can also be leveraged to administer vaccines at certain sites, again with a focus on hardest hit communities. Finally, the most essential partners have always been community organizations. Activating them by providing nurses and pharmacists to vaccinate on site in communities will provide capacity for several tens of thousands of vaccinations per week by the end of January. This is the kind of thing we do every year during flu season, supporting events at churches and community centers, but this would be like our flu campaign in overdrive. Growing capacity through these initiatives, along with our existing hospital, clinic, and pharmacy infrastructure, gets us to the ability to administer a total of 1 million doses by the end of January. I do want to specify that these are aggressive goals. And this historic vaccination campaign is a team sport, as I mentioned. We'll need blocking and tackling to run at the pace that we want from a number of partners, but particularly our colleagues in state and federal government. Swiftly extending guidance on the populations eligible for vaccination is particularly important, from hospital workers and nursing homes to other healthcare workers, first responders, and of course, our seniors. And we need a sufficient supply of vaccine with a clear roadmap of what New York City can expect to receive from the federal government, not just for next week, but for the months ahead. But if these elements of the game plan come together, we can move fast and travel far. Finally, we need New Yorkers themselves to choose to get vaccinated. But we'll help you by making sure your vaccine questions get answered, endeavoring to dispel misinformation, and doubling our access points to make it more convenient for you. Mr. Mayor, it's a particular honor for me to be able to join you on this last day of 2020. I wanted to conclude with some brief, tailored messages. To my fellow healthcare workers, thank you so much for all you have done during this really tough year. But if you've gotten your vaccine, I have one more task for you. Be sure to tell the story of why you got vaccinated and reach out to people who may still have unanswered questions. Our website, nyc.gov/COVID vaccine, has the resources you need. To hospital leaders, COVID-19 is not taking the weekend off, so I strongly urge you to schedule vaccination clinics over the weekend too. And to all New Yorkers, I remain quite concerned by the increase in cases, hospitalizations, and deaths across our beloved city. It's not too late to cancel your New Year's Eve gathering plans and stay safe by staying home. And finally, to the year 2020, good riddance. I'm looking forward to a better year ahead.
Well said, Dave. Listen, I want to say to our Commissioner, Dave Choksi, thank you for your extraordinary work this year, for your team's amazing work. Some of the other colleagues here, as part of this press conference today, Deputy Mayor Melanie Hartzog and Senior Advisor Jay Varma and CEO of Health and Hospitals, Mitch Katz, you've all been heroes this year. You really have been. You're all very modest people, so maybe I'm making you blush. But the fact is, all of you have been heroes of 2020. All of you are going to be part of the history of this city, and you're going to be in the history books as people who made a tremendous positive difference for the people in New York City. And your whole teams, thank you. And I'm thanking you. I'm thanking you as individuals, but I'm also thanking you for the amazing teams you've assembled and the amazing work you've all done. And listen, talking about team. I'm going to pick up right where Dave started, talking about team. This is going to be a team effort to reach 1 million vaccinations in January. We're going to work with the whole community. We're going to work with the whole healthcare world. We're also going to call all city agencies to be part of this. So as Dave mentioned, you talk about a school gymnasium, Department of Education is going to be a part of this. Think about public housing, NYCHA, our community centers. We're going to be out there in NYCHA developments over the months ahead. They're going to be a crucial piece of this as well. We are going to focus intensely on the communities that need help the most, the communities that bore the brunt, and our public housing residents certainly bore the brunt of this crisis. So in January and beyond, you're going to see this grow, be more and more grassroots, more and more people getting involved, leaders, agencies, institutions, parts of the community, you name it. This is going to be an extraordinary effort. I want to do a special thank you to the state of New York. We've been working really closely with our state partners over these last weeks, determining how to do something that's never been done before. This is a brand new vaccine, brand new type of vaccine. We've had to be really smart and careful about getting it implemented. We've been working well with the state to figure out the steps, and we're working together to figure out how to do this as quickly as humanly possible. So thank you to everyone at the state government who's worked so hard throughout this year. Governor Cuomo, his whole team, we appreciate all the work we've done together. And we are going to, together, find a way to push harder, and we're all together going to push the federal government to do its share and the manufacturers to do their share so we can really go into overdrive here. All right, now, there's a lot of good news ahead, a lot of good news ahead. 2021 is going to be a good news year. But 2020 is going to go down in history as one of our saddest, toughest years, arguably the toughest year in the history of New York City. Thank God we all came through, those of us who made it. But we got to remember those who didn't make it. We got to remember those we lost. And we've got to be there with their families every day. All the families who lost loved ones, my heart goes out to you. You're in our thoughts and prayers all the time. We know this has just been incredibly difficult to go through this pain without the chance to mourn in so many cases, without the chance to be with loved ones. So it's important that we have a day of remembrance. It's important that we have a day going forward in the future of the city to always remember what happened in 2020, to remember those we lost, to honor them, to honor their families, and of course at the same time remember all the heroism, all the people who did so much good to protect people. The day we lost our first New Yorker to COVID in this year was March 14th, 2020. Next March 14th, 2021 will be a day of remembrance in New York City. We need to recognize 25,000 of our fellow New Yorkers gone. That's something we have to always mark going forward. And we got to remember them by, one, being there for their families, by two, honoring those who did so much to try to save them, and three, by working to make this city better all the time in their memory. So many we lost were victims of the disparities and inequality in our society, and this is not a shocking statement to anyone who's been watching. So many people we lost had never gotten enough health care in their lives and didn't get their fair share no matter how hard they worked. So many people we lost were victims of still too much discrimination and racism in our society. We lost people of every background. We lost people of every income level, every neighborhood. This tragically was a disease that affected everyone, but it did not affect everyone equally. So on March 14th each year, we remember also the painful lessons we learned, but it's a time to rededicate ourselves to making a difference and changing things. A day to look back, but it'll always also be a day to look forward and say, how can we do better so we never lose people again? And we have a city that is there for everyone going forward. So before I'd now move forward to what we do every single day, which is our daily indicators, I do want to take a moment, since it's a very special time of year. Obviously, we've had holidays of many faith traditions, Christmas and Hanukkah, and so many important holidays that people have celebrated so many times when people restored faith and hope. And we, of course, are looking forward to tonight and tomorrow, but here we are still in Kwanzaa, and it's so good to talk about Kwanzaa and the Kwanzaa principles And this is something we're really highlighting this year. We're going to do in a very big way next year, because these principles say so much to us, so much positive, so much helpful, and that really moves us forward and helps us think about where we need to go. Each day, at the beginning of the day, the phrase habaragani, which means what's the news? And then the answer is the principle of that day. Today is kuumba, and that means creativity. And I want to celebrate the creativity of New Yorkers, the resourcefulness, the ingenuity of New Yorkers in the year 2020. It was unbelievable. The things people did this year to help each other. Talk about making a way where there's no way. In the year 2020, New Yorkers had to create like never before. Or whether you're talking about what our healthcare heroes had to do to protect people and save our hospital system, and our first responders, what they had to do and the incredible challenges they overcame, whether you're talking about the way this city ended up creating its own ventilators, its own PPE, its own processing labs for tests, things we didn't have before. We created them all here. New York City know-how. And we did it in record time. That's what New York City is all about, and just the way people helped each other. And the way people expressed their own personalities, their own hope, their own belief, whether it was design of face mask or the ways people celebrated and supported each other, the cultural activities put together to support people, give them hope. This was a year for creativity if ever there was one. So a lot to be proud of when it comes to the creativity of our people, and we're going to see it blossom in 2021. Now we're going to go to our indicators. I'm going to, again, as we go through indicators, put a bit of a qualifier on that. We've seen some pretty aberrant numbers last few days. We obviously had the situation with a lot of people getting tested in advance of the holidays, and then during the holidays, test numbers were uneven, so you get a different kind of sample. But that being said, even though these numbers look somewhat skewed, they are still very cautionary. It's important we focus on them. So, first, number one, daily number of people admitted at New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. Today's report, 199 patients. Obviously, the goal is 200, so we're just there. We want to drive that down. Hospitalization rate per 100,000, still way too high, 3.93. We want to get that back under 2. Number two, daily number of new cases for COVID-19, 7-day average. Today's number, 3,259, way too high against the goal of 550. And number three, percentage of New York City residents testing positive for COVID-19, 7-day rolling average, very high number today, 8.87%. Again, that is probably aberrant based on uneven testing with the holidays, but still cautionary and troublesome and something we need to focus on, something we all need to act on. We want to get that number below 5% and keep driving it down. So what can you do? You just heard your doctor, the people's doctor, tell you if you're thinking about going to some kind of large holiday gathering tonight, just don't do it. I will borrow from Nike and modify the phrase, just don't do it. It doesn't make sense. Next year, you'll be able to celebrate all you want if we get this right. But if people keep getting sick because of doing the wrong thing, it's not going to speed our days of recovery, to say the least. So please, avoid large gatherings tonight. Keep it small, keep it simple. Stay home, stay close. Let's be healthy. Let's help each other. A few words in Spanish. Mañana empieza un nuevo año en el que unidos vamos a vencer al coronavirus de una vez por todas. En enero queremos vacunar a 1 millón de neoyorquinos y con trabajo fuerte lo vamos a lograr. Derrotar al virus pronto es nuestra meta más grande. Y entre todos vamos a lograr en que nuestra ciudad gane esta batalla. With that, and Feliz Año Nuevo while I'm at it. With that, let's turn to our colleagues in the media. Please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
We'll now begin our Q&A. As a reminder, we're joined today by Dr. Choksi, by Deputy Mayor Melanie Hartzog, by Dr. Katz, and by Senior Advisor Dr. Jay Varma. The first question today goes to Hazel Sanchez from WCBS.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Hazel. How you feel?
I'm good. You've probably seen that video of a group of bicyclists attacking a man and his mother inside his SUV. I spoke with the driver, Max Tergovnik. He's a lifelong New York City resident, and he says he feels he deserves answers from the city as to what allowed this to happen and what is the city going to do to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Hazel, it's absolutely unacceptable. And, you have these teenagers doing something that's just wrong, period. At least one has been arrested. The others will be. Look, we got to teach our young people better all the time. It's incumbent upon all of us. But we also have to have consequences. So there will be consequences in this case. I don't want to ever see anything like this happen in New York City. Go ahead, Hazel.
And getting back to the vaccinations, you're launching an aggressive campaign to vaccinate New Yorkers in January. Why wasn't this kind of plan ready to be rolled out in December when you knew the vaccine would be arriving?
Hazel, what we said from the beginning was we were going to get this right. Our doctors have spoken about this many times. This was a brand new vaccine with realities we never experienced before, including the need for ultra cold refrigeration and very tight standards about how it could be utilized. One of the things we're saying here is that we need the federal government to really be committed to speeding this process and looking at all those standards. We want everyone to be safe, but we have to have a focus on speed and urgency. So the first weeks were about getting it right, making sure everything was safe and proper, but we knew we wanted to go a hell of a lot faster. So I'm perfectly comfortable that the first weeks were about really testing to make sure everything worked right. And you've seen the results. People have been getting these vaccinations safely, effectively. We've had very, very few side effects. We've had a very successful experience. We've shown the world that. Now it is time to take off. Now it is time to race. And we're ready to do it. Go ahead.
The next is Matt Chase from Newsday.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Mayor. Happy New Year, early.
Happy New Year, Matt. How you feel?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
I am ecstatic. I've been dreaming of this day.
Excellent. You love to hear it. Under your NYC Vaccine for All campaign, will the vaccination itself be available to a person in one of those 27 neighborhoods at a greater rate, on a faster timeline, or in any different way whatsoever than a person not in those 27 neighborhoods? Yes or no?
So first, let me frame it. We're going to follow, of course, the guidelines that originate with the federal government and then are codified by the state. And we're going to work with the state to keep expanding those guidelines constantly. So to get to the point where we're talking about everyday people, like senior citizens, folks with pre-existing conditions, that still, of course, has to happen within the state guidelines. But we're going to work with the state to speed that along because we want to be able to always jump ahead to the next group of people when we find there's more vaccine available and we have gone through one group. We want to immediately move on to the next group. So we need that state guidance to do that always. But the bottom line is we're going to make sure that the priority neighborhoods get the vaccine when it is for the general public. They have to be the first wave because they're where the most people suffered, there were the most cases, there were the most deaths. By definition, that's where you need to protect people the most. Go ahead, Matt.
I have another question, but I do need to stay on this one. You say that they have to be the first wave. Will they be the first wave in New York City?
Yeah, that we've been saying that for weeks and weeks. Where, Matt, let me flip the equation here. Where else would you go but where the need is greatest? Of course, when it comes to going out to the grassroots, we're going to go to the places that suffered the most and are still the most vulnerable. Absolutely. Go ahead.
The next is Samantha Liebman from 1010 Wins.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Mayor, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. How you doing today?
So, I'm good. How are you?
I couldn't be better.
So let me ask you on a personal note. I know you said that the New Year's resolution was going to be to get those million vaccines next month, but on a personal note, do you have any resolutions?
All I can tell you is I want to make 2021 an amazing year in New York City. I have so much energy right now. I'm going to burn my way to the finish line this year. And on December 31st, 2021, we're going to look back and say, we did amazing things in New York City in 2021. We turned the tide. We started our recovery. We reached people and protected people in ways never seen before. That's my resolution. I feel very, very confident we can do that. Look, 1 million is a big goal. I want to be clear about this. Saying out loud, this was not something we did lightly. Saying out loud, and I'm going to say it again, our goal is to vaccinate 1 million New Yorkers in the month of January 2021. That's a very big goal. That's a very tough goal. That's a very ambitious goal, but it's a necessary goal. And all we're saying to everyone else out there that we rely on is join us, and we can do it. We are going to drive and drive and drive, and we're going to get this done. Go ahead.
I know you spoke about this on CNN already, but have you gotten a chance to see the new video that the NYPD put out about the incident at the Arlo Hotel? And can you talk a little bit more about what you think should happen to this woman?
Yeah, this has to end. I have not seen the new video, but I'll tell you the bottom line on this. We've seen a series of things like this around the country. It's almost become tragically comical how much you can rely on the fact that someone will unjustly accuse a young man of color in America. I mean, it's just crazy. It's very personal for me. I have a son of color who is about as good a human being as you could possibly imagine, and yet I know he will be looked down on and disrespected throughout his life, and it's not fair and it's not right and it has to end. But it's also just, it's destructive. You know what? Think about this. And I have this experience as a father. What do you do as a parent? You try and give your child hope and faith and a belief in themselves, self-esteem, and that a sense of belonging. If you're a young black man or any young man of color in America and you're looked down on and treated like there's something wrong with you, how are you going to succeed? How are you going to believe in yourself? How are you going to believe your society is going to be fair to you? This is why we got rid of stop and frisk, the broken approach to stop and frisk that was used years ago, because it was denigrating to young people of color, certainly young women as well, but particularly young men of color. It was denigrating. It was taking away their self-esteem. How do you build a better city and a better country if you're robbing the majority of our people of their self-esteem? So this just has to end, and the way for it to end is for every one of us to condemn it, to not accept it in our personal lives, and when someone does something like this, they have to suffer consequences, and there needs to be real action here by the criminal justice system to make sure there are consequences in this case.
The next is Aaron from Politico.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Early Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Aaron.
I think we're all glad to have this year over with soon. I'm hoping you can just tell us a little more about how the logistics will work in terms of this vaccination campaign. For instance, if we're doing 1 million shots, what segment of the population do you expect that to get us up to? Will it be anyone over 65 or any essential worker, or where will that get us up to in the line? And is this going to be by appointment, or is it just going to be people line up? And kind of where are the numbers going to come from with, I think you said 45,000 a week at the gymnasium type sites. That doesn't add up to 1 million. So how are you going to...
Hold on, Aaron. You got a lot going on there. Let me. Okay. I'll try and pull out the core of what you're saying. Suffice it to say, our vaccine command center will be constantly providing updates, and that the specific how each center will relate to the overall number, how the different categories, suffice it to say you'll be hearing more and more about that with each day to come. I'll turn to Dr. Choksi, but I do not expect him to be able to give you the perfect chart of how all 1 million will be done in January yet. I also want to say at the outset, it's a voluntary effort, meaning you will decide how many people in each category, depending on how many people volunteer in each category. The more people come forward among healthcare workers or first responders, the faster it goes in those groups. But if fewer people come forward, you move on to other groups. That's what we want to set up, the ability to keep moving to the next group. It is voluntary. I am hopeful, Aaron, that as people see how successful this is, how safe it is, how effective it is, That classic word of mouth thing will happen. More and more people hear from people in their lives, more and more people want it. But we want the ability to jump ahead constantly to the next group. So I can't tell you exactly which groups we're going to cover because it really depends on that uptick rate. But what I can say as I turn to Dr. Choksi is the first priority remains the folks who are most vulnerable, particularly in settings that have been dangerous like nursing homes, the folks who serve us, who we need to stay safe so they can keep us safe. And then as we work through all those categories, we start out into the general community for the folks who are most vulnerable. Dr. Choksi.
Sir, you said all of the high points. I'm just going to pull out a couple to elaborate on. One is we're in what's called phase 1A right now. As the mayor mentioned, this is primarily healthcare workers as well as nursing home staff and residents and those in other long-term care facilities. The estimate for New York City is that we actually have 1 million people just in those categories. And so our goal of putting the 1 million for January is to be able to say we want everyone in that category who is eligible to get vaccinated to actually have the ability to get vaccinated. In order to do that, we do have to expand out the eligibility from where it is currently, which focuses on hospital workers as well as nursing home staff and residents. We want to get to other community-based healthcare workers, including home health workers, for example, and do that as rapidly as possible. And that's the other key point that the mayor has already emphasized, which is for us to move quickly, as is our intent, we have to be able to expand the circle of eligibility swiftly as well so that we can match up the capacity that we have with that eligibility.
You know, I want to also turn to Deputy Mayor Melanie Hartzog, who's done just outstanding work organizing the command center, the Vaccine Command Center, because one of the crucial things here is to constantly move with what's going on at the grassroots level and all of these locations. They have to all be tracked, and we have to constantly make moves to reach deeper into each population and then go on to the next. So in terms of the work of the command center and how we're structuring that, Deputy Mayor, why don't you jump in?
Sure. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just wanted to answer the question a little bit more in detail. We have existing capacity per week for about 150,000 doses. That's through hospitals system largely. What we're going to be doing over the course of January is actually doubling that capacity, growing to 300,000 by the end of January. And that includes 3 major components. Our community vaccination partners, these are our partners who we contract with. They go into community-based organizations, as the mayor talked about, in our hardest hit communities, and we can scale that capacity to 100,000 per week. Then we have our own community hubs. That's another 45,000 per week bring on board. And then our test and trace core, that's going to bring another 4,000. So that's how we get to that overall doubling of capacity.
Excellent. Thank you. Go ahead, Aaron.
Thank you. And then I also just wanted to ask about, we have a story out today about the 298 city employees who have died from the coronavirus, disproportionately Black and Latino. And there have been, a number of complaints that folks didn't feel that they were well protected enough. Obviously, some of that dates back to the spring, but just wondering if there's anything more the city can be doing, especially with this second wave now underway, to protect its own frontline workers.
Yeah, we're absolutely adamant about protecting our folks. And look, we lost so many people, and that's why this Day of Remembrance is so necessary. But let's remember what happened. We all were here alone in New York City. We pleaded back in January for testing. We didn't have it. We didn't even know. We had no way of knowing that throughout February the disease was already spreading widely in the city. We did not have testing capacity from the federal government. We did not have PPE from the federal government. We were left on our own, and we did our damnedest to reach people and protect people. But I I think history is going to show very clearly you cannot deal with an international pandemic on a local level. You need support from the national government. And we lost people that had that support been there. Those folks would still be here today. So it's horrible. But the minute we were able to get the information we needed, get the testing we needed, get the PPE supply, we made sure that folks got what they needed, and we've continued to build that. That's why we have a reserve now where we have a lot of PPE in stock at all time, and why we are constantly working to protect people, most especially by getting them vaccinated. And this brings us right to the urgency of this moment. We need to protect everyone, but we want to vaccinate as many of our frontline public workers as possible, as quickly as possible, so they're safe and their families are safe.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we're taking a listen as Mayor Bill de Blasio addresses the coronavirus vaccine rollout plan. He is saying that he does not want anyone to skip the line because of their wealth, and that the first people to receive the vaccine should be for frontline workers and the elderly population. Now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break, and for the rest of our audience, let's continue to listen in.
Even the NYPD having their delay in the vaccine, that here in New York, vaccine is being delayed for these groups where they're seeing their colleagues, other dentists or other pediatricians in New Jersey or Connecticut getting the vaccine, and they're still waiting here, not just to get it, but even to get an update on when they can get it. So, and knowing, talking about Group 1A, about the healthcare workers and the nursing home staff and residents being able to get it in that group, I mean, what about these other healthcare workers who still feel like the city is, and the state perhaps is leaving them behind here?
Yeah, Stacey, we're ready. We want to get this done immediately. I want to see all healthcare workers reached. I want to see all appropriate first responders reached. I mean, there's no question. The more people we reach, the faster, the better. It's just plain and simple. So we need, again, that cooperation all around to just smooth this out and make it simple. But we have amazing capacity in this city. There's just, the ability of New York City in general is legendary, but our healthcare world in particular showed us in 2020 they could do amazing things in this city. We have the tools. We simply need the right authorizations, and we need the supply of vaccine, and we can make it work. So everything you're talking about, that can be resolved in the month of January. We get the support we need. We have this very rigorous goal, and within that goal is the ability to reach a huge number of healthcare workers and first responders, and that's what I want to see happen. Go ahead.
So when you say the support we need, are you referring just to supply of the vaccine, and perhaps for Dr. Chotsky, will dentists and the private healthcare workers, pediatricians, or even dermatologists, whatever it is, will those doctors be for sure included in the 1 million in January?
Go ahead, doctor.
Yes, thank you for the question, and allow me to answer it by starting with the fact that I'm a primary care doctor myself, and I know that people who have been practicing in the community, whether it's a pediatrician or a dermatologist, people have been taking care of patients over the last few months, and doing so with a risk of exposure in delivering that care. So I certainly understand the need for that prioritization. The state earlier this week did issue guidance saying that those community-based healthcare workers, independent providers, are eligible for vaccination starting next week. And so we are prepared to ensure that those workers will have access to the vaccine beginning next week as well. That will ramp up to the other categories as they get approved by New York State. I mentioned, for example, home healthcare workers. The rest of the healthcare workforce, which totals well over 500,000 people across New York City. And so we want those categories to be expanded as quickly as possible so that, again, we can match up our capacity and get them vaccinated as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
The next is Katie Honan from the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year, Mayor de Blasio. It's your last year. How do you feel about that? Well, that's not my question. Don't count it as a question. I'm just kidding. Happy 2021.
Katie, you caught yourself there. I'm impressed.
Don't Don't count that. I have much more important questions to ask. So the first one is, I guess, using a sports metaphor, I'll take the pass from Matt Che, is focusing back on the priority zones that you've identified. Some people have criticized it because the list was formulated in the summer and it doesn't take into account the second wave that we experienced in the fall and maybe continue to experience. So will you be adding other places to this list, or what's the plan there?
Yeah, it's a great question, Katie. We're definitely going to look at the reality of the second wave too. Absolutely can add. I think we will add. We want to look at the whole picture. I will unfortunately remind all of us that what happened in the first wave, indescribably horrible. That the second wave has been worrisome, but nowhere near what we went through in the first wave. And we got to really understand that first wave laid bare where the vulnerabilities are and the amount of people we lost. And the fact that so much of it had to do with folks who had not had enough health care in their life historically. That's where the danger still is. So we got to keep focused on that. But absolutely, we're going to look at the neighborhoods and look at the priorities with all the latest data, and we'll make revisions as needed. Go ahead. Katie?
Thanks. And my second question, can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry. My second one is about this vaccination plan that you've announced, specifically the using school gymnasiums. Will these be in schools that are open, or will it be in schools that are closed, middle school and high schools? And will that affect any kind of future reopening plan for these schools?
Will not affect reopening plans. What we will do is obviously to be worked out over the coming days. But the fact is that we're going to use every and any space we need. That is a part of what the city government has, and hospitals, local nonprofits. We're going to use whatever we need, whatever it takes. And there's lots of ways to put this together in a way that both allows all the other operations to keep going around it, but allows us to get the vaccinations to people who need them. So I'm confident we can strike that balance, but those details will be worked out in the coming days.
We have time for two more for today. The next is Yoav from the city.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask
Yoav, you sound like you're at the North Pole, man. What's going on?
I'm at Lowe's Hardware, actually.
Okay, get your mouth closer to the phone or something. I can't hear you well.
Okay, is this better?
Try.
Okay. I just wanted to follow up on the DOI report I asked, and the fact that they didn't look into the incident where the police car drove into the group of protesters on May 30th. You said you were going to look into that. Have you had a chance to speak to DOI?
I talked to
You're watching News Now from Fox. We will be right back.
Conversation with them, and I have not gotten that feedback. Honestly, I'll check into that today, and we'll get you an answer. Go ahead, Yoav.
They told me that the way the executive order was written, it instructed them not to do any investigations that would interfere with other investigations, and they're not planning to look into it. The other issue that I asked about was the internal affairs investigation, and the NYPD told me that they can't, they're not going to release that information because of the 50A lawsuit. So I'm just wondering, is that where things stand, that we can't find out whether those officers were disciplined or not?
Okay, I'll do my best as the non-lawyer, Yoav. Last I heard from the law department, that lawsuit still is standing in the way of the disclosure of a lot of information we're ready to make public about disciplinary records. I don't believe that's going to go on that long. I believe at some point this case will be resolved, and it will make clear that our ability to release records is now quite clear under the new state law, and we will release those records. But I don't think the lawsuit has gotten to the point where we can do it yet. Again, we'll confirm that back to you later today. My goal is abundantly clear. I'm very appreciative that the legislature finally got rid of what was wrong with the 50A law and gave us the ability to be transparent. That transparency about police disciplinary records is going to help us move forward as a city. It's going to help people trust their police. It's going to help us be safer. So I am very much looking forward to the day where we can do the fuller release. As soon as we get clearance from the courts, we're going to progress with that. Go ahead.
Last question for today goes to Steve Burns from WCBS 880.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, honored, I guess, to have the last questions of 2020 here. Happy New Year's Eve to you.
It is a position of great honor, Steve. Happy New Year to you.
Yes, it is. I'll try and do it justice. First, on the vaccine distribution plan, where they've gone so far, hospitals, nursing homes are obviously controlled environments. But when you move them out to, say, a school or public housing lobby, a place where the public can access them, what goes into the verification of knowing that this person is eligible right now, they have the job they say they have? So when you move it into those public spaces, how do you verify, that this is someone who should be getting it right now?
It's a good question, Steve. And look, I want to start, and I'll pass to Dr. Choksi by saying the idea of using whatever spaces will get us out in the communities at the right time, again, depending on the priorities, and as we get through one priority, going on to the next, but the more we get to the grassroots, the more success we're going to have reaching people. We have to do it in a way that works. And, think about schools are in every community, for example. If what we need to do is have people come in on the weekends to a school, we can do that. If we find in a certain case we don't think the school day makes sense, we can still do vaccinations on a weekend. Public housing, again, you have community centers. We can dedicate space specifically for vaccination. So I just want everyone to hear the fact that this is only going to work if we get out to the grassroots, but we're going to do it in a way that is safe and smart. Now, to the verification of people and their categories, I want to state the obvious as I pass to Dr. Choksi. Anyone who has identification, including ID NYC, has a birth date on it, and that tells you immediately one of the categories that's going to be a priority, which is older folks. But for other types of priorities, confirm it. Dr. Choksi can give us a flavor of how you're going to do that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I'll just add a couple of points as well. The first is to build on what the mayor said. Between hospitals and what we'll be doing out in the community, including at schools, there are many other access points that are also controlled environments, whether they're urgent care centers or pharmacies. These are the places where the everyday miracle of vaccination happens, whether it's our influenza vaccines or vaccines for children. And so we're going to be taking advantage of all of those access points in between those two poles that are described. With respect to eligibility screening, I want to take a step back and just, speak to my fellow New Yorkers to say we all need to think about this, yes, as an issue of fairness and justice, but also just think about who is being prioritized and why. We want nursing home residents to be prioritized because we know they're most at risk. We know we want our healthcare workers prioritized because they are the ones that we are depending upon when we get sick. And this is an incredibly important message to have spread as widely as possible so that people take that into account as they think about where their turn is in line. The state will have some additional requirements with respect to eligibility screening, which of course will be sure to follow. And that will, become more important as we expand out the categories, which we hope will happen as rapidly as possible.
Thank you. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks. And on an entirely different topic, I'm sure you saw the governor is allowing a limited number of fans to see the Buffalo Bills playoff game in a couple of weeks. And he said that could be a pilot for similar events and venues. Would you be on board if that kind of pilot program were to be tested, say, at Madison Square Garden or a few months down the line at Yankee Stadium or Citi Field? Would that be something you'd be open to?
I'm pro-outdoors, anti-indoors is my initial view of the world. And I think I've listened to the teachings of Dr. Choksi, and I think he has said 1,000 times to me, and Dr. Varma and my other colleagues, Dr. Katz, et cetera, outdoors, crucial difference from indoors, mask on, crucial difference from not having a mask on. As I understand the plan, this is, outdoors plus distancing plus mask plus testing. And that's a good, thorough plan. That's great. And I'm really happy for those Bills fans. And I think the governor did the right thing because it's a thorough plan. But also, as a fan, I can say 25 years is a long time to wait to get back to the playoffs. And I know people in Buffalo are really, really excited at this moment. So I think this has been done the right way, the careful way. But with indoors, I would be much more cautious until we get to the point where there's really very, very extensive vaccination. Now, we want to make that, again, happen very aggressively. But I think we gotta walk before we run. Let's get people vaccinated, then we can start talking about the future of indoor venues. With that, everyone, look, we're New Yorkers, we're proud. We are often the center of the universe. Tonight, we're definitely the center of the universe. Eyes of the whole world will be on New York City tonight. And it's going to be a joyous night if ever there was one. Goodbye, 2020. Here comes something better, 2021. I know that when we look back, we're going to say, as painful as the year was, New Yorkers should be proud. Everyone out there, you should be proud. This city showed the world how to be strong, how to be resilient, how to look out for each other. It was an incredible display of all that is good in New York City. 2021, we're going to show people what it looks like to recover, to come back. We're going to do what New York City has done so many times before, to show people not just a comeback, but making things better than they were before, fairer, stronger, more inclusive of all of us. We will do that in 2021. I'm not even saying we can do that. We will do that in 2021. That's who we are as New Yorkers. I have total faith in the people of this city. So I cannot wait to get started. We are now just about 13 hours away. It's going to be amazing. And to everyone, a very, very happy New Year. Feliz Año Nuevo a todos. Buon anno a tutti. Any language you want to choose of all the languages spoken in this beautiful city. It all says the same thing. We are turning the page and going someplace better. Thank you, everybody.
That was New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio addressing the most recent coronavirus updates. Something in particularly important that he said is that he doesn't want people to skip the line. He wants to ensure that frontline workers and the elderly population are the first to receive the coronavirus vaccine in New York City. Okay, right now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break, and when we return, California Governor Gavin Newsom recently took place in a virtual discussion with Dr. Anthony Fauci in regards to the coronavirus vaccine and the new strain that appeared in California. So we will bring you this event raw and unfiltered right here on NewsNOW from Fox.
I'm curious more broadly on the issue of diagnostics, on the testing side, immunity. Have we received enough information to really understand the impacts in other categories, not just on the issue of severity of disease and the transmissibility of this disease?
Well, Governor, first of all, I'm not surprised that you have a case and likely more cases in California, and we likely will be seeing reports from other states. Colorado were the first to do that. I think you're going to start seeing it because if you have that much of a prominence of this in the UK with all the travel, not only directly to the United States, but through other countries intermittently, like where you go from UK to France, France to the United States, et cetera. Then Canada has cases. So I don't think that the Californians should feel that this is something odd. This is something that's expected. With regard to your specific question, there's a lot we know about it because our British colleagues have been studying it carefully. And there are things that we will soon learn more about them in a more definitive way, literally as the days and weeks go by. So the things you mentioned is that it looks pretty clear from the UK group that in fact, the transmissibility of this mutant is more efficient than the transmissibility of the standard virus that we've been dealing with up to now. Namely, it's able to bind to the receptors on cells better and therefore is transmitted better. There's no indication at all that it increases the virulence. And by virulence, I mean the ability to make you sick or kill you. It doesn't seem to make it more strong in that regard. In addition, it doesn't seem to evade the protection that's afforded by the antibodies that are induced by vaccines. The other thing that they've noted in the UK is that people who have been infected don't seem to get reinfected by this, which means that the immunity that's given to you when you get infected is protective against this particular strain. And thus far, it doesn't seem to have any impact on diagnostics where you would miss it from a diagnostic standpoint. One of the things, Governor, we want to keep our eye out on is that since these are specific mutations, we want to make sure that they don't evade the protection of certain of the monoclonal antibodies, because the monoclonal antibody is against a very specific component of the virus. Whereas when you get vaccinated, the immune response that you make is called polyclonal, which means it's against many different parts of the virus. So even though you have one part of the virus that's changed, it is very likely that the other components of the vaccine-induced response will protect you. So that's what we know about it now, but we're following this extremely carefully. We have isolates from the UK. We're working on it here at the NIH and at a number of other laboratories throughout the country.
Yeah, it's interesting. In California, just to level set so people have a sense, we've been testing about 5,000 to 10,000 tests a week, genomic tests, with our partners, UCSF up here in Northern California, CZ BioHub partnership. And we've not seen that strain until, again, the news out of Southern California today. But because I imagine any mutation, it just scares the average person. The average person hears that variation, but this is not abnormal as it relates to these RNA viruses. I mean, how do you calm the nerves for those that have nerves around this issue?
Okay, so to all of my Californian friends, and I have many, they should realize that this is an RNA virus. In other words, the makeup of it is RNA. RNA viruses, they make a living out of mutating. They love to mutate. The more you replicate, the more you mutate. So when you have a lot of virus that's circulating in the community, it means it's infecting a lot of people. It's replicating a lot, and when you replicate, you mutate. The overwhelming majority of mutations are irrelevant. They don't have any impact on any important function of the virus. Every once in a while, you get a mutation that does impact a function of the virus. It appears, from what we learned from the UK and what we'll prove here, is that this particular mutation does in fact make the virus better at transmitting from one person to another.
Got it. Of all the things, and forget the politics, the atmospherics and all the surround sound, as it relates to the disease, this pandemic itself, what has surprised you the most over this last year? What has been sort of the stubborn reality that you've had to come to grips with more often than not that really distinguishes your experience and your expertise with this particular disease?
Well, Governor, I think it's something that we learned in the beginning, but we didn't know right from day one. Most viruses that are respiratory viruses, they're driven by people who have symptoms, people who sneeze on you and cough on you and all that sort of thing. What we began to learn sort of at end of January, beginning of February, and then as we got into February, is that even though the Chinese were giving us information that really was a bit misleading. First, they said it's generally from an animal to human. It's not very efficient human to human. Then it was, well, it can go from human to human, but it's mostly people who are symptomatic. And then they began to say, now, wait a minute, we're seeing that even people without symptoms are transmitting it. And that, to me, is something that was the game changer. It was the game changer in everything we did. It was the game changer in testing, because you can't just test people who are with symptoms, because you're going to miss the asymptomatic people. Number two, mask wearing became much more important, because if you're only worried about somebody who's symptomatic, then you know who you're dealing with. But if you don't know who's infected, then everybody should be wearing a mask, which is the real fundamental rationale for saying we need universal and uniform wearing of masks. So to me, that was one of, I guess you could use the word surprising. It was a combination of surprising and disturbing.
Yeah.
The other thing, that has really been an issue is that I've never seen a virus like this, and I've been dealing with viral outbreaks for the last 40 years, where you have such a range of involvement of seriousness from 40% of the people who get infected and have absolutely no symptoms at all, to those who have symptoms. About 80% have mild to moderate symptoms that generally require staying at home for a few days, maybe sometimes a couple of weeks. And then you get about 10 or 15%, not 10, maybe 20%, 20 to 25% of the people. That's, a quarter of the people who get symptoms, get severe enough symptoms that they may require hospitalization, intensive care, intubation, and they die. Hence the 335,000 deaths that we've had so far. So usually when you have a disease that is so virulent, it can kill people, not just old people and not just people with underlying conditions, but now we're starting to see even some more younger, relatively healthy people can get involved. And I think every one of us know someone who has gotten sick and has died from COVID-19. The mystery of how you can have so many people who have no symptoms and so many people who get seriously impacted is one of the reasons why we have a messaging difficulty, because most of the people who do well are young people. And they say, what do I got to worry about? My friend gets sick, they don't even know they're sick. My friend gets infected and he's out of action for 2 days and then he's back. And they don't see the people who are in the intensive care units and who are dying. So they say to themselves, why do I need to interrupt my life and interfere with a normal life when I need to get shut down? And that's the reason why there's that, in some respects, dichotomy of people that sometimes takes political connotations. Like you wear a mask if you're on this side of the group and you don't wear a mask if you're on the other.
Yep.
The uniqueness of, I've been through many, many crises for public health. I've never seen some infection that has been in the middle of such divisiveness. That makes public health messaging and public health implementation extremely difficult.
And Doctor, you say that in everybody's full knowledge of your involvement with HIV and AIDS, which certainly had a political component, but you suggest nothing like this, huh?
No, not at all. There was the in many respects, shameful stigma with AIDS for a while, particularly among men who have sex with men in this country. There was the lack of paying enough attention to it in the early years, when in the very early years of the Reagan administration, with all the many good things that President Reagan has done, the fact is they didn't put enough of the bully pulpit of the presidency to warn people that this is a disease that is not a problem of people, it's a problem of a virus. But other than that, it wasn't anything like the divisiveness that we're seeing right now, which really makes implementation of public health measures and public health messaging very difficult.
Yeah, no, I can concur. I can assure you, there's no daylight in that point of view in the practical application. We're in a state that's, in population terms, is larger than the populations of 21 states combined. And with a form of government, a system of government, where we put a lot of pressure and responsibility and accountability at the local level, local county sheriffs, rural, urban, all of those traditional divides. And so you're right, the mixed messaging has been a challenge, not just from the top, but also looking subnationally, state by state, but looking within states and looking at those realities in the application. From your perspective, did you see, even 6 months ago, did you think we'd be where we are today, 300,000+ lives lost? Or did you think that we would get it and get something done more impactfully in terms of mitigating the spread and transmission of this disease?
Yeah, I thought the latter, Governor. I was very disappointed. What I was hoping that we would see is that when we had the real serious challenge in the late winter and early spring of 2020, when New York was really getting hit badly and they were sort of dominating the situation in the country, I would have thought that as we came down to a baseline, we'd get down to such a low baseline that we'd be able to contain these blips that occurred. But if you go back historically and look at the evolution of the outbreak, we had the big hump, as it were, in the late winter and early spring. But instead of going down to a very low baseline, it went down to a baseline of 20,000 cases a day, which is a lot of cases of infection. And then we went along at that level and we decided appropriately that we were going to try to open up the country. We wanted to bring back the economy. So it was open up America again. Yeah. And we put together a number of guidelines that I spent a lot of time with my colleague, Deborah Birx, and others on the task force. Gateway, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. That would have been great, except that given the federalist approach in this country, multiple states did it very differently. Yeah. So instead of opening up and going down with the baseline, we went up to 70,000 cases a day. Then it came down to 40. And then when the cold weather came, we just went right off the roof. And now we're at 200,000 to 300,000 new cases a day. So what surprised me and really disappointed me so much was that I thought if we would get down to a really, really low baseline, as we had these individual little blips, we could do identification, isolation, and contact tracing, and we'd be in good shape. The only trouble is when you have 70, 80, 90, 100,000 community cases on a given day, it makes it almost impossible to do effective identification, isolation, and contact tracing. Yep. So we've been hit badly, and unfortunately, California is hit right now, currently, as bad as anybody, if not worse.
Yeah, our positivity rate, not as bad as many other states, but we certainly have seen the impact in our ICUs and hospitals in certain parts of the state, Southern California, San Joaquin Valley, Central Valley broadly, and that's certainly the case. It's interesting, you talk about contact tracing, 5 months ago, we were all talking about contact tracing. We were putting together a contact tracing workforce, and we partnered with UCSF and UCLA and started training workers, and we got a lot of our state staff to contribute. But a lot of folks aren't talking about it right now, and I think it's the point you're making is the magnitude now of the community spread puts so much pressure and makes almost the incapacity to substantively trace now, isolate, and quarantine. Is that point the point you were making, or is that should we actually double down now?
This is News Now from Fox. Right now we are listening to a virtual discussion with California Governor Gavin Newsom and Dr. Anthony Fauci. Now, when the governor asked about the new strain of COVID-19 from the UK, Dr. Fauci said that there is no indication that those who have already been infected with the coronavirus can get reinfected with the new strain. The doctor is also urging people to get vaccinated, saying that it is a safe vaccine and, quote, it can save your life, the life of your family, and the community, end quote. We will continue to listen in right here on News Now from Fox, and for some of our viewers, we will return right after this commercial break.
You could get a good feel for what the penetrance of infection is, and you can do something about it. So rather than individual identification, isolation, and contact tracing, which we shouldn't abandon, there's still a role for that. I think we should put much more emphasis on community type of surveillance testing so that you get a feel for where you are with schools, with prisons, with nursing homes. That's the way to go, because this virus is spread in a way that's without symptoms of many people. And you're not going to get to them by only testing people with symptoms.
The issue of PCR versus antigen, and you're making a case anew for antigen testing, despite some of the false positive debates. It's interesting. It's sort of, someone described to me the difference between the tests in sort of layman's terms like an X-ray or an MRI. We keep focusing on these MRIs, these PCR tests, when X-rays may work just for broad understanding of community spread.
Exactly.
What do we need to do more? Is it just, folks in positions like mine just need to make the case anew, or FDA needs to do that, or we all, what's been the friction point on broader distribution and recognition of the potency of antigen versus PCR testing?
That's a great question, Governor. I think it's a multifaceted reason. I don't think there's been one reason why we've not done it. I think it's just a gradual evolution now. We're starting to realize some of us realized it all along, but we're starting to now putting the pressure on. We really need to do this. We've shown that when you do that kind of testing, like in universities and colleges, the ones who've done it right have a very low level of infection, where you can just continually screen. And then when you get somebody who's infected, you pull them out of circulation, you keep them isolated for a while, and then you bring them back, rather than closing everything down when someone gets infected. That doesn't work well. And we've proven that it doesn't work well.
Yeah. You talked about schools a moment ago. Today we rolled out our plan for safely reopening schools. What do we say, and I've heard some of your public comments around the importance of default for in-person instruction, for social-emotional, not just data and intellectual purpose or academic purely rote, but on the basis of also the epidemiology and the basis of spread or the lack thereof comparatively. What do you say to anxious parents? I've got 4 young kids. We have 2 anxious parents at home. That includes me. What do we say to the millions of others? What do we say to the teachers that are still very worried, particularly when you have substantial rates of background and community spread, that we can honestly do this safely?
Yeah, we can do it safely. And I think there are 2 elements to that. One is the safety of the children, and it's the safety and concern, appropriate concern, that the teachers have. So as you know, you alluded to it, Governor, just a moment ago, my stance has been that we should use as our default position getting the children back to school and keeping them in school by putting together a program of supporting ways to prevent infection, by giving the schools and the teachers the resources that they may need to do that, including what I was alluding to just a moment ago of testing them and doing testing of the teachers and of the students in a surveillance way. We know something that we didn't fully appreciate several months ago, that unlike influenza, where the children get infected and they come home and they infect the parents, it looks now like, if you look at the school as a unit where people are versus the community and the home as a unit where people are, the children in school seem to be doing better when it comes to the level of infection than whatever going on in the community. So that was almost counterintuitive, but it's turning out to be that way. So with that as an epidemiological bit of data, what we should do is to do everything to support the maintenance of the children in school for several of the reasons you mentioned. There's so many reasons for that. Psychological for the children, the impact on working families. I mean, if you really want to get society back to some form of normality, one of the first things we have to do is to get the children back in school.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And Doctor, I'm very sensitive to your time. Just a few additional questions. I mean, the top question we're all getting right now. And I'm of the humble opinion we all should be a little humble because I think it's an extraordinary accomplishment. And I want to just congratulate you and all the team, Vice President on down, on Operation Warp Speed. I think it's an extraordinary accomplishment. The idea that, I was here in February learning about this virus. It was Corona, it was C9. I didn't even understand it. We had a Princess cruise line off the coast of California. We were starting to bring repatriation flights from Wuhan. No other state wanted those flights. And we were just grappling with the idea that now we've already applied and administered over 300,000 doses, I think is extraordinary. So I say that with respect that is, I think, deserved and is well earned by all of you that made that possible. But there's been some frustration, a little bit of frustration. We may have overpromised a little bit in the short run about the availability and the distribution of the vaccine. Have you adjusted based upon some of your previous comments where you expect we will be? I know we've gotten into herd immunity conversation. Is it 70%, 75, 80, 85%? But moreover, what's your sense? What do you say to someone who's looking out and is just hoping they're going to have a 4th of July like they had 2 years ago? Or is it really a September, October reality of some semblance of normalcy? Are we behind a number of months, or are we within a margin of error, third quarter, second quarter of the next year of hitting close to herd immunity?
Okay, no, you've asked a lot of questions, but they're all connected, so they'll be relatively easy to answer, Governor. So first of all, I had a good conversation at 7:30 this morning with General Gus Perna, who, as you know, is the person in Operation Warp Speed, is responsible for the delivery of the vaccines. And he admits that we're a bit behind, but what he believes strongly that in any massive undertaking, like the initiation of a massive countrywide vaccine program, you're going to get some bumps in the roads and some hiccups. And we believe, and he believes, and I trust him. He's somebody who is the kind of a person who is he's all into this, and he's doing everything he can, and he's good at his job. He feels that as we get rolling, we're going to be able to catch up. So the original proposal was 20 million doses, 40 million doses for 20 million people by the end of December, where you would give 20 million doses and hold 20 million back for the second shot. So they've delivered 11 million doses, and there have been about 2 to 3 million people who've been vaccinated. That's below the 2020. But as we get into January, the feeling is that we're going to gain momentum to be able to catch up. So that my feeling then is, let's assume, Governor, that we do catch up. And I'll answer the rest of your questions, which are all important questions. If we go through the priority people, we started off with healthcare workers and people in nursing homes and long-term care facilities. The next level were 75 and older and people who are critical to the running of society. And then the third level and the fourth and the fifth. By the time we get to the priority people, it likely will be the beginning of April. I would say end of March, beginning of April. So let's say at April, it will be what I call open season. Namely, anybody who wants to get vaccinated can get vaccinated. If we then diligently vaccinate people in April, May, June, July, that we will gradually and noticeably get a degree of protection approaching herd immunity, which I believe, first of all, no one really knows what absolute herd immunity is for coronavirus. We know what it is for measles because we have decades of experience with measles. So I would say it's somewhere between 70 and 85%. I believe that if we do the kind of vaccines through April, May, June, July, that by the time we get to the early fall, we will have enough good herd immunity to be able to really get back to some strong semblance of normality. Schools, theaters, sports events, restaurants. I believe if we do it correctly, we will be there by the early fall.
That's encouraging. And final question. A lot of asked, lessons learned, 1918, 1919, so many ways, some similar contours, the politics, the politicalization of masks, even back 102 years ago. Some of the issues around surge. Some have suggested we're in a second wave. Some have suggested this is a third wave. Some have suggested it's insignificant debate. But there is a sense that there's a hopefulness, rather, not just a sense that this may be the last big surge. And some have described a surge on top of a surge. You have others, surge on top of a surge on top of a surge, with the prospect now of Christmas, Hanukkah, obviously the holidays, more broadly defined, New Year's. Do you believe this is the last big surge that we will have to battle through?
Governor, I can tell you that, again, you can never guarantee anything, but I believe strongly that if we pull together as a nation and do the kind of public health measures seriously and uniformly up into and beyond the time that vaccines kick in, I believe that we can crush this outbreak within the time frame that I just mentioned to you. I really strongly believe that if we get people vaccinated, and let me use my conversation with you to encourage my friends and colleagues and everybody who I don't know in California, that if you have the opportunity to get vaccinated, please get vaccinated. It's a safe and it's a highly efficacious vaccine that could save your life, the life of your family, and the community. So I believe with those two things, adherence to the kind of things that you've been talking about in California, the public health measures, and as we gradually get more and more people vaccinated, we're going to be looking at this thing in the rearview mirror. I'm very confident that if we do those things right, that will happen.
I appreciate it. And forgive me for belaboring just one quick question, because we're in the midst of this intense dialectic, not in the midst. We've been for many, many months on stay-at-home orders, on guidelines, modifications to how businesses operate. I come from a private sector background, restaurants, hotels, bars, and wineries that have all been impacted. So it's not an intellectual exercise for me as an entrepreneur before I got into elected office, and the impact, the emotional impact, not just financial impact, of people whose entire dreams are on the line in terms of that entrepreneurial mindset and the impact it's having on their families and those that they employ and they support. There's this intense debate we're all having around the issue of the economy or public health. And I've heard you say it before, and it's so important if you can just help amplify the public health message is the gateway economic message to get us exactly where you just described we're about to go.
You said it very well. I've been saying this now for 9 or 10 months, ever since we tried to so-called open up the economy again. And that is, we need to use public health measures as a vehicle, a gateway, a tool to get the economy back. It isn't the economy versus public health. It's public health bridging you to getting the economy back. That's what we've got to realize, and not say, I don't want to do this because I want the economy to open. You will open the economy when you get the level of infection down, and the only way you're going to get the level of infection down before the vaccine kicks in is by the public health measures that you have been talking about and that we all have been talking about.
I appreciate it. And let me just close, as only a former San Francisco mayor can, by quoting the late, great Jerry Garcia of the Grateful Dead, who was asked, or rather once stated, that you don't want to be the best of the best. You want to be the only one that does what you do. That is a great way to describe you, Dr. Fauci, a national treasure. I'm humbled, honored, and so grateful for everything you've done for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for having me with you. It's been a pleasure to partner with you on this.
Thank you. Take care.
That was a virtual discussion led by California Governor Gavin Newsom and Dr. Anthony Fauci. Dr. Fauci saying that he believes if everyone continues to follow safety guidelines and receives the vaccine according to their priority group, the country may see some sense of normalcy by early fall, which I think is good news for everyone. Switching gears now, I want to bring you all to Louisiana, where Governor John Bel Edwards says that as early as Monday, the second priority group will be able to receive COVID-19 vaccinations. Now, this includes adults ages 70 and up. 100 pharmacies again will receive more doses of the vaccine in order to accommodate people in those priority groups. I will have a quick break for some of our viewers, and when we return, we will have that full update, raw and unfiltered, right here on NewsNOW from Fox.
19, and particularly around the vaccine and vaccinations, some things are happening pretty quickly, and we wanted to be able to communicate to the people of Louisiana today about a development. In a few minutes, I'll start talking about the next priority groups that we've identified and when we will begin administering vaccine to the next priority group. Obviously, this is great news because we really need to get as many Louisianans vaccinated as quickly as possible, because that is the way that we ultimately put this pandemic behind us. Unfortunately, I'm going to start on a much more somber note, and that is to make sure that everyone is aware of the death of Congressman-elect Loeffler, and certainly Donna and I extend our most sincere condolences to the family, and certainly have lifted them up in prayer, and we encourage everyone to do that. Luke was a good man. I had the pleasure of getting to know him about 12 years ago when I guess it was the very beginning of the first Jindal administration, and he was working for Governor Jindal. I was new to the legislature, and I will tell you, I always enjoyed working with him. There was no doubt he was bright and articulate and motivated by public service. He loved the state and its people, and I will tell you, it's just a devastating loss for Louisiana and for the people of the 5th Congressional District, who are not going to have the benefit of his representation in Congress. And it is hard to kind of wrap your heads around the fact that a young man who I think turned 41 years old the day after he was elected, so just earlier this month he made 41, with, as I understand it, not a single underlying health condition. Contracted COVID. I think he tested positive on the 18th of December and died a couple of days ago. That is just a tough thing to accept because it's not what we've come to expect. And I guess it just reinforces the message that we can have expectations, but at the end of the day, this is a novel coronavirus. This is a very serious disease, and it does affect people regardless of their age and regardless of their health conditions. Sadly, Luke is one of more than 7,400 Louisianans who have died because of complications related to COVID-19. And we should mourn all of those families. And, you know, we're closing out 2020. All of these people died this year. And I know that tomorrow being the first day of 2021, we're still going to be in this pandemic. And in many ways, I'm going to get to this in just a moment, it appears that it's worsening, not getting better. But I would just ask everyone to lift all of these families up in prayer, and that we do what we can as good neighbors to give them as much comfort and peace as we're able to do. Flags will be flown at half-staff in honor of Congressman-elect Loeffler on the day of his funeral. We don't know exactly when that's going to be yet. I will tell you that flags are at half-staff today for former Representative Vic Stelly and his wife, Terry, who died within 24 hours of one another because of COVID-19. Okay, on a somewhat more, well, actually a much more hopeful note, today on New Year's Eve, we can confirm that we will receive sufficient supply of the Moderna vaccine next week to begin making the vaccine available for additional priority groups here in Louisiana. And I want to say this at the outset. The number of vaccine doses that we're going to receive next week in order to start this is very, very limited. But it's enough for us to get started, to test our systems, to work out the kinks, and so forth. And over time, we fully expect that the number of doses will increase dramatically. And when that happens, we want to have everything ready to go to be as efficient as we can be in receiving, distributing, and administering these doses of vaccine. Vaccines thus far have been distributed to hospital personnel, long-term care residents and staff, so these are nursing homes and assisted living centers, and other pre-hospital medical personnel like EMS workers, fire department emergency responders, and so forth. We have called this group Priority 1A, and we basically took that priority group at the recommendation of the CDC and specifically the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. And so as we move forward, we won't turn off priority group 1A and turn on 1B, for example, they will both be operating simultaneously. And in fact, we've already begun making the vaccine available in small numbers for group 1B. For example, end-stage renal disease, facility personnel and patients, some home health agency patients and staff, and allied health students and staff. Again, in small numbers, but we've already started doing that before today's announcement. Now, though, we're excited to announce that as early as Monday, the rest of priority 1B, tier 1, will have the opportunity to start to receive the COVID vaccine. And principally, we're talking about individuals who are 70 years old or older, as well as ambulatory and outpatient health care workers. Now, that's a very large number of individuals who are 70 and older in Louisiana. I think it's 485,000, thereabout people. We don't have 485,000 doses of the vaccine coming Monday, and we wouldn't be able to do that in 1 week. And so I want to stress again that this is the beginning of the process to get to this group. Starting on Monday, approximately 100 local pharmacies across Louisiana will begin receiving their very first limited doses of the Moderna COVID vaccine to begin vaccinating these priority groups. And if you look up here, you can see the phase 1A population numbers, the phase 1B population numbers, and you can see who it is that is included. The next group will be priority 1B tier 2. It will include many essential workers, frontline essential workers, including teachers, grocery store employees, others who are helping to keep the state functioning. This group is not yet eligible for the vaccine, but I wanted folks to know that they're on deck so that they can sort of get prepared. And I can't tell you yet when we get to them because we literally only know Tuesday of this week how many doses of each vaccine we're going to receive for next week. But as we are able to do it, and it may be that we're announcing, like we are today, that we're going to get to a priority group starting on the following Monday. It's going to happen at some point in the future. I just don't know when that's going to be yet. And quite frankly, it's not possible to know right now. As you can see from the announcements that we've made thus far and this morning, we're following as closely as we can with the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice recommendations here in Louisiana. It's not a big change, but the biggest change that we have made is the recommendation came to us from CDC to start with age group 75 and older. We decided to do that 70 and older here in Louisiana because when you look at the data of who's having the most severe cases of COVID-19 requiring hospitalizations and too often ending in death, the clear demarcation in terms of age for Louisiana was 70, not 75. And so we chose that particular age. And going forward, we're also going to include certain individuals with certain comorbid health conditions earlier than the ACIP recommendation would get to those individuals. And again, that's driven by the data we have in Louisiana in terms of who's having the most severe cases, who's ending up in the hospital most often, and who it is that's most likely to die from the disease. And that's what we're trying to do. As best we can early on, we want to preserve hospital capacity and we want to save lives. We are also being guided by a sense of equity. We want to make sure that the vaccine is available in an equitable fashion across Louisiana to include traditionally underserved communities, whether they are in urban centers or in rural Louisiana. Again, initially, these doses will be in very limited supply. These supplies will increase over time as the manufacturing capacity ramps up and the distribution system reaches its potential and so forth. The vaccines will be sent to pharmacies who are registered with LINKS. That is the Louisiana Immunization Information System. So people who fall into one of these additional categories that I talked about for next week, 70 years old or older, 70 or older, I should say, or ambulatory or outpatient healthcare workers must contact a designated pharmacy to make appointments before going to be vaccinated. I'm asking those individuals to be patient with your pharmacy. This is going to be a limited release to start. Not everyone who is in these priority groups is going to be able to get a vaccine next week, and I think the numbers kind of speak for themselves there, but we do have the opportunity to get started, and that's what we're going to do next week. Importantly, no one should show up at a pharmacy without an appointment, because that individual will not get a vaccine, regardless of whether they are in the priority group. Pharmacies were randomly selected by LDH to ensure geographic representation across Louisiana. We did also apply a health equity lens to make sure that the pharmacies achieve the widest possible geographic and racial and ethnic representation of the state of Louisiana. I do not have today the list of the locations and names of these pharmacies. This information will be uploaded and available to the public on the LDH website on Monday, and it'll have the pharmacy name, its location, and its phone number. You can get that information from the coronavirus webpage. It's ldh.la.gov/coronavirus. ldh.la.gov/coronavirus. Again, it will have phone numbers for these pharmacies. You can call and try to schedule an appointment. Again, asking you to be patient, because the vast majority of people obviously are not going to be successful and get an appointment for next week. But we do have to start at some point, and we're able to get this started next week.
Stay with us. News Now from Fox returns right after this.
And there's no doubt that we will learn lessons next week and probably every day for the remainder of the time that we're vaccinating people here in Louisiana. We're going to learn lessons. We're going to realize that there are things that we can do better, and we will incorporate all of those lessons learned into our effort so that we can improve with efficiency over time. Again, you got to make an appointment. You're not going to receive a vaccine dose if you don't have an appointment. And one of the reasons we're requiring appointments is because we've seen elsewhere that people are showing up waiting 8, 10 hours or more, many times outside in poor weather conditions, and some of them ultimately don't get the vaccine. And that will undermine public confidence rather than add to public confidence going forward if that happens here in Louisiana and elsewhere. So we're going to try to make sure that that doesn't happen. Secondly, it's very important for the pharmacy to be able to have appointments to know how many doses it's going to administer on a given day, because once that vial is thawed, they have so long that to actually use all the doses in the vial, and then it's even a much shorter time period. It's hours from the time the first dose is taken out of a vial, and this is Moderna, so I think it's 6 hours. That vial has to be completely administered, otherwise you lose whatever doses remain. So in order to be efficient, in order to make sure that we are administering the vaccine to the maximum number of people possible and minimizing any waste with these vaccines, we are going to do this on an appointment basis, and I do hope the people across Louisiana will understand, will be patient, and understand that we are going to increase the numbers just as quickly as we possibly can. And then also you have to be patient, because we won't know until Tuesday of one week what's going to be available the next week. Speaking of next week, we do know that we will receive approximately 28,275 doses of Pfizer vaccine and 27,400 Moderna. Of the Moderna vaccine, more than half, in fact, 18,600 will go to long-term care facilities to continue to vaccinate those individuals in priority 1A. Because they're residents or staff of long-term care facilities. And those doses actually don't come to us here in Louisiana. They go to Walgreens and CVS. But we will receive here at the state level 8,800 doses next week of Moderna that will be sent to pharmacies so that we can get started with the vaccinations for these other individuals who are 70 and older. And in the priority 1B tier 1. Okay. We're in the third week of vaccinations here in Louisiana. We have begun the vaccination process for 45,289 individuals. That's confirmed because those individuals have been entered into the link system. I want to tell you a couple of things about that. I say we've begun the vaccination process because each of these vaccinations require 2 doses. You have a primer dose and then you have a booster dose. And for Pfizer, there's 21 days in between. And for Moderna, there's 28 days. You're not considered vaccinated until you receive the second dose. And you don't achieve the full maximum amount of immunity that you're going to have until 10 to 14 days after that second dose. So I just want to make sure that we're being clear about this. You are not vaccinated when you get that first dose of the vaccine. Secondly, with respect to the 45,289 number, we know that there is a lag time between when people receive that dose and when it's uploaded into links. So I can tell you I'm extremely confident that there's a significant number of individuals who have received the first dose and who are not included in that number of 45,289, but I can't tell you how many that is. What I can tell you is we are working with all of the enrolled providers and entities that are administering these doses, in getting these vaccinations started. We're making sure that to the maximum degree possible, they are administering these doses in an efficient way without any waste, and that they're doing it within the priority groups. And this is a process. I mean, the logistics involved in Operation Warp Speed from the very beginning, whether it's at the manufacturer and to the very end when that shot goes in someone's arm, this is just logistically speaking, a very, very complex operation. And certainly we're like, I guess, every other state. We're going to learn lessons. We're going to get better over time. And I think this has always been the case in vaccination efforts, that they never happen as fast as you might want. I mean, I think we can all agree that if we could have everybody in Louisiana vaccinated today, that's what we would want. But I can assure the people of Louisiana that we're working very, very hard to make this happen as soon as we can, as efficiently as we can, and without waste. So these are encouraging times because of the availability of vaccine, and that's going to increase over time. It's also encouraging that this is a very safe and effective vaccine. It is my understanding that at this point, we have not had a single significant adverse reaction to the vaccine here in Louisiana. So that goes to the safety. On the efficacy, we know that it's 94 to 95% effective in preventing cases of COVID, and virtually 100% effective in preventing severe cases of COVID. And so I'm encouraging everyone, in addition to the things we've been talking all along, making sure that you're masking, washing your hands, distancing from people who are not part of your immediate household, staying home when you're sick, all of those other things, add to the list Get vaccinated when it becomes available to you. That is how we will ultimately put this in our rearview mirror. And the sooner we can do that, the more lives will be saved. And I also want to say this right now. Even though I spent the first part of this press conference talking about the vaccine, the most effective tool that we have today to save lives, preserve hospital capacity, is this mask. And the reason is the vaccine is not available to everybody today, but this mask is, and this mask works. And when I go through these numbers, and I'm going to start here in just a moment, I do hope everyone is paying attention, because we're not in a good place in Louisiana. The country is not in a good place. And I'm going to give you some numbers that do not include whatever surge we're going to see from Christmas, because we're only 1 week removed from Christmas. And it takes about 2 weeks on average for any change in behavior to result in increased number of tests and hospitalizations and so forth. Yesterday, we reported our highest number of cases since the start of the pandemic. 6,754 new cases in Louisiana reported in a 24-hour period. That is a really big number. There is no way to sugarcoat it. I can tell you that test positivity has increased most recently from 9.8% to 10.7%. What that means is, of all the tests that we're administering during that time period that this was measured, 10.7% of those tests yielded a positive result. And that is a leading indicator, because if your positivity is increasing, you can expect more cases, more hospitalizations, and more deaths. We also have a lagging indicator, and that is hospitalizations. It too has increased, and I'm going to get to that number here in just a moment. But when you have leading indicators and lagging indicators that both show you're going in the wrong direction, you can slice and dice that any way you want to. The fact is, we're going in the wrong direction in Louisiana. And I am imploring people, whether you have embraced these measures before but just got tired of them and became complacent, whether for some reason you rejected the idea of wearing a mask and distancing and so forth all along, it is never too late to do the right thing. And the right thing here is to be responsible, to protect the health of your loved ones, to protect the health of your neighbors, people you don't even know, and yes, to even protect your own health and to save lives. So please adopt all of these measures now. We can't undo whatever was done yesterday, and we can't go back and do something that was undone and so forth. But starting today, we can do better. And if we will do that, we're going to be the better for it. And there is light at the end of the tunnel. So I'm not asking the people of Louisiana to do things forever. But there is a period of time, I think it is now measured in months, where we need to buckle down and we need to comply with these measures if we're going to preserve our hospital capacity and save lives. And quite frankly, I'll tell you, the things we're asking people to do are just not that onerous in light of how serious COVID is, how many people are impacted by it, how many people are dying from it. Yesterday, we sadly reported 51 additional deaths. That brings the total number of deaths in Louisiana to 7,448 since the start of the pandemic. Perhaps of most concern to me, hospitalizations are also rising presently at an alarming rate. We reported 1,717 patients in the hospital with COVID-19. Yesterday, 210 of those individuals on ventilators. That is a net increase of 186 since Christmas Day. When I say a net increase, you take out the discharges, and so you're just talking about the people in the hospital on a given day with COVID-19, 186 more since Christmas Day. I will tell you, our testing program has never been more robust than it is right now. 872,000 tests reported in the month of December. That far eclipses any monthly number that we've ever reported, and obviously we have one more day to report for December. But I don't want people to take that number and say, well, you only have additional cases because you're doing more tests. No, we have additional cases because we have more community spread, which is reflected in that increased positivity number. And the hospitalizations and the deaths are ground truth. Those are COVID patients in the hospital. Those are COVID-related deaths. And so none of those numbers are going in the right direction. And I know that there's a tendency out there, especially among certain people, to minimize just how dangerous and serious this situation is, and they look for ways to do that. It's just not possible to do that presently here in Louisiana or elsewhere in the country. This is a very, very serious time. And tonight is New Year's Eve. And I suspect that if you're like me, 2020 has been a very long and difficult year for you and your family, maybe for your business. You may be unemployed. Maybe you lost a loved one. Whatever. It's just been a tough, tough year. And we're all looking forward to a better 2021. And I am confident 2021 is going to be better. Not at the beginning, but 2021 is going to be better. But we would all like to celebrate tonight, the end of 2020, and looking forward to a better year. That is precisely the wrong thing to do if you insist on celebrating like you've done in years past. Just like we talked about at Thanksgiving and Christmas. We should not be gathering with people outside of our immediate household. We have to make sure that we're distancing, make sure that we're wearing our masks, and that our activities reflect just how much COVID is out there in every community across the state. And I can't imagine that I'm the only one who has this going on right now, but I personally know more people today with COVID, in the hospital with COVID, or who recently passed, who died because of COVID, than I've known throughout the entire pandemic to now. And so I'm just asking everybody to take stock of that and understand that this disease is very prevalent. And we don't know to what degree we might even have a new variant in Louisiana that could potentially be more easily transmitted than the one we've been dealing with. And we don't know. We know that new variant that was originally, I think, discovered in the UK, we know it's in the United States. It's been identified in Colorado and in California, but many people believe it's more widespread than that. But the bottom line is the measures we've been talking about are really the only ones available to us. And they work against that strain of COVID too. So I'm asking people as we end this year and start a new one that we be mindful of where we are with respect to COVID and this pandemic, that we conform our activities and our behavior to those things that will minimize the spread, that we, in short, that we are good neighbors. And if we will do that and get vaccinated as soon as we possibly can, then we can ensure that 2021 will be the very best year that it can possibly be. Personally, for our families, for our businesses, for the economy, for the hospitals, and for our healthcare workers, who quite frankly are fatigued. They are tired. They've been doing this since March. So, I am hopeful. I'm optimistic about 2021, but I'm realistic about where we are right now. I'm asking everybody to be realistic. We just can't lose focus now. In fact, we have to regain focus where we've lost it. Incredibly important. So with that, I will take your questions. I do have Dr. Cantor here from the Department of Health who will be available when you ask that question about our vaccination program that I just can't quite answer. Because this is a big program, not just logistically, but because it intersects with medicine and all of the logistical aspects of it, and quite frankly, changes that are occurring over time. So with that, yes, sir.
Are you considering additional restrictions or stepping back into a different phase?
Well, as I've said from the very beginning, what we're going to do is make sure that we don't lose capacity in our hospitals to render life-saving care to COVID and non-COVID patients alike. And if it becomes necessary to impose more restrictions in order to achieve that, then we're going to do it. We're not at that point right now. It is pretty easy to see that if we stay on the current trajectory that we will get there. But I will be meeting with our team and talking to medical directors and CEOs of the hospitals, the largest hospitals across the state of Louisiana, next week, as we always do, and we're always evaluating this. So it's certainly on the table. Whether we have to do it or not really is up to the people of Louisiana collectively. And hopefully they will embrace these measures that are necessary in order to prevent that from happening. And, you know, it's not anything, of course, there's not a decision, I guess, that I've made involving COVID that was a pleasant, easy decision. But it's one that I'm prepared to make if it becomes necessary. Yes, ma'am.
I hear you when you say there's a lag in knowing how many people have been vaccinated, but it does appear like the vaccinations aren't going as fast as you originally said they would. So why is that? And can someone clarify how many doses of the vaccine the state has received in total since it started receiving doses?
Yeah. First of all, I don't know when you reference something that I previously said. I don't know exactly what you're relating to. But I will tell you, it's a process. And when you think about everything that's involved from the time that we receive notice of what our allocation will be, and those doses coming into Louisiana, getting sent to the right place, being stored, and making sure that we're not wasting any of those doses, there's a certain amount of time that's associated with that. We're trying to minimize that time and be more efficient and make sure that we don't invite more waste as a result of that. And certainly, I'm not pretending that I'm ecstatic about the number of people that we can confirm have been vaccinated. I will tell when I say vaccinated, have received that first dose. I will tell you it's more than what we're showing in links, but nobody's happy with where we are right now, and this is going to continue to improve. We're at the very first stages of what is going to be a months-long process. And just like is happening around the rest of the country, I think you're going to see improvements over time here in Louisiana as well. But I want you, while I'm not pleased, I'm not despondent about things either. And I know that we have folks out there who are working extremely hard. You know, I have personally been to Oxnard when they started their vaccinations. I was at Our Lady of the Lake here in Baton Rouge yesterday. I went to Reserve, to the War Veterans Home, and saw those vaccinations going as well. And so I can tell you there's a lot of good work that's taken place. And you know, we're working hard here at the Department of Health and the Office of Public Health. And I'm going to ask Dr. Kenner to come up and expound on your question that I just tried to answer about where we are. But secondly, the number of doses that we have received up to now, because I don't have that at my fingertips.
Thank you, Governor. So I'll run through the list of what we've kind of received to date and what we expect by the end of the week, and talk a little bit more about the process. So the conclusion of this week will be the third week of the vaccination program nationwide, really. At the conclusion of this week, there will have been a total of 350,000 doses, 210350 doses allocated to Louisiana. Of those, 56,200 are earmarked for the long-term care partnership program, CVS and Walgreens. And as the governor said, those don't actually come to Louisiana until those two pharmacies draw them down themselves. So they kind of get earmarked into a separate pot. And then we're going to continue to get more next week. To expand a little bit more on the process, I mean, I think we all wish that the second a plane or a truck of vaccine enters state lines, that it just immediately gets administered into people's arms. But it's just not like that. Most of these either go directly to a hospital or come centrally to a staging area, get subdivided, get processed, and then get distributed out to other entities. They take a lot of pains to maintain cold chain. For the Pfizer, that's ultra cold, which takes a lot of consideration and time. When they get into an end user, say shipped to a hospital or a clinic, they have to be logged, have to be counted, stored appropriately. Then when it becomes time to use it, they have to be reconstituted and prepared. And to just think about what it's like for a hospital or clinic, that's the end user here, they're a vaccinator. They really don't know how much they're going to receive until sometimes that morning, maybe the night before, because the state doesn't know what we get allocated until a few days before. So at the end of the day, the biggest problem now, or biggest challenge I should say, is to minimize waste and ensure that no doses go to waste. So a hospital or clinic needs to make appointments, and there is a process. So it does take some time from the time a vaccine dose enters the state or across the state line, so to say, until it actually gets administered into someone's arm, and then, as the governor said, entered into the system and logged in a number that we can report. I'll also add, I'll tell you, and the governor had to express this on a phone call with hospital leaders a couple of weeks ago. We have never, at any point, anything in the history, asked more of our hospitals in Louisiana than we are right now. And we're asking them to create new treatment pathways, for example, for monoclonal antibodies, to weather this storm that this year has been, while their own ranks are getting sick and having to quarantine with COVID and isolate. And they're busier now, as the governor said, than they really ever have been. So it is a process. I think we all wish it happened overnight, but I think we're encouraged with the work that's happened so far.
So I'm not trying to be combative. I feel like the governor thought I was trying to be combative. Honestly, I think that there seems to be a difference in expectation from the public about how fast this was going to go and how it's actually going. And I'm just trying to, you did a great job, but I'm just trying to get to the bottom line of like, is it going more slowly than you all thought? And what are the challenges there?
The challenges are that it's a complex operation, and we don't have great visibility over what comes week by week. We find out a couple days, 3 or 4 days before, and at the end of the day, the most care has to be given to securing the storage of the doses, ultra cold storage, and it can't happen in a haphazard way because we can't accept any undue loss right now. So for those reasons, it is a little bit of a process. I think the holidays probably made it more complex, as hospitals and clinics probably had some staff that were out on leave during that time. I'm encouraged by the work that's happening. I think the number, the 45,000 number, as the governor said, is an undercount of what actually has been administered. And on top of that, I think that the pace will pick up substantially in the new year and after the hospitals. So I think we all wish it happened faster. I think we're encouraged by the work that's happened. Yes, sir.
What underlying health conditions are defined first, and what phase will that, or what tier will that be?
There's a real small select group that's included in what we're going into in the coming week, and that will be individuals with end-stage renal disease who receive dialysis and individuals who receive home health care services. The larger bucket of individuals who have underlying health conditions, according to the ACIP, they designated that for phase 1C, which we're not really discussing too much right now. Yes, sir.
This process of distributing the vaccines to pharmacies and requiring people to make appointments to receive the vaccines. I guess kind of worries me a little bit as far as pharmacies have a limited staff and, working hours. Why do it that way instead of distributing it to National Guard units, similar to the testing centers?
Wes is a veteran.
Excuse me? Well, thank you for your service. And if you're volunteering, we're happy to find a role for you. That will happen. In the coming year, there will be a range of options of people to able to get vaccine. I think we'll get to that very quickly in the new year. Pharmacies being one, clinics being one, some hospitals being one, and then community vaccination events, of which the Guard are going to play a big role in. So that's coming.
How does this commitment to an equitable distribution play into which pharmacies are being selected?
Well, I can walk you through the process that we used here, and we were really limited by two main factors. We were limited first by just how much we had available. So we have available, accounting for what we're going to receive from Moderna and Operation Warp Speed in the coming week, and the amount that was not yet allocated for in our own stores or that had already come in. 10,500 doses is the push that's going to be made to pharmacies in the coming week. That's the first limitation. The second limitation is it's actually an involved process for a pharmacy or for any vaccinator to become registered and enrolled, both with Office of Public Health and with the CDC. Both of those steps have to happen, and that takes some time to get things verified and enrolled. So of every pharmacy in the state, there's a subset of those that have completed the enrollment process. Another subset that are in the process of completing it, and that will happen as quickly as possible. So of the ones that have completed the enrollment process, they were divided up by parish. Each parish was weighed according to population, and then that was randomized. And there's a small number of parishes that don't have a pharmacy that's eligible in there. So during this first week, that'll be a gap that needs to be addressed going forward. And then after that randomization process happened, we took a look at it just to make sure appropriate geographic spread, that there weren't two pharmacies next door to each other, for example. Yes, ma'am.
Additional tests or different types of testing, since we see now a second variant that's already here in the United States? Is there going to be any type of change with that?
That's a great question. Not immediately, but on the back end. Won't be readily visible to people. It's actually already happening. So the type of test that really identifies this new variant is not the type of test, it's not a simple test that people get. It's a genomic sequencing that happens at a very specialized lab, and only a few places in the country can do this, the CDC being one, and then some research institutions, for example. Already, currently and going back, a sampling of lab specimens that get sent to the state lab in Baton Rouge get sent to CDC for this type of genomic sequencing. It's a surveillance program. I think there's been plenty written that the surveillance program in the country is not as robust as it really should be, and not as robust as some European countries, and I hope and expect that to get better. But even today, a sampling of specimens that gets sent to Baton Rouge to the state lab then gets shipped off to the CDC to do that type of sequencing, and the volume of those samples will increase in the new year as the CDC doubles our effort to do this type of sequencing. So to date, from Louisiana, none of those samples have shown positive for this new strand, the one that's in London. Furthermore, the CDC found out really only this past week that one of the testing platforms, the PCR testing platforms that is out there, it's one amongst many. There's a array of results. It doesn't just spit out positive, negative, it actually spits out a number of measures, different substrands of the virus that the PCR is picking out. There's a pattern that can suggest that the sample might be of the new variant, of which then it gets confirmed. So what we have done, this is one of the lab devices we have in the state lab, Baton Rouge. We've gone back and re-looked at all the samples that have been run on that platform, and none of them so far have that readout that suggests it could be a new variant. So on one hand, we feel confident at this point in saying that there's nothing to suggest that the new variant has shown in any of the specimens we've looked at. On the other hand, as the governor said, it very well might be here. I mean, it was in Colorado before they discovered it. Practically, it doesn't change a whole lot. Certainly doesn't change the propensity of people getting sick. It doesn't change anything people have to do with wearing a mask and distancing. We don't believe at this point that it affects the efficacy of the vaccines, and we're very thankful for that. There's a question nationally about whether monoclonal antibody treatments will be less effective against it. That's an unanswered question. The bigger question about the vaccine, we don't think it affects it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kenner. And one of the things that seems to be happening here and elsewhere that I think bodes well is that some of the initial hesitancy in the groups that we've already identified in priority 1A, for example, has already started to be overcome. And as more and more doses are administered without adverse reactions or very, very mild, I think you see more and more people stepping up to say, okay, I'm ready to take it now. So that's very helpful as well. And I do encourage people to understand that this is a safe and effective vaccine, that it is essential that enough individuals take it here in the state and around the country to create that herd immunity that you've been hearing about for so long, so that we can actually put this pandemic behind us. And I think, Dr. Canner, I was told that the number of samples that we will send to the CDC for the sequencing will actually double. It will double right after the first of the year. So I think that's an effort by the federal government to do much more surveillance than we've done in the past, which I think will be important. But while we talk about this new variant potentially being in Louisiana, we don't know, but it may be here. If is, we believe it to be more easily transmitted. But it doesn't change anything that we're asking people to do. It just makes it more imperative that people do it. If you've got a variant out there that is more easily transmitted, then the way you combat that is to wear your mask and to distance and to wash your hands and to stay home when you're sick. So it just makes it more important that we do the things that we've been talking about. And it's pretty cotton picking important that we do that regardless, right? We gotta do that even if that variant never comes to Louisiana, because of the numbers that we went through today and where we are as a state.
News Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
Congress has passed and the president has signed a new COVID relief package. I know there are some governors that have been complaining that they don't feel like there's enough money in there for states and local governments. I was wondering if you had any concerns.
Well, I do have concerns. First of all, we're very thankful for the relief that is in the package, whether it's relief for businesses, for individuals who are unemployed, the relief that's going to come to our higher education system, our K through 12 systems, including private schools, the additional funding that is there for testing and contact tracing and vaccinations, because that's going to be critically important. Because to get back to the question a while ago, we are going to have outside of our pharmacies other entities that we contract with in order to go out and to administer vaccines in some of these underserved areas. But until we knew how much money we had to do with, we couldn't enter into those contracts, and we're doing some of that now. We are going to employ the National Guard. There's a cost associated with that. But fortunately, we were given an extension of the Title 32 so that we're bearing only 25% of the cost of the National Guard, but that is still substantial. And so there's still a lot of things that are happening. It is important that state and local government get, I believe, one more round of assistance, financial assistance. And I'm heartened by the fact that the president-elect has said that what Congress just passed is a intermediate step, that more relief is on the way. And you know, I know that they were talking at one time about $150 to $160 billion total, and it didn't make it into this package. But it would be extremely helpful for the state and for local government to receive this assistance, and then we can, we in Louisiana had a pretty tough year, and even though the federal government is very generous, we haven't yet been approved for 90% on the disasters that we worked this year, including, by the way, the COVID disaster. But we had hurricanes where we're going to be eligible for 90%, but that hasn't happened. And so we have to come up with our share for all of these things. And I will tell you that some more assistance would go a long way. And I'm hopeful that the next Congress and the next administration will be able to work together to find a way to do what it appears to me a clear majority in Congress want to do. They just have to put aside some of the partisan differences and compromise and get it done. Yes?
Do you have any plans to get the vaccine yourself in 1 week without being government?
I plan to get it as soon as I'm in the priority group that has it available. And so that will happen for me down the road. It won't happen in the next tier group that we talked about today. But at some point, we're going to get to a broader group of first responders, including state level people who manage emergencies, people, for example, at the Unified Command Group, that all the state agencies that comprise the Unified Command Group and those members. When we get there, I will get the vaccine, and I'm looking forward to getting it, but I don't believe it would be appropriate for me to get it before we get to that point. And I wish I knew when that would happen, but we only know a few days in advance of how many doses we're going to get. We know about how many people are in each group, and if we just knew every week's dosages for the next several months, we could probably timeline that out. We just can't do that yet. Look, thank you all very much. This has been a tough and challenging year for our country and for the state of Louisiana. I am certainly mindful of that. And we can look forward, I believe, to a much better 2021. And I think at this time next year, for all practical purposes, we will be back to normal. But that is not going to be the case tomorrow or for the first few months of 2021. And so I am, again, appealing to the people of Louisiana to be focused on the task at hand, to understand we all have a part to play, and to please play it. And at the end of the day, do what is necessary to protect you and your loved ones, people that you work with, people that you associate with, and people that you don't even know. And we can only do that in this pandemic by wearing our masks, by distancing, by washing our hands frequently, and by getting the vaccine when it's available to you. All of these things are critically important. And I'm quite frankly, I'm looking forward to getting this pandemic in our rearview mirror. But it doesn't do any good to pretend we're better off than we are, because quite frankly, we're not. Even though we're hopeful about the vaccine and the vaccinations, we're still in a very precarious place today, and just like most of the country. So we've got a lot of work to do. I'm optimistic that we're going to get it done. I continue to be inspired by the goodness of the people of our state, and I believe that they will rise to the current challenge. And we're going to do everything we can as a state to make all of this, whether it's the healthcare aspect of it or the vaccination aspect of it, much more efficient than it has been. But I am not terribly disappointed. I just know this is the beginning of a long process. And it's going to improve over time because we have really good public servants working with private sector partners and with everyone who's involved. And while this is the biggest effort we've ever had at vaccinations, it's not the first time we've ever done this. And pharmacies, getting back to your question, pharmacies administer vaccines all the time. And they have to be an integral component of our overall effort. But we're going to do it at clinics, at hospitals. We're going to do it at health units. We're going to have the National Guard out doing strike teams when we get to that point. We're going to have other private vendors who go out and help us get to those underserved areas, whether they're in urban centers or whether they're out in the rural parts of Louisiana. It is going to be a very comprehensive effort. But you don't have that in place in the third week when your doses are so limited. And you just found out what kind of money you're going to get in order to pay for those things. So this is a process. It is going to play out. We're going to do it as best we can. And I can assure you we're going to make mistakes. But I can also assure you we're going to learn from those and very quickly correct them and do things better. That's the way this is going to work. And I am extremely optimistic about our future. And so I think that's the last thing I'm going to say at this press conference. We will probably have another one every next week and get back to having them now that we're through the holiday period, at least once a week, if for no other reason than to make sure there's an update on the doses that we're going to be receiving for the following week and who is in that the priority groups that we're going to be working on. But I encourage everyone to lift up our state and our country in prayer. Next month we've got a change of administration in Washington and just an awful lot going on. And so I would ask you to pray for leaders at all levels and for one another. And let's do that. Let's make sure 2021 is just a much, much better year. I'm optimistic that it will be. So thank you all. God bless, and we'll see you next week.
This is News Now from Fox. Now, we all know all eyes are on Georgia. We are just 2 days away from the Georgia runoff election. Republican Senator David Perdue, who is vying for re-election against Democrats John Ossoff, remains in quarantine after coming in close contact with a campaign staffer who tested positive for the coronavirus. But he did call into Fox News Saturday morning, urging Georgians to vote for him and fellow Republican incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler, who faces a challenge from Reverend Raphael Warnock. And we want to bring you that interview in full right here on News Now from Fox. All right, guys, it looks as though we're having a bit of audio issues. We will bring you this interview a little bit later on in the show. Right now, I want to bring you all a live picture from the Senate floor.
And forbearance, we enter this new year relying dangerously on our own fallible nature. God, at a moment when many believe that the bright light of democracy is beginning to dim, empower us with an extra dose of commitment to its principles. May we of the 117th Congress refuel the lamp of liberty, so brimful that generations unborn will witness its undying flame. And may we model community healing, control our tribal tendencies, and quicken our spirit, that we may feel thy priestly presence even in moments of heightened disagreement. May we so feel your presence that our service here may not be soiled by any utterances or acts unworthy of this high office. Insert in our spirit a light so bright that we can see ourselves and our politics as we really are, soiled by selfishness, perverted by prejudice, and inveigled by ideology. Now may the God who created the world and everything in it bless us and keep us. May the Lord make his face to shine upon us and be gracious unto us. May the Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon us and give us peace. Peace in our families, peace across this land, and dare I ask, O Lord, peace even in this chamber, now and evermore. We ask it in the name of the monotheistic God, Brahma, and God known by many names, by many different faiths. a man, and a woman.
The representatives-elect and their guests will please remain standing and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As directed by law, the Clerk of the House has prepared the official roll of the representatives-elect. Certificates of election covering 434 seats and the 117 Congress have been received by the Clerk of the House. The Clerk has not received a certificate of election from the 22nd District of the State of New York. The names of those persons whose credentials show that they were regularly elected as representatives in accord with the laws of their respective states or of the United States will be called. The representatives-elect will record their presence by electronic device, and their names will be reported in alphabetical order by state, beginning with the state of Alabama, to determine whether a quorum is present. Representatives-elect will record their presence by electronic device. Representatives-elect who have not obtained their voting cards may do so now in Statuary Hall.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are taking a live look at Capitol Hill, where the 117th Congress is convening. Right now, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who is the only woman to serve as Speaker, she is seeking re-election to the post. And Democrats have a very narrow majority over the party, the most narrow majority in over 20 years, beginning this session with a 222 to 211 advantage. We will continue to listen in right here on News Now from Fox as the 117th Congress is convening for the first time. We have about 9 minutes until we receive a final vote count. Until then, some of our viewers will see a commercial break. And when we return, we will have the most recent campaign event from John Ossoff. Switching gears, guys, I want to bring you all to the Senate floor where Vice President Mike Pence is making formal remarks. Let's take a look.
The clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Mr. Graham, Mr. Haggerty.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? You take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator. Clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Mr. Hickenlooper, Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? You take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations, Senator. Clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Lujan.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? You take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator. The clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Ms. Lamas, Mr. Markey.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? You take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator. The clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator. The clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Mr. Merkley, Mr. Peters.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator. Clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator.
Congratulations.
Clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sass.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion? And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
I do. Congratulations, Senator.
News Now from Fox returns after this commercial break.
The clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Smith.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? Do you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? Do you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion? And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator. The clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tillis.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you.
Clerk will call the names of the next pair.
Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Warner.
You're watching News Now from Fox. We are taking a live look
Please
from
raise
the
your right
Senate
hand.
floor where Vice President Mike Pence is
Do you
swearing
solemnly
in
swear that
new
you will support and defend the
newly elected,
Constitution of the United States
senators?
against all
Some of our
enemies,
viewers
foreign and
will now
domestic?
see a quick commercial break.
That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So help you God? I do. Congratulations, Senator. Majority Leader.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The absence of a quorum has been suggested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Loeffler. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
A quorum is present. Majority Leader.
Very briefly, I simply want to welcome all senators on this first day of the 117th Congress. Today, 6 new members are joining our ranks for the first time. Senators Hagerty of Tennessee, Hickenlooper of Colorado, Lujan of New Mexico, Loomis of Wyoming, Marshall of Kansas, Tuberville of Alabama have been elected to serve the people of their home states. And of course, Senator Kelly of Arizona was sworn in a few weeks ago. We congratulate all our new colleagues as well as their families. We look forward to the ways in which their unique experiences, their ideas, and their priorities will enrich this institution and strengthen our shared work for the nation. To say the 117th Congress convenes at a challenging time would indeed be an understatement. From political division to a deadly pandemic to adversaries around the world, the hurdles before us are many, and they are serious. But there's also plenty of reason for hope. An optimistic, forward-looking, can-do spirit has been one of our country's most distinctive calling cards since our very earliest days. And with safe and effective vaccines rolling out across our nation every day, I'd say 2021 looks bright already. We gavel in today like 116 prior Senates have gavelled in before us, with plenty of disagreements and policy differences among our ranks, but all swearing the same oath to support and defend the same Constitution, all loving the same country, and all of us committed to do all we can to leave behind an even stronger nation than the one we've been blessed to inherit. So I look forward to the Senate's work these next 2 years. Let's make the American people proud. Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRES 1 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 1, establishing a committee to inform the President of the United States that a quorum of each House is assembled.
Is there objection to proceed?
Stay with News Now from Fox. We will return right after this commercial break.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection. Pursuant to Senate Resolution 1, the chair appoints the senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell, and the senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, as a committee to join the committee on the part of the House of Representatives to wait upon the President of the United States and inform him that a quorum is assembled and that the Congress is ready to receive any communication he may be pleased to make.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRS 2 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 2, informing the House of Representatives that a quorum of the Senate is assembled.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRS 3 submitted earlier today.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 3, fixing the hour of daily meeting of the Senate.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of SCON Res 1.
The clerk will report.
SCON Res 1, concurrent resolution to provide for the counting on January 6, 2021 of the electoral votes for President and Vice President of the United States.
Objection to proceeding to the measure? If not, without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent the concurrent resolution be agreed to, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of SCON Res 2.
The Senator wait, please. The chair appoints the Senator from Missouri, Mr. Blunt, and the Senator from Minnesota, Mr. Ms. Klobuchar, as tellers on the part of the Senate to count the electoral votes. Senate Majority Leader.
Here. I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of SCON Res 2.
The clerk will report.
SCON Res 2, concurrent resolution extending the life of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent the concurrent resolution be agreed to, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I send to the desk in block 11 unanimous consent requests, and I ask for their immediate consideration in block. I further ask that the request be agreed to in block, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and that they appear separately on the record. Before the chair acts on my request, I'd like to point out that these requests are routine and done at the beginning of each new Congress.
Is there objection to the reading of the resolutions in block? Yeah, and agreeing to the consent in block. Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I have a resolution at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 4, fixing the hour of daily meeting of the Senate.
I ask for its immediate consideration and to send the resolution over under the rule. I object to my own request.
Objection is heard. So the resolution will go over under the rule.
Not through now.
Okay, under previous order, the leadership's time is reserved. Under previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President, can we have order in the Senate?
Senate will be in order. Senate Majority Leader.
I understand there's a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S11, a bill to provide for an exception to a limitation against appointment of persons as Secretary of Defense and so forth.
The Senate,
Mr. President, can we have
Senate
order?
will be in order. Senate Majority Leader.
I now ask for a second reading and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection haven't been heard.
Okay, colleagues, we're about to wrap up here.
The bill will.
We have order in the Senate.
The bill will receive a second reading in the next legislative day. Okay. Hey, can we have order in the Senate, please? Can we have order in the Senate, please? Senate Majority Leader.
I would just say to everyone that we're about to go out of session, so there'll be plenty of time for congratulations and comments. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 12:30 Wednesday, January 6th. Further, following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, and the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Finally, following leader remarks, the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection, so ordered.
So if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask to stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands in adjournment until Wednesday at 12:30.
You're watching News Now from Fox. We just showed you all a live, raw, and unfiltered feed straight from the Senate floor where Vice President Mike Pence was swearing in new and re-elected senators. Now, as we all know, all eyes are on Georgia. There are only 2 days until the Georgia Senate runoff. It looks like we have a breaking live feed. Democrat Senate candidate John Ossoff is in Georgia. Let's take a look.
But then, we do it with the vote? Yeah. We'll get it down. Oh, they'll take it with your camera.
All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, hold on 1 second. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you guys. Good luck. So put it down right there because we all get in this picture. Go ahead, man. Hey. You ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you, ma'am. You want to go?
I don't know, like I think 341 our place. Yeah. Do I need to be in there? All right, okay, hold on, I gotta take a picture.
One, 2, 3.
Yes!
All right, you guys can go.
Oh, sorry.
Man, how are you? Nice to meet you. California.
1, 2, 3. All right, thank you guys. Hey, Athens. Hey, Athens. Hey, Athens. Hey, can y'all hear me all the way in the back over there? Can y'all hear me all the way out there? Athens, thank you so much for coming out. You look amazing. It's an amazing turnout. And Athens, y'all still hear me? It all comes down to Tuesday, Athens. We good on the microphone? Good. It all comes down to Tuesday, Athens. So Athens, I want you to say this with me now. Say vote. Vote. Say vote. Vote. It all comes down to Tuesday. Just think for a moment, Georgia, about how far we've come. How far we've come. Think about how far we've come in the American South. Georgia is the most competitive battleground state in the United States. You did that. You did that. And not only is Georgia the most competitive state in the United States, Georgia hosts 2 United States Senate runoffs to determine control of the United States Senate. And think about how far we've come, Athens. That your standard bearers here in Georgia are the young Jewish journalist, son of an immigrant mentored by John Lewis, and a black pastor who holds Dr. King's pulpit at Ebenezer Baptist Church. Think about how far we've come, Georgia. And I want to give a huge shout out and ask you once again to join me in honoring and making some noise for Daniel Blackman, your next Public Service Commissioner. Thank you so much, Daniel. But see, Athens, now we have to show the world. We have to prove to the world how far we've come. We have to prove to the world what Georgia stands for. We've had 4 years of racism and hatred and bigotry and fear-mongering. We've had a year of catastrophic incompetence in the midst of the worst public health crisis in generations. Hundreds of thousands have lost their lives and millions have lost their jobs. But see, now Georgia has the opportunity to define the next chapter in American history. Georgia has that power. Feel that power. Athens, you have that power. Because Donald Trump is leaving. He may not know it yet, but Donald Trump is leaving. And Georgia sent Donald Trump packing. You did that. So the question that we have to answer is what comes next? Think about this opportunity that we have with just a few days left. It's about time that we built a politics and made policy that was based on love, that was based on compassion and decency and unity. Turn to your neighbor and tell him you love him. It's been too long since we had politics based on love. This is a movement for health, jobs, and justice for the people. Health, jobs, and justice for all the people. Athens, do you believe like I do and like Reverend Warnock does that health care is a human right and not just a privilege for those who have enough money in their bank account or live in the right zip code? Health care is a human right, Athens. I was just down in Cuthbert, Georgia, about a week ago, in South Georgia, Randolph County. They lost their hospital in October. Here in the United States of America, the hospital closed in the middle of a pandemic. And now the people of Cuthbert, they have to drive an hour and a half or 2 hours just to get to an emergency room. In the United States of America, we're the wealthiest country in the world. You send me and Reverend Warnock to the United States Senate, we will reopen the 9 hospitals that have closed in Georgia in the last 10 years. We will deliver the federal resources to build clinics to serve every community in this state. We will establish health care as a human right for all the people in this country. Health, jobs, and justice for all the people. Let's talk about jobs for a moment. You know, we really have bigger and better things to discuss than David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, but let me just say this. We have 2 United States senators who, when they learned about the threat that COVID-19 posed to their own constituents, their first call was to their broker. They treated this pandemic as an opportunity to profit, and David Perdue opposed even the first round of $1,200 stimulus checks for the people, because David Perdue does not care about us. All year long, David Perdue opposed direct relief for the people. He changed his tune 6 days before an election. Athens, you deserve a senator who has your back, not just when it's time to answer to the people, but at all times. And when so many are suffering, you send me and Reverend Warnock to the Senate, we will pass those $2,000 stimulus checks, because families need help staying in their homes and staying on their feet. And we have the opportunity, Athens, to pass the most ambitious infrastructure and jobs and clean energy program in American history to rebuild from this crisis and to save our planet. We can upgrade our public schools. We can build new transit and transportation solutions to connect Athens with the rest of this state and Georgia with the rest of the Southeast. We can invest in clean energy to make the United States the #1 producer of renewable energy in the world, and Georgia the #1 producer of clean energy in the American South. We can do all these things. We should feel excited about the opportunity we have to do so much good. I want you to feel that. We have the power to do so much good for the people and for the country and for the world, Georgia. Health, jobs, and justice for all the people. The 14th Amendment of our Constitution already guarantees equal protection under the law, Athens. But when Ahmaud Arbery is shot to death in broad daylight on camera in the street in Glenn County, Georgia, and the local authorities look the other way because he is a young black man, that makes a mockery of equal protection under the law. So Athens, are you ready to fight to pass a new Civil Rights Act that will secure equal justice for all, no matter our race and no matter our class? Are you ready to fight to pass a new Voting Rights Act that will secure the sacred franchise and end voter suppression? We can do all these things. Health, jobs, and justice for the people. The ballot box is where we demand progress. The ballot box is where we hold those who represent us accountable. You've got some fantastic representatives right here in Athens. I want to congratulate your new district attorney, my friend Deborah Gonzalez, for her victory and for the commitments, the difference that Deborah is already making to reform criminal justice in Athens-Clarke County. I want to thank your mayor, Kelly Gertz, for his friendship and his hard work and his passion. I want to thank Russell Edwards for your support. I want to thank State Representative Spencer Fry, who's an amazing guy representing you in the General Assembly. Athens, you've got some great representatives. And now it's time to make a change at the level of the United States Senate. Retirement is coming for Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue, Athens. So when you're out there on the doors today, because we're here to work, not just to rally. When you're out there on the doors today, feel that love that's motivating us to do this in your hearts. Let the spirit of this movement, of this campaign, guide you in these conversations. It's not just how many doors you knock on. It's the quality of the conversations that you have. Y'all, it's going to come down to just a few thousand votes. These meetings that you have with your neighbors at their doorsteps will make history, will change the course of American history. You are making the difference today. There is nothing more important than what you're doing. Not all the TV ads in the world, not all the mailers in the world. This is what it's all about, with just 4 days to go. So I want you to know how deeply I appreciate that you're doing this. I know you're not doing it because of my ambition. I know you're not doing this for the glory of a political party. You're doing this because of the real human consequences of elections. Because public policy makes a difference in people's lives. Because we deserve elected officials who put us before themselves. So Athens, get ready to work. Get ready to knock on those doors. Get your neighbors out to the polls. Let's shatter records and send a message on Tuesday about what we stand for as a state. I love you, I appreciate you, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. And y'all throw those hands in the air. I gotta get a photo with you real quick. Appreciate you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox. Well, you saw it. All eyes are on Georgia this weekend. With just 2 days to go before the Georgia runoffs, the candidates are making their final push to secure their place in the Senate. A record number of Georgia residents have already turned out to vote early, with more than 2 million people voting early in person and nearly 930,000 voting by mail. That's over half the number of Georgia voters who voted in the 2020 presidential election, to put that in perspective. Now, this is very important because this will determine which party takes control of the Senate, and Fox News has a report. I'm going to play that out in full for you right now. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday on News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
A record number of Georgians have already turned out to vote early. Now the focus for Democrats and Republicans is physically getting their voters to the polls come Election Day. Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler making a number of stops around the state today as she tries to make a case compelling enough to get GOP voters to actually show up and cast a ballot come Tuesday. And she's doing so without the help of fellow Republican Senator David Perdue, who is quarantining after a COVID-19 exposure.
You've got to call your friends, your family, your coworkers, your folks at school and church, your frenemies. Make sure that they have a plan to vote, because the future of the country is on the line. You heard Chuck Schumer say, now we take Georgia. then we change America.
The Republican senators find themselves in an awkward position as they look to the president to help drive up turnout ahead of Election Day. President Trump continues to question the integrity of Georgia's elections to millions of his supporters. Meanwhile, Democrats are largely focused on getting out the vote in predominantly black neighborhoods. John Ossoff's campaign hiring 2,000 mainly minority workers who will explain what Ossoff and fellow Democrat Raphael Warnock have to offer and then get those folks to the polls to cast a ballot.
You deserve a senator who has your back, not just when it's time to answer to the people, but at all times. And when so many are suffering, you send me and Reverend Warnock to the Senate. We will pass those $2,000 stimulus checks because families need help staying in their homes and staying on their feet.
Polls here in Georgia are open bright and early at 7 a.m. on Tuesday. Charles Watson, Fox News. A record number of Georgians have already turned out to vote early. Now the focus for Democrats and Republicans is physically getting their voters to the polls come Election Day. Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler making a number of stops around the state today as she tries to make a case compelling enough to get GOP voters to actually show up and cast a ballot come Tuesday.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. And of course, we will have the live coverage from Georgia all across the country. Today, we will have that for you. Those runoff elections just days away, and we're going to have a couple of those campaign rallies over the next couple of hours, and we will bring that for you live right here on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, winter storm conditions get the new year off to a dangerous start, and it really has impacted a large section of the country. The storm started in Texas and moved northeast. Now, one man was killed Saturday when he jumped out of his vehicle to warn other drivers of the icy roads, but then was struck by another vehicle. Fox News has a report on these conditions. You're watching News Now from Fox.
The new year begins on a hazardous note as snow and ice storms blanket a large swath of the country from Texas to Maine. The Kansas City, Missouri metro area seeing up to 6 inches of snow, as well as an accumulation of ice, making for dangerous driving conditions. The winter storm conditions also making things difficult for drivers in Oklahoma City. A semi-truck flipped over on Interstate 35 on Friday morning after sliding on the slick, snowy road. Officials say the incident took out part of the retaining wall. Fortunately, the driver was not hurt.
It's bad. This is awful. There's a slickness underneath everything from the rain that's been here. So this is a pretty bad snowstorm. It's just such a unique mix.
In Wisconsin, the sleet and snow came down fast, causing trouble. The Racine County Sheriff's Office responded to dozens of crashes in just a few hours, including a 7-car pileup that prompted officials to shut down parts of I-94. Authorities urging residents to practice safe driving habits.
If you don't slow down and move over, which is a state law, you're risking not only your own life, but the lives of our men and women that are fighting to protect those people that are hurt and possibly trapped in these crashes.
Meantime, in Overland Park, Kansas, some families made the best of the situation by going sledding. On Sunday, rain and snow are expected in the Northeast, including the New York City area. The snowfall is expected to be light to moderate. In Los Angeles, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. Well, broadcast journalist Larry King has been hospitalized with COVID-19. This is according to CNN, where he was a longtime host. According to reports, he is receiving medical care at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles. And due to protocols in the hospital, King's 3 sons have been unable to visit him, according to a source at CNN. Now, King has overcome several serious health issues in recent years, including lung cancer in 2017. So we wish him a very speedy recovery. All right, well, sticking with the topic of COVID-19, the mayor of Houston visited the city's first COVID-19 vaccination site yesterday. I'm going to play that out in full for you right now. Some of you will have a quick commercial break, and the rest of you will continue streaming with us right here on News Now from Fox. Happy Sunday, everyone. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
What's up?
Mr. Mayor, is the city planning on opening up any more sites? You touched on this already. These questions for KTR Day. With the demand today and the number of vaccines available?
Absolutely. This was just the first initial site. The city got its initial dosage, the city and the fire department, on Monday, just Monday, less than a week ago. So this is the first Houston clinic site that's been set up that is responsive directly to the community itself. This is the first of many that will be set up. In addition, there are a number of other providers who haven't gotten vaccine. We're providing doses to them as well. And then the goal now is to, and we'll provide additional information tomorrow for additional sites that will be made available. We'll have online opportunities as well for people. But I really would like to see a mass mega site set up by week's end.
Should schools be reopening with the current community spread going on?
We want to do everything we can to keep our schools open. I do know that Director Williams has been in direct conversation with, for example, with the superintendent of HISD. Are you free to talk about that, Director Williams? Yeah, because I think that's important. Director Williams, why don't you come on? I was going to say, who?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question. I had a conversation with Dr. Lake earlier this week, and my desire is to actually look at this population within the school system to ensure that there are vaccines available for them, because we really want to do anything to support continuing education for our children.
And let me just say that so the plan is to work with our area superintendents, with their nurses, their staff, to make sure that teachers and other educational support staffs, that they are getting the vaccine as well, because we do want to keep our kids in school as best we can. And so that means making sure that the teachers, the cafeteria workers, the bus drivers, and others receive the vaccine, especially for those that fall within that 1A and 1B category. So we'll be working with all of our area superintendents.
The medical center 7-day average positivity rate is at 15.9, 14-day average for Harris County and Houston on its dashboard is 14.5. If the positivity rate continues as it is now or increases, what is the city's plan to try to prevent the state's guidance to pull back or reduce capacity?
Well, the positivity rate is increasing. It's been increasing for the last 6 weeks in the city of Houston. The number of hospital admissions, that number has been increasing. The last time I looked, I didn't see it this morning, but yesterday morning I think that number was a little over 1,800. And again, during the summer, as a benchmark during the summer, the number was more than 2,400. So we are moving in that direction. It's been going up, not coming down. So we recognize that. The city has canceled all permitted produced events. We canceled those. I canceled those in March, and we really haven't undone that. And so we have never recommended going to full capacity on anything or 75% capacity. We've never done that. And so pretty much what we have operated, laid out the things that we can do within the cities and the county's abilities. I was contemplating at one time even doing a curfew, but you saw where Austin put in a curfew, and that's been challenged by the governor and the attorney general, and then the Texas Supreme Court said no to that because it would violate the governor's order. So I would just say we're doing everything that we can locally. As you know, we have been putting forth strong messages, both the county judge and I, repeatedly, over and over and over and over again. So we've been doing that. I would pretty much say, let me defer that question to the governor and to the people at the state level. I'm sorry.
I just want to add one thing, please. It's our responsibility to look nationally, and 14% is not a good number. But when you look nationally, you can see what we've tried to do here with the mayor's leadership, that our numbers do not compare to some of the dastardly areas that we now are dealing with. To look to our friends in Los Angeles, where they are highly saturated. They have large numbers of people dying. Someone said 1 every 10 seconds. I think that was the number that was being said. So the fact that we've had this kind of, I should say, hard hand on these large events, I think have made a difference. We're coming into a surge that is going to be unbelievable. That's what all the scientists are saying. And I think what we need to do is the community needs to continue to support this city and this county in order to make sure that our surge doesn't go up. What we have been doing has been making a difference. That's why we're trying to get these vaccines and money down here as quickly as possible. You can see the difference in what is going on here in Houston, Texas.
How is social distancing being handled at the airports today in your advice for travelers?
Well, number one, I'm not encouraging anyone to travel. I think that's number one. I know there are certain people that have to travel. The last time I was on a plane was in February of 2020, okay? So unless you just have to go to Congress to fight for more resources for counties and municipalities, you know, I'm telling people stay on the ground. But, you know, look, putting on these masks are critically important. I cannot understate that enough. It's still highly important to put on masks. And I certainly have mine on. I'm looking for my other one. Here it is. You know, if you get past one, I try to make sure you don't get past the second one. So wearing the mask and social distance, all of those things are important. I do want to follow up to what the Congresswoman just said. Even though our numbers continue to rise, the difference from the summer is that they've been rising gradually, which gives our medical team a better opportunity to try to provide medical care for the people who have contracted this disease and people in the hospitals. If you look, for example, at the number of deaths across the country, we are like, in the major cities, we are down the chart. We are behind cities like New York and LA and Chicago. When you look at the numbers, when you look at the number of people who have contracted this virus per 100,000, we are still down the chart. So relatively speaking, yeah, we are not as bad as many places, but it is still concerning when the positivity rate continues to rise and when the number of hospitalizations continue to rise. That is concerning. But, you know, you don't want to lose one person. But for example, we're reporting 8 deaths over 2 days today. So we just have to continue to do what we have done in the past when we curved what took place during the summer. And that is to keep these masks on pretty much, unless you're eating or drinking, you know, keep these masks on and avoid large crowds. If we do that together and then take the vaccine, then we can arrest this virus, blunt its progression, and then we'll be in better shape. I still anticipate that 21 will be a heck of a lot better than 2020.
Director Stephen,
yes.
I want to get a clarification for the population. Chronic diseases are not pre-existing conditions. High blood pressure alone, diabetes alone, cancer alone, could that be an indication, a criteria for 1A, or what are they considered in order to qualify so that we don't get people jump over the line?
Steve?
Actually, if you look at the state website, I think you're referring to 1B. It says individuals that are 65 and above, and it says individuals that are 16 and above with one of the 9 conditions that are listed, but it also says such as. So it's not limited to just those 9 conditions. Type 2 diabetes, COPD happens to be 2 of those. Individuals with a BMI of over 30. Actually, I might look healthy, but my BMI is actually over 30.
Any other?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The congresswoman talked about the different buckets of the money that are supposed to support or bring about the vaccine to the population. Now, is the city department fighting, contesting, competing with the other health units that are federally booked to provide the vaccine? Is the city trying to go ahead of them? Is the city trying to tell CDC to first send the money to the city to decide what are the criteria? Are you trying to undermine what is already on the plate, or what was the congressman actually saying as you understood?
The short answer to that is no. We're not trying to undermine any process. We, as the Houston Health Department, are a directly funded city. There are several directly funded cities within the state. San Antonio, Tarrant County happen to be, and Dallas happen to be examples of those. We have about a half dozen funding streams where we get funds directly from the CDC. And so what we're encouraging them to do is to use those already established funding streams to give us resources to fight COVID-19.
And a follow-up question. Mass vaccination actually requires that the mass monitoring and evaluation of the vaccinated be done still for 15 minutes. Are you sure that with all these massive centers you want to open, you have the personnel to be able to man them and take care of the supposed evaluation and assessment that is required for 15 minutes and other problems like allergy?
Actually, you see that exhibited here indoors. We've actually done a test run, a simulation where we brought over 300 people through a drive-through on this same parking lot. And we did observe the 15 minutes or the 30 minutes observation that needs to occur.
Let me just say the goal is to, in collaboration, in conjunction with our hospital systems, with EMS, with the fire department, with the providers, the additional providers throughout the city, the goal literally in the month of January is to do hundreds of thousands of vaccines just in this month. We have to get there. We have to get there. I know the New York mayor announced that they were going to try to do 1 million vaccines in the month of January. That's in the state of New York. Quite frankly, working collaboratively with our healthcare system, all of our different providers, setting up mega sites. You know, I think we can do the same thing in the month of January. Quite frankly, I would like to do even more than that, working with everybody. But that's going to require a lot of coordination between the feds, the state, and the local units. But that's the goal. I mean, what we are seeing today is that people want the vaccine. And I will tell you, quite frankly, we are taking the vaccine in public to encourage people to take it. Well, you don't want to encourage people to take it, and then they say we want it, and then it takes several weeks, if not months, in order to get the vaccine to them. So we have to have the mega mass sites in order to meet the demand. And that's going to call for a greater quantity coming into the local units, working in collaboration with the county. Judge Hidalgo and I have been working very closely with one another. So if the county, the city, the other healthcare providers, the hospital network in the city of Houston, if we all work together in a seamless process, then in the month of January, I would like to think that we can do quite a bit in the month of January. That's the goal. Anything less, we're going to fall short. Anything else? Anything? Okay, thank you all so very much. Again, I want to thank the staff. I know it was a hiccup this morning, you know, but quickly pivoted. And again, I do, Chief Satterwhite, I do want to thank HPD for really managing the traffic management system. I mean, just a fabulous job. And to the healthcare staff, I want to thank them profusely for what they have done. I know I was on the phone quite a bit with Stephen Williams, and so I want to thank him. I want to thank the healthcare staff, and want to thank these healthcare employees who have been working through the New Year's. Okay, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, today. I want to thank them because these are city employees who are taking their time to make sure that we meet the needs of people in the city. And quite frankly, we don't thank them enough. So thank you all so very, very much. Okay? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox, and Happy New Year, everyone. Well, 2021 will bring a few new laws into effect in the U.S., and Fox News reports on that. We are going to bring that for you right here on News Now from Fox. And don't forget, we have live coverage out of Georgia that we're going to bring you very shortly. You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
As the world ushers in the new year, 2021 is ushering in new laws people across the country will have to obey. Folks in Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey can now use recreational marijuana. Voters in New Jersey hope this new law will bring some much-needed revenue to a state economy crippled by the pandemic.
With COVID and the state of New Jersey looking at a $9 to $10 billion budget shortfall, the economics on this also make a lot of sense.
There are enough people that are already using it and doing it illegally. It's better that the state gets tax revenue from it.
With 2020 seeing widespread protests against police brutality, 2021 is bringing reform to many departments. New York, California, Delaware, Iowa, Oregon, and Utah have all banned police officers from using chokeholds. And in California, companies must take even more coronavirus precautions. Law AB 685 will now require all businesses to inform employees about any and all positive COVID-19 cases in their office.
For the business community, the #1 priority is to do whatever it takes to get the pandemic under control, to get people vaccinated, and get the economy going again.
This is a really great thing. Basically, you want to have as many notification channels as possible to let workers know how safe or unsafe that particular context is.
And the list of new laws goes on, with Oregon making history as the first state to decriminalize small amounts of street drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth. And in Virginia, it's now illegal to hold a cell phone while you drive. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News.
Ushers in the new year, 2021 is ushering in.
Okay, there we go. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Let's switch gears to entertainment. If you were nearly 40 years old and still single, would you use your life savings to open a cat cafe? Well, that happens on Fox's newest comedy, Call Me Cat, starring Mayim Bialik. After a long supporting role on her show The Big Bang Theory, Bialik is returning to the TV screen, and here is a first look at that.
I found your soulmate.
I'm not gonna go on a date with a random man you met at the horse track.
He's not a random man. He's the track announcer.
And I'm going on a date with a track announcer because I said yes to my mother, and taking the lead is hell must have frozen over. Call Me Cat is a new show about a 39-year-old single woman who leaves her job to open a cat cafe. This is so exciting. We are breaking down the fourth wall. It creates an intimacy with the audience. You follow her adventures in the cat cafe with the people who work there. It's Brandon. He sent me a picture of himself.
Ooh, I'd hit that. That's just something I've heard people say. I wish I hadn't tried it. The moment I read the pilot script, I just lit up.
One root beer, please.
Cat?
Max? No way! Hot Max? That was meant for you.
Max and Kat have some history. I just got back into town and Carter gave me a job.
Do not let her behind the bar. She likes to play with the soda good.
I wasn't playing with it. I was inventing a new drink.
I don't go to your cafe and invent new cats.
It's very relatable. If you enjoyed her song, perhaps you'd enjoy spending the rest of your life with her.
Kat is a woman who doesn't have everything, but is happy. Good on you, Kat.
Thanks, Randy. You don't need to call me a hero.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Want to grab some dinner?
Oh, we can. Oh, no! I am so sorry.
Catherine, I found your soulmate.
I'm not gonna.
And you can watch the premiere of Call Me Kat tonight at 8/7 Central. All right. Well, the coronavirus death toll in the United States has surpassed $350,000 early Sunday as experts anticipate another surge of cases and fatalities stemming from Christmas Day and New Year's Day gatherings. Now, data compiled by Johns Hopkins University shows the U.S. passed the threshold early Sunday morning. More than 20 million people in the country have been infected. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo had his COVID-19 update recently, and I'm going to play that out in full for you here on News Now from Fox. Don't forget, we have many campaign rallies in Georgia ahead of the Senate 2020 election runoff, so I am going to bring you that coverage very soon. But in the meantime, we're going to go out to Andrew Cuomo's COVID-19 update out of New York. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Happy Sunday, everyone.
It can't be that we start 2021 with the expectation that the economy will reopen when the vaccine hits critical mass. We can't take 6 months, 9 months, 12 months of a closed down economy. We can't take the economic cost. We can't take the psychological cost. We can't take the emotional cost. We have to be prepared for it. How do we use science and testing to reopen and to be smart and safe in our reopening? New York pointed out first, it's not a question of reopening the economy or public health. We said from day one it was doing both. And we were right. And we are still right. And now in 2021, the question is, how do you use science and technology to open quickly but safely? How are you smart and safe in reopening? That's the challenge in 2021. And we want to be ahead of it because we are New York. And we're piloting an expansive testing plan to give us an opportunity to reopen businesses safely and smartly. And we're going to pilot the approach at the Buffalo Bills playoff game. A football playoff game obviously is outdoors, which is a much better situation from COVID spread. And the stadium is a controlled venue. The Department of Health has been working with the Buffalo Bills, the National Football League, to come to an agreement as to how to do this. We believe we are the first state in the nation to run this kind of pilot. We think it can be very instructive to us going forward because, as I said, the premise is we're going to have to find a way to reopen businesses smartly and safely. The agreement with the Department of Health, the State of New York, Buffalo Bills, will allow fans at the first playoff game that the Buffalo Bills are going to play. The agreement is for 6,700 fans. They'll be socially distanced, masks required, but every fan will be tested before the game. Obviously, if they test positive for the virus, they won't be attending the game, and they'll get the treatment that they need. And then post-game, there'll be contact tracing, so we'll find out exactly what happened, was there any spread at the game, et cetera. Again, this is a pilot to find ways where we can smartly and safely reopen businesses. The partnership that put this together, I thank them all, Department of Health, State of New York, BioReference is the laboratory that's doing all the tests. The Buffalo Bills have been very cooperative and helpful, and we thank them all. Again, the Department of Health will then monitor the day of the game and monitor post-game contact tracing afterwards. For all the Bills fans, please, everyone take these measures seriously. We have made progress on the COVID virus over the past few weeks. The numbers are down. We want to keep them down. People don't have to be malicious to spread the virus. Most of the viral spread is from people who didn't even know they had the virus. So I understand the mood. I feel the mood, the excitement about the Buffalo Bills. It's been a long time, and they have captured a certain energy and charisma that is infectious. But we have to be smart. Not just at the stadium. You have to be smart when you're at home. You have to be smart if you're at a party. You have to be smart if you're at an event. We really have to take this seriously. We don't want the fact that the Bills are in the playoff to wind up being a negative in terms of COVID, right? So no tailgating, no mass gatherings. That's not what we want to see. And it's not good for Buffalo. It's not good for Western New York. It's the last thing that the Bills want to see. So let's just be smart. Two people have worked on this very hard. It's Commissioner Zucker, Dr. Howard Zucker, and the Budget Director, Robert Mujica. That picture of Commissioner Zucker is when he was saying, and for you, Governor, we have a needle this big. That's what the Commissioner was saying. And Robert Mujica has a slightly dour look on his face. That was after the state deficit report. Saying that we have a $15 billion deficit, and that's why he doesn't look happy and peppy. But with that, let me turn it over to Dr. Zucker for some comments on the agreement, and then we're going to be joined by Kim and Terry Pagula to discuss the Bills game. Dr.
Great. Thank you very much, Governor. Under the pilot, which was developed cooperatively, as the Governor said, between the Bills, New York State, and BioReference Laboratory, 6,772 fans will be allowed to attend the game only after first obtaining a negative COVID-19 test result. Contact tracing will also be conducted after the game. This is the first stadium reopening pilot plan in the nation that will require all these measures. Under the plan, the team staff will control all exit and entry points to the stadium, and only fans with a documented negative COVID-19 test will be allowed inside. Testing will be conducted in partnership with the BioReference Lab. Once inside the stadium, fans will be required to wear a mask at all times and adhere to the strict social distancing protocols. Fans who refuse to comply with these protocols will be removed from the stadium. Ushers will also be present throughout the stadium to ensure that all fans are in compliance. As part of the state's review, personnel from the Department of Health traveled to other stadiums outside of New York where similar protocols are in place to confirm their effectiveness. Tailgating remains banned under this plan, and New Yorkers are being reminded to avoid gatherings and parties beforehand, during, and after the game, as these events are prime for viral spread. The Department of Health will monitor the post-game fan testing and contact testing and tracing. And regardless of whether you attend in person or not, be safe, socially distance, wear a mask, no tailgating, no parties of that nature, no large gatherings, and be safe and be smart. We look forward to the game. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Now I turn it over to Robert Mujica, the Budget Director, and I want to thank him very much. As you heard from Dr. Zucker, no state has done this before, and it took a lot of work and a lot of creativity, so thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Dr. Zucker. The plan that we have and the protocols that we put in place were take into account all of the guidance that we have, both from the World Health Organization, from the CDC, from the New York State Department of Health, and other health experts from around the world. As the Governor mentioned, Dr. Zucker mentioned, all fans would have to show a negative test 72 hours before. BioReference will be conducting tests in the 2 days prior to the event for 13 hours each day in the parking lots, drive-through testing, and those results will all be back before game day. On game day, fans will have to show evidence of a negative test. The team will also have the results from the tests. They then will have to go through a separate checkpoint where they'll have to show tickets to enter the stadium. They'll be required to wear masks from the time they exit their vehicles in the parking lots to the time that they re-enter their vehicles and they exit. The fans will be sitting in pods throughout the stadium, so they'll be sitting with the groups for which they came in blocks, and they'll be separated from other fans by rows and other seats. So we think that this plan is the safe way for the Bills to have fans in the stadium. People watching the game in this stadium will probably be the safest out of anywhere in the state watching the game, because they will all have had negative tests. So with that, I think this is going to be an experiment. It'll be the first time, but this plan that's been approved by the Department of Health is the safest way to conduct this, and we look forward to the results.
Thank you very much. I believe if the technology works, which is always a big if, but it works. We have Kim and Terry Pagula who are joining us. Thank you so much. Good to be with you. Good to see you, Terry. Good to see you, Kim. Thank you for all the time you've spent, all the work in putting this plan together. I know it's novel, but everything we do nowadays is novel. But it's another first, and good for New York and good for the Bills. We're glad that we're going to be able to do this and do it together. We are all so excited about the Bills. They have charged the entire state of New York. They have given us good news in a year where we really needed good news. And the team is doing so great, and they play with such a great energy that all New Yorkers are excited about it. And again, I wanted to thank you so much for all the help in putting together this plan. I look forward to seeing you out there. We'll keep our fingers crossed. But thank you. I hope you guys are excited as we are.
Yes. Governor, Kim and I thank you for and your staff for working diligently with the Bills organization in getting us to this point. As you know, the entire Bills organization misses the energy of our fans at our games. We know they're there, but we want them here, if you know what I mean, at the game. And even though they'll be there in limited numbers, we will feel and definitely soak in their support at this game. And any issues that arise as a result of what we're trying to do here, we will passionately try to resolve to pull this off. And I want to tell our fans, remember, our objective here is to support our team in as many ways as we can. And
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. I wanted to break in because we do have some of that live coverage out of Georgia, a Loeffler event ahead of the January 5th runoff elections. Let's take a listen in. You're listening to News Now from Fox.
My people are happy. They are happy because they're free. Yeah. So everywhere I've been in Georgia, people keep asking me, Christy, what are you doing in Georgia? Why are you here? Listen, the reason that I'm here is because the decision that you will make on Tuesday, it impacts Georgia, but it also impacts South Dakota. It impacts this entire country. It is historic in the fact that leadership has consequences. And we're seeing that across this country in every single state. Every one of these governors is giving you the exact example of the difference between Republicans and Democrats. The difference between Kelly and Warnock. It is all about our freedom. It is all about the fact that in 2020 we saw unprecedented attacks on our freedoms. We saw the media tell us that we didn't have the freedom of speech. If we said the wrong thing that they didn't agree with, they would silence us, ban us, filter us. We saw attacks on our right to assemble. They told us we couldn't meet with people, be with people that we love, spend time with them. We've seen attacks on our freedom of religion. We can't go to church. We need people who understand how cherished and valued our freedoms are, how important our liberty is. Now in South Dakota, when we were going through COVID-19, I talked to my people and I told them I trust them. I was going to give them all the information that I had. I was going to give them all the facts and the data and the science, but that I was going to let them use personal responsibility to take care of their families and let them make sure that they not only could take care of their family's health, but also put food on the table and a roof over their heads. What we did in South Dakota was essentially the Republican platform. We did. We talk about it all the time as conservatives, what we believe. We just did it. That's what Kelly does.
Every day when she goes to Washington and she fights for Georgia, she does what she says she believes, and she shows it to the people of this country. She goes there and never loses sight of you. She is the American dream. She grew up working, average everyday family on a farm, and was successful, and now wants that for every single person that lives in this great country. But listen, because leadership has consequences, it matters who wins on Tuesday. It matters that she's the one there fighting for you each and every day. I've been telling folks, this is not just about our Constitution. It's not just about liberty. It's also about what does your life look like a year from now if you elect the wrong person. If Warnock ends up out there, you're going to have less money in your pockets. For every mom and family across this country, we're going to have $4 or $5 gasoline again. They've already said that they're going to attack our energy supply. We're going to have more regulation. Your food will cost more on the grocery store shelves, and we will be less safe. There is no mother in this country that wants to raise her children on the streets of Portland today or Seattle. And that's because of a consequence of Democratic leadership and the things that Warnock says he believes in. So listen, I was here the night of Kelly's debate. Didn't she do a fantastic job? I was sitting there watching it and blown out of the water by the fact that several times she gave him the opportunity to denounce Marxism, to denounce socialism, and he refused to do it. That should tell you everything that you need to know. Everything you need to know about what this race is about. So I'm going to ask you to do something, okay? Before I introduce Kelly, I'm going to ask you to do something. We live in a country that's addicted to being offended. We love to be offended by each other, don't we? Just everything that gets said, oh my gosh, that's so offensive. I can't believe they just said that. And you have people in your life that you've quit talking to, that because you think they're so different from you, they believe such different values, they believe so differently for their families, that you just, because they're family, because they're people that you know, you've written them off and decided not to talk to them again because they've offended you. I want you to get over yourselves. I do. I really need you to get over yourselves. This election's too important. Now, I've never made a better decision when I've been angry or emotional. And it seems like if you turn on the TV or you listen to the news, everything about this election is angry and emotional. And we need to take that out of it. What we need to do is go up to people that we've written off and ask them who they're voting for and why, and then listen. Nobody feels like anybody's listening to them anymore. Let them know that they've been heard, and then give them the facts of what will happen if they vote for the wrong person on Tuesday, if they don't send Kelly back there. They need to support her because this is how their life will be better. This is how their families become more successful. So I need you today, when you leave here, whatever you're doing, I don't know where you're going. Maybe you're going to go fill your car with gas. When you're at the gas station, there are people pumping gas around you. I want you to go up to them and ask them who they're voting for and why. And then listen to them. And then give them the facts of the difference in the candidates. Maybe you're going to go get groceries. When you go to the grocery store, you're walking down the aisles, you're in the checkout lane. Nobody's going anywhere fast, right? In grocery stores these days. Ask them who they're voting for and why. It's very, very important that we do that. I grew up with a dad who was a cowboy, and I want to thank you for the token cowboy hat in the crowd. That always makes me feel better. I always look for at least a cowboy hat. But my dad was tough, and he worked hard all the time. But the way he woke us kids up every single morning was by yelling up the stairs, "Get up! More people die in bed than anywhere else." So you're going to get tired the next few days, and there's going to be mornings where you're not going to want to get out of bed, but I'm going to tell you, you need to get up, because more people die in bed than anywhere else, and I need you out on the streets telling people to vote for Kelly. Spend every moment of every day making sure that we have everybody at the polls voting, that they're voting for David, they're voting for Kelly, and they're doing it for our future. Not just the future 10 years from now, but the future 6 months from now. Listen, if we don't win these Senate seats, the deciding vote in the Senate is going to be Kamala Harris, the most extreme liberal senator that we have. We don't want that individual breaking ties in the Senate on the most controversial pieces of legislation in this country. We just don't. So go talk to people, visit with them, don't get offended, listen, give them the facts, and don't stop working, because our country needs Kelly and we need her now. All right? Now let me introduce to you somebody that I have been impressed with ever since I first heard her name and started doing research on her. I was so happy with the fact that we had someone with business knowledge and understanding about what makes America special that actually wanted to go to D.C. and fight to create more opportunities for this country and to build stronger families. So let's give a round of applause for your continuing and next U.S. Senator, Kelly Loeffler. Invite her to come on up here. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Christy. My goodness, it's such an honor to be here with you. You know, my dad was a cowboy too. My parents met at a rodeo, so I'm glad to know that about you. Look, I have a really important question for you, Henry County. By the way, I love being in Henry County. I want to come back over and over. But first, I have a question for you. Are you ready to show America that Georgia's a red state? Yes! All right, we got to get that done. Are you ready to keep fighting for President Trump? Yes! All right, we got work to do. We got to give him a warm Peach State welcome tomorrow night to Dalton. Anyone going up tomorrow night? All right, I'll see you there. All right, but we got work to do. This is going to be a busy 3 days, okay, y'all? You just heard Christy. She told you what we need to do. We need to make sure everyone's turning out to vote. That's why the president's coming. That's what he said last time he was here. He said, you got to get out and exercise your right to vote. You got to vote for David and Kelly. Because you know why? This battleground might be here in Georgia, but the nation's depending on us. We're the firewall to stopping socialism. We know that because we heard Chuck Schumer say, now we take Georgia, then we change America. Well, that's frightening because you know what he wants to do? He wants to raise taxes on you. $4 trillion in taxes on hard-working Americans. Right here in Georgia, every family, $2,000 off the bat. Goodbye. Up to the federal government, making it bigger, making your life harder, making government bigger, more bureaucracy, red tape, Green New Deal, socialized health care, turning your doctor's office into the DMV. No thanks. We got to hold the line right here, right? Are you with me holding the line? Okay, that's right. We're going to hold the line. You know, and it's not just destroying the American dream. It's shredding the very fabric of this country. This country would be unrecognizable because, you know, he would fundamentally change this country forever if his radical agent of change, radical liberal Raphael Warnock, won this race. I know you're not going to let that happen, but you have to understand who this guy is, and you don't even have to take my word for it. You can hear him in his own words. He called our police officers gangsters, thugs, bullies, and a threat to our children. Yeah. And during our debate, I knew those were hurtful, divisive words, so I said, do you want to apologize for that? And he declined to apologize. I say, God bless our men and women of law enforcement. They put it on the line for us every day. That's why we're able to do this right now. And look, he went further. He said that you can't serve God and serve in the military. He attacked those that hold the line for us around the world. I'm the daughter and granddaughter of veterans. I serve on the Veterans Affairs Committee. I know that's not true. I say God bless our military and God bless our veterans. Thank you so much for your service. You know, and it's not just the things he said, it's the things that he won't say. So I asked him about socialism and Marxism. I said, just to be clear, for all Georgians, because you wrote a book and mentioned Marxism 100 times, could you just denounce Marxism and socialism here and now? Declined to do it. But there's more. I asked him about his involvement in obstructing an arrest, in being arrested for obstructing a child abuse investigation. He declined to talk about it. Look, Georgians have a right to know, and, you know, I think that's disqualifying if you won't answer those questions. That's very serious. And my heart goes out to the victim of that camp that came forward. That camp got shut down, thankfully. But look, we have to hold him accountable to answer for that. But there's more. He would be Chuck Schumer's rubber stamp for ideas, radical policies that would hurt your everyday life. Not just high taxes, not just open borders, not just Green New Deal, but he would help abolish the filibuster, which takes away the voice of the minority in the Senate. They would add D.C. statehood, abolish the Electoral College. I mean, he would fundamentally change his country. Once we change it, We don't get it back. It's impossible to get it back. We cannot take it for granted. That's why President Trump's coming here tomorrow night. We have to get out and vote because the entire country is counting on us. So look, here's another thing. You know, David Perdue and I are not politicians, okay? We're business people. Thank you. Let's hear it for business, especially small businesses like Grits. This is what it's about. This is what it's about. That's what David and I have been fighting for in Washington. Look, we've signed the front of a paycheck. We know what it means to create jobs. Oops. Know that the fastest way to radicalize our kids is through the schools. We need school choice for our children. That's right. This is about our kids. This is about school choice. Democrats don't want school choice. I say we have to protect religious school, homeschool, vocational school. I'm a product of public schools. I know what my education meant to me, getting off the farm, being able to make my way in the world and succeed. I want that for every single child here in Georgia. We're going to keep fighting for it. We also have to make sure that health care is affordable and accessible because Obamacare has failed us. Right here in Georgia, 130,000 Georgians have lost health care because they can't afford it. Deductibles and premiums are way too high. We have to make sure that we're finding the best private sector solutions and not government-run health care where they want to bankrupt Medicare and bankrupt our families. So we're going to keep fighting for that. But we're also fighting for conservative values. At no time that I've seen in my lifetime are our constitutional, our God-given rights under attack. Speaking of religious freedom, okay, that's what's on the ballot January 5th. The Second Amendment is on the ballot January 5th. Tuesday, 2 days from now. Can I see, has anyone voted here yet? Oh, you're beautiful. Yeah, me too. All right, who's going out to vote Tuesday and who's taking friends? All right, no one votes alone here, right? Good Republicans don't vote alone. We got to make sure we get out because make no mistake, we are in the battle of our lifetime and the eyes of the nation are on us, Georgia. We got to get this done. So here's what I need you to do. My good friend Marsha Blackburn has a great saying. We need to call our friends and families and call them repeatedly and make sure they're voting. 5 calls a day keeps the liberals away. Okay? 5 calls a day. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Pick out the 15 people that you're going to call, text, or email and make sure. Help them. If you've already voted, it's great. You can help someone else get to the polls. We got to get it done. We got to get it done for the president. We got to get it done for the country. We got to get it done for this great state. And I just want to say thank you for being here. You're great patriots. May God bless you. May God bless Georgia. May God bless America. Thank you so much.
To church friend. I'm an all-tall hickory, bending over, skinning cats, playing baseball, shirt rocks, and sawmill slaps for pants.
You slide right in next to her there. Perfect.
Good.
And people have done it both ways, with mask or without mask, or properly distanced. It's entirely your preference.
Okay, mask.
You got it.
Mask, because this will be historic.
We'll never forget what year it was.
That's right.
So raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? You bear true faith and allegiance to the same. You take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So help you God.
I do. We do one just for...
Indeed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Now
I can...
the family?
Gets to
And the
come.
family over. Bring Team Shaheen over here.
Yes. No, just kidding. So, this is my daughter, Stacy. Hi.
Hi, Stacy.
Stephanie,
Very good to meet
my
you.
daughter, granddaughter, Ellie, daughter, Molly, and her husband, Hugh.
Hi, Molly. Hi, Hugh. Congratulations to your whole family.
Thank you.
Really. An honor to be here with you. It is. Okay.
So,
Ready?
Senator, you'll have
Get
to
everybody
face
set
us
up.
here.
Get a group shot.
Okay, you want this way?
Yep. And sir, if you could come just a great young lady, hug her shoulder right behind. Perfect. You guys fell just in. Great. All right, everybody. And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Out this way?
You bet. Senator, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, great honor for me. Congratulations to your family. Charlie.
Yes, sir. Vice President. How are you?
Great.
Happy New Year.
Hey, Mr.
Happy
Vice
New Year to
President,
you. Shelley,
thanks for swearing me in. Thank you.
Here I am. Spouse
How you
meeting.
doing?
Yeah, good.
Good.
Really good. Now you got 2 there.
Well, this was my father's that he had in World War II.
Oh my, it looked like military issue.
Yeah, from his grandmother. And so I wanted to honor my mother too. So this is the Bible I got when I graduated from college. And my mother was a big education person, so that's her. So I got mom and dad.
I love it.
And then she let me tag along.
Yeah. You're going to get me choked up. That's glorious.
Thank you.
It really is. So thanks so much
Sure.
to both of you. Okay, people have done it both ways, with or without mask. We're distanced here.
Maybe we'll-
It's your decision. We actually, Leader McConnell did one with a mask and one without.
Okay, we'll do that.
She's got a very mask-centric staff.
Yeah, good.
And family.
Good. And you got a good angle on the senator there? Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? You bear true faith and allegiance to the same. You take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So help you God.
I do.
Congratulations, Senator.
Let's take a...
Pose for one quick picture. Yes, sir. You two never changed, though. You look exactly like you did when we were elected 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, very good. I need to hold my book. Very good.
So can I introduce you to my...
Yes, please.
Probably.
Welcome to the family. Who do we have?
First up is
Sounds like a game show. Who do we
Celia.
have?
She's our oldest granddaughter.
Hi, Celia. I'm Vice President Mike Pence.
Give her a little
Very good to meet you.
shoulder bump.
Huh?
And this is Charlie, the fourth.
Hi, Charlie the fourth.
A little fist bump there, Charlie.
Hey, there you go. Good to meet you.
And this is our son, Charles.
Vice President Charles.
Our oldest. We have
I think
three.
we may have met before long ago, sure. Yes, we have.
And I used to come to, not these guys, but you came to a couple of the retreats at the Greenberg, right?
Greenberg.
Early.
We're in Georgia.
I remember them well. So, where are you all living now?
We're in town. They're in school in town and walking here, so up in Northwest.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
You're right by your past your house.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. Sorry
goes
about
to
all
the-
the sirens.
That's all right. Makes it smooth. Keeps it open.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen him come out in his car? You know where he lives, they're right there on Mass Avenue.
You ever heard the helicopter?
Yes, definitely.
Yes, okay. Sorry about that. Sometimes they come in kind of late.
Sure,
He's
you
a
could have
hard
him in your
worker.
bag, you wouldn't have to stop for all the lights. If you're on his bike, you could just tail him.
Let's take a family
All right.
picture.
One Bible or no Bible?
Oh, no, it's okay.
Yeah, you, what?
Yeah, he'll tell
We'll
us
leave you
how to
on
go.
your mark. If you could just face me, and then sir over her shoulder. And young guys, come on out. Sir, if you could be over her other shoulder. Perfect.
We have to smile with our eyes, and then we'll take our masks
Are
off.
your lips straight?
My lips straight, I don't.
All right, everybody. And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
All right, can we do one without? Yeah.
Sure.
Let's do one.
Absolutely. I was smiling behind my mask.
And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We get about you every day.
Senator, congratulations.
Please give Karen our best.
Yeah.
I will try. Thank you so much.
One getting married.
This way.
They all three got married. In fact, our youngest went ahead and got married the weekend before the election. Just because the immediate family was in
It's the only
town.
time to get it done, yeah.
So it was about 10 of us, and
Oh, fun.
yeah, he's a great guy. He works over at the Pentagon.
And then you have one at the military, or is that the one you want?
We actually, believe it or not, Shelley, our son's in the Marine Corps and stationed in Yuma with his wife. But my daughter married a Navy pilot that trained with Michael. So we've actually got two
Oh, that's nice.
active duty military.
Wow, pilots.
Both pilots.
Wow.
Yeah, it is. We're proud of them. We're awfully proud. But, what a beautiful family you've got.
Thank you, thank you.
Great to meet you kids. Okay?
All right.
All right.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Charlie.
All right.
All the best.
We're gonna try them all.
We're gonna try everything.
Vice President. Hello, Ed. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you.
Susan.
My wife Susan, beautiful. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to both of you. We've known each other a long time. It's really something.
Leader McCarthy made sure that we passed on time and at a sufficient level, for the first time in more than a decade, defense appropriations to ensure that we fulfilled our most sacred constitutional duty. As Speaker, that is the kind of record he will deliver on again. Madam Clerk, as Republicans, we know that the United States Constitution is our sword and our shield. We know that our rights do not come from government, they come from God. We know that those rights are protected by the exquisite structure designed by our founding fathers. And over here on this side of the aisle, Madam Clerk, we're going to continue to call them founding fathers, despite the new House rules package. We know that the man to lead us as we confront the important work ahead is our Republican leader, Kevin McCarthy. Madam Clerk, because he will lead us in fighting for all the people of this great nation, because he will continue to stand against socialism, he will continue to stand against the expansion of government power that strips power from the people and gives it to the government, because he knows that the most important words of our founding document are the first three words, we the people. As chair of the House Republican Conference, I am honored and directed by the vote of that conference to present for election to the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 117th Congress the name of the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, Representative-elect from the state of California.
The names of the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, a representative-elect from the state of California, and the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, a representative-elect from the state of California, have been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations? There being no further nominations, the clerk appoints the following tellers: the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter; the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rodney Davis; the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Loeffler; and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox. The tellers will come forward and take their seats at the desk in front of the speaker's rostrum.
Let them come sit down, and then you'll actually skip that page. Next thing to read, but let's let them.
Thank you. My great honor, it really is.
Thank you.
Anna, we think the world of you. Think the world of both of you.
Okay, guys, let's go.
Now let's get the kids in.
Now we'll get the.
Get the kids in.
Can you take your shirt's not tucked in? It was 2 seconds ago, but Daniel, come here. Can I have your mask, honey? Can you say hello, Mr. Vice President?
Hello, Mr. Vice President.
Hello. Nice to see you, son.
How old are you? Can you tell him how old you are now?
I was going to guess 4.
I'm going to take it.
I got it.
Okay, hey, remember, be still.
Okay, ready? Just
Okay.
Okay, ready? Lollipop time. Look straight this way. Look
Daniel,
at
can
the
you look over
cameras.
here? Daniel, stand and be still.
Okay, guys, we're going to take your picture to your best smile, okay?
Do you want me to pick you up?
Lollipops.
Okay, ready?
Look right here and smile.
Good, everybody, look right here and smile. 3, 2, 1. And one more time. I know you can do it. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Beautiful family.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Anna, congratulations.
Mask back on.
Senator, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
It's great. Daniel.
I think they want us to do that one.
Oh, okay.
Have a great day. See you, boys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. We'd stay and visit if it wasn't for them. See you in a couple days.
Okay. Senator, congratulations. Good to see you. The last time I saw you, we were out in the cold.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's great. Give me 2 seconds. All right. We're socially distanced. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? You bear true faith and allegiance to the same. You take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Congratulations, Senator. My great honor. Susan, congratulations to you and to the family.
And sir, we're going to take a group photo together.
Great.
And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Congratulations, Carl. Thank you. Yeah, it's a fantastic campaign. We appreciate that whole thing. Yeah, she was out there the whole time.
No, more than me.
Never saw you and see her. It's like the pencils.
Right.
God bless you. Here. Senator Jean. Mr. Vice President. It's good congratulations to you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Such a pleasure. Jean, congratulations to you. Awesome. I appreciate what you do. It's a privilege. It's a privilege.
Got this down by heart now.
Say again?
You got this by heart now?
Pretty close. I like reading it to be careful.
I understand.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? You bear true faith and allegiance to the same. You take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So help you God?
So help me God.
Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's my great honor.
Thank you, sir.
And congratulations to you, Susan. That's great. Family affair. We'll do a group shot.
Great.
And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, sir.
We got family here? Oh, great.
My team.
Oh, I love it. Family and team. Hi.
Mr. Vice President.
Great to meet you. Adam. Jesse, good to meet you.
Tyler.
Good to meet you all. It's great. And this is this part of your staff or
Yes.
family?
This is my in-state staff.
Oh, that's great.
They've been with me.
Great. Thanks for doing such a great job.
Thank you. Proud of them.
You guys are real hero.
They make a difference.
Wow.
They make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, we ready?
Sir, we'll have you come forward just a little bit. Great. And ma'am, right over his shoulder. And slide right in over her shoulder. And right over his. Thank you. Ma'am, come out just a teeny bit. Perfect. And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Senator, congratulations again. This is my honor to do this. Thank you. That's high praise. Thank you.
From one governor to another.
That's what I like about it. That's what I like about it. Karen says hi. Okay? You bet. Thanks, Mike. Great to meet you guys. Keep up the great work, okay? Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Vice President.
Senator, good to see you. Congratulations,
Thank you,
Laura.
my wife, Laura.
Of course. Nice to see you. We're on tape here.
Well, I think this is just...
If you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? You take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you.
It's really my great honor.
Yeah, my honor.
Did you want to, we'll look straight ahead here?
Sounds great. Oh, we get a
Take a picture.
If you could take a step together just this way. Thank you. And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
You got any family back there?
I do.
Bring them out.
I'm signing my Bible.
Oh, I'd love to sign.
I've married everybody at Pelosi. I'll put you in the bank.
Looks well worn, which explains a lot. Hi, how are you?
My daughter Kate, my grandson Sam.
Hi, Kate. And it's Kent?
Sam.
Oh, hi, Sam. Good to meet you.
We've been trying to keep him dressed.
Great. You ready?
Where do you?
Right here.
There we go. I think we're perfect.
Sam, look up, okay?
But you're gonna look right here with your big
Look at the
smile,
camera,
okay?
grandson.
Yeah, you're the star.
3, 2, 1, and again. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You and your family.
Thank you. You too, Corey. Yep.
Albert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Carbajal. Carbajal. Cardenas. Cardenas. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Pelosi. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Texas. Carter of Texas. Cartwright. Pelosi. Case. Case. Caston. Pelosi. Castor of Florida. Pelosi. Castro of Texas. Pelosi. Cawthorn.
Because he's like a brother to all of us here in America, I cast my vote for Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Shabbat. McCarthy. Cheney. McCarthy. Chu. Pelosi. Cicilline. Pelosi. Clark of Massachusetts. Clark of Massachusetts. Clark of New York. Pelosi. Cleaver. Pelosi. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. McCarthy. Yeah, so should I just keep going now?
No, they're gonna switch all groups out, and that's gonna happen like 6
So
times.
I'm supposed to stop right now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Do you want? I have this list. Do you want me to just tell you when to stop?
No, I have it marked.
Oh, you already have it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know you knew, so I was trying to get in there.
Okay.
Cloud, get in. Cloud, vote.
Should have 2429 right now. No, but we do it by numbers up here. I'm not.
Would you all join us for one more?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have said that 31 plus twice 62 times today.
I have.
So somebody's going to go on this side.
I think they keep us a little bit
A
spaced.
little bit spaced, yep. Everybody's sort of,
Just for you.
and why don't you stand right in the gap? I'm sure the picture cameras can see. Okay.
Are we there?
We're going to be facing this way.
Right there.
So if I could have you two in the back come on out just a little bit. If you guys could come on out just a little bit. And then, sir, do you want to have the
Yes.
vote? Okay. Step out into the back.
Okay, and look at me adoring her. Or the vice president adoring me.
And one more. 3, 2, 1. Great.
Mr. Vice President, I'm so grateful. Thank you for this.
Senator, it's my honor. It really is. And great to meet your whole family. And extended family.
Why don't you guys exit out that way? I'm
Good luck on your decision for law school.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good luck to your daughter as well.
Thank you. Yeah, you'd like her. She's a great guy. I really had a good experience. I wanted to muscle her. Very intimate. He'd know better than I would.
Aubrey just had a great experience.
It is a special place.
Yeah.
Yeah, a really special place. It creates a real community that I've leaned on
That's what
ever
she
since.
said.
Yeah.
That was her experience. So.
Well, definitely, it's on my number one list. Hope, God willing, I'll get it.
Great to meet you all.
God bless you.
Have a good one.
And I'm going to tell my kids what they
Yeah, tell me. Yes, sir.
Oh my God, that's
Senator, Cindy. Congratulations.
Good to see you.
Last time I saw you, I was within eye shot of your house.
I think so, in our backyard. Across our backfield.
That's what you call a backyard in Montana. That is a backyard in Montana.
Nice to
Congratulations.
see you. Give our best to Karen, too.
Well, thanks for who you are and thanks for your prayers.
Thank you.
It means so much. Okay.
Absolutely.
Take these off.
We may send her.
Is that okay? Yeah, let's do it. And sir, if you could come all the way to the table. Okay. Yep.
Stand right here like this.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? You bear true faith and allegiance to the same. You take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
My great honor. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Great. Now we'll look eyes forward.
Oh, this way, right?
Picture.
And again, 3, 2, 1. Thanks.
And we got more family here?
We do.
Oh, your dad. You told me your dad was here. I got a meeting.
He's another Marine, Mr. Vice President. So.
There you go. At least we'll put them on while I say hello.
Okay. Hello, nice to meet you, Christine Day. Steve's sister. Nice to I see you in church. But we never sit in, I don't know why. So strategically next time we'll try to sit by.
I'm looking forward to being back, Mark.
I know.
Aren't we all?
Aren't we all?
My parents, Claire's family.
Claire, my parents.
I'm Sharon.
I'm Sarah, I'm Claire.
Oh, forgive me,
Last time
Claire.
I saw you was at the Yellow Barn, right?
It is.
The Yellow Barn, right?
In our backyard. One of those.
I know he is. You didn't have
I
to tell
thought
me.
we were masks off here, but maybe we need masks on.
I got mine now.
We have the vaccine, by the way. All
They
three
did
of
the
us.
trial. They did the trial.
Yeah, Pfizer. Full bore, first strength.
I did antibody, so.
Since July.
Thank you. Let's get more.
We just love him.
Character and faith. Well, likewise. Likewise. From us to you also. Obviously, we're so proud of these two, so.
Claire, you know my son's
Yes, sir.
just so Claire. I'm trying to bail myself out.
You're a girl with a boy named Sue, haven't you?
It's not the first time, believe me.
Yeah. Okay, now we're good. You want to
Yeah.
front? And get the picture?
Masks off for the picture. Mr. Vice
Senator, it's your
Okay,
call.
yeah, take your mask
I'll
off.
stay over here and your whole family can be together.
Okay, great.
So, sir, if you could take a big step forward together with me. And perfect. That looked fantastic. Maybe you could come in just a little bit.
Yeah.
Perfect. And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So good to meet you. Congratulations again. I will. Yeah, I'm sure she'll want to say hi.
Thank you, sir, for all you've done.
Semper Fi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice
Great to
President.
meet
Thank you. Same to
See you at church.
That's it.
Bless you. Julie, how are you? Great.
Mr. Vice President.
So good to see you.
Happy
Senator,
New Year, sir.
congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Really.
Thanks for the great support.
You had it, and you'll keep having it.
We want to ask it, all of us.
Thank you. It's a privilege. Well, this guy is one of my favorites. Just love him.
How's your boy doing?
He's doing very well. Thank you.
Did he get
Yeah.
stationed somewhere yet?
He's in Yuma, and I don't know if you knew, my daughter married a guy that trained with Michael, and they're stationed in California.
Is he F-35 pilot too?
He's an F-18 pilot.
Great.
Yeah, and he's deployed right now. So, yeah, so we got him overseas. But no, they're all doing well. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Big day for your family today.
Yeah, it's a special day. For her,
Okay, all right, we got a little tape right over there.
Okay. Do you want to?
And some have taken their masks off, some have left them on. It's entirely your call.
For the swearing in?
Yes, sir.
I think we'll keep them on just to
You
for
got
the
it,
moment,
Senator.
and
You
then
got it.
we'll take them off for a photo.
Okay.
I'm looking at you, or
I'd turn a little bit that way so they get a good shot of you.
okay.
Okay? With your right hand raised. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? You take this obligation freely without any mental reservation, purpose of evasion, and that you'll well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So help you God.
I do.
Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
And to you. Congratulations, Susan. Just great.
Bring the girls in,
Please.
ladies.
Great.
These are I think you've met them before, my 3 daughters.
Oh, my.
So, this is
Congratulations, ladies.
This is Megan, my oldest,
Megan.
Isabella, my middle one, and Laurel, my youngest.
So good to meet you. Congratulations to you all. I know how proud you are of your parents. It's a very special day. It really is. So it's my honor to be here with them. I think an awful lot. Both of you.
Feelings mutual, very mutual.
Means a lot. Means a lot. Where are you all in school right now?
We're in Stanford. Yeah,
Stanford?
Yeah.
Both of
They
you.
took the year off.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a fellowship with the Associated Press in Thailand, so I'm just kind of waiting for the travel restrictions.
Yeah, pandemic.
Thrown a wrench in a lot of
Yeah.
things.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. That's a
Thank
great
you.
opportunity, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I'm excited.
Wow.
Good.
Okay, we'll take
Well, should we do a picture?
We'll do a family shot.
Where do we go?
And he'll tell you. He'll
Sir,
sit you
we'll
up.
actually keep you on your mark there. Okay. And you'll be facing us fully this way. Ma'am, come alongside. Okay. And then ladies, come on forward. Fantastic. If the 3 of you could angle your bodies this way just a little bit. And then scoot on We'll together. do one with the mask and one without, is that? Absolutely, sir. Okay. Alrighty. And again, 3, 2, 1. Now if you'd like to take your mask off. Yes. Hell yes. Okay. And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, thank you again, sir.
Congratulations. Well deserved. Well deserved.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you for
Okay.
Senator. Congrats, ladies.
Thank you, sir.
Much success to all of you.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Hi, Elizabeth. Good to see you again. Senator?
so much. Thank you for doing this.
Oh, you kidding?
What an honor.
It's my honor.
Thank you.
You know it is.
Very, very much.
You know it is. Did I hear there's a future son-in-law somewhere?
Yes. He's waiting in the wing.
Huh? Is that your fiance?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How exciting. How
He
exciting.
is a young second lieutenant down at Fort Benning right now.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he's a graduate of West Point as well.
Yeah,
So
I knew that.
Libby will graduate, and she's got another year yet. then she'll graduate, and then
Wow.
we'll get married.
Yeah. Amazing. Amazing. We'll keep him over there for a while.
Yes.
Great.
And ma'am, if I could have you turn your body just a little
Just
bit.
a little bit?
Thank
Okay,
you.
do that.
With your right hand raised. Do you solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? You bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So help you God.
I do.
Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Not the first time you took that oath.
Not the first time, not the last, I hope.
In public office and in uniform,
Yes,
right?
exactly. Exactly.
Very special. Yeah. You want to bring that young guy over here?
Yes, Andrew.
I refer to my unworthy son-in-laws.
Correa. Pelosi. Costa.
Cast my vote for Nancy Pelosi from California.
Pelosi. Courtney.
Nancy Pelosi.
Pelosi. Craig. Pelosi. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Christ. Pelosi. Crow. Pelosi. Cuellar. Cuellar. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Pelosi. Davidson. Davidson. Danny K. Davis of Illinois. Pelosi. Rodney Davis of Illinois. McCarthy. Dean. Pelosi. DeFazio. Pelosi. DeGette. Pelosi. DeLauro. DeLauro. Del Bene. Pelosi. Delgado. Pelosi. Demings. The Honorable Nancy Pelosi. Desaunier. Desaunier. Desjardins. McCarthy. Deutsch. Pelosi. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingell. Pelosi. Doggett. Pelosi. Donalds. McCarthy. Michael F. Doyle of Pennsylvania. Pelosi. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Pelosi. Eshoo. Eshoo. Espaillat. Pelosi. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Pelosi. Fallon. McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Pelosi. Fortenberry. McCarthy. Foster. Pelosi. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel of Florida. Pelosi. C. Scott Franklin of Florida. McCarthy. Fudge. Pelosi. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. McCarthy. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Pelosi. Garamendi. Pelosi. Garbarino. McCarthy. Garcia of California. McCarthy. Garcia of Illinois. Pelosi. Garcia of Texas. Pelosi. Gibbs. McCarthy. Jimenez. McCarthy. Gomert. McCarthy. Voting for Group 2 has concluded.
Let's give them, let's see what they do. I think they've injected it enough.
This way, take a quick picture.
Could you both take a step forward, please? Thank you. And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Great. We got some family over here?
Yeah, we have 2 boys, one out of Auburn, one still in Auburn on 6-year plan.
Oh, is that right? That's all right. Hey.
How you doing?
Hi. Great to meet you. What's your name?
Tucker.
Tucker, good to know you.
I'm Troy.
Troy,
Nice
great to meet you both. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Awfully proud day.
It is. It is. Didn't see this one coming, but excited to be here.
We're excited for both of you.
Then what you do?
I work in New York for an investment bank, Piper Sandler. But I was just flew in from Bailey yesterday. I think we might have crossed for you.
Is that right? I should have given you a ride.
So I saw you driving around a little bit. So
We have room.
there you go.
Yeah, we had a good week out there. We had a family out there. My son was up from, he's stationed in Arizona, and my dad was stationed in California. So we conferred. It's pretty good.
Yeah, we had a good time. Yeah, I was there the full week as well. So.
Oh, were you? Oh, that's so great.
Yeah,
it's
had a good time.
Yeah, good. You guys, where do you all live?
I live in New York City.
I live in
Alabama.
He's on the 6-year plan. It's all right.
Yeah, it took them all to graduate, but I'll get there eventually.
Yeah. Well, I know I'm proud of you.
Yes, sir. Me too.
It's a big deal. A lot of people in the country are excited.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Let's take a picture.
All right.
I'll stand over here. And Senator, get a good family shot.
You got it.
Come a little forward. Sir, if you could stay on your mark there, and then ma'am, come alongside him. Great. Perfect. And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
No.
Hope to see you soon.
Thanks. Thanks for everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man, all the best. Senator.
Hi there.
Michael.
That's it. Senator Spouse.
Who's this?
Anna Michael, our daughter.
Oh, good to see you.
Our only lady.
Yeah, wonderful.
That's a dog name.
I remember this.
He's doing very good.
It tickles me. Michael, congratulations to the whole family. Yeah.
Would you mind? This is her Bible. It's fine.
Very good.
I've got it right here.
Oh, you got that? I always tell people I'll sign it and you read it. No, I'm very honored. I'm very honored. You certainly may, Senator.
Okay.
It's your call. With your right hand raised. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic?
I do.
You'll bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
I do.
That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So help you God.
I do.
Congratulations, Senator. Great honor for me.
It's a great honor for us.
I'll never forget when you told me that a couple years ago.
He's about this tall, but he's about that wide.
Well, he's properly named.
Always know how old he is.
Yeah. She came out of the house that morning. They were in the grade. She said, "Get up, dog. You're the Vice President of the United States."
I love it. Senator.
Thank you very,
Thanks for
very
that
much.
service.
You've been super kind.
Well, God bless you.
You're definitely in our group.
Thank you. Thank you. It means the world. Senator, come on over. Melissa, how are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Good. Congratulations.
Harry Bola, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Congratulations.
How are you doing?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sincere.
We're grateful. You got that. Good. We'll do this.
All right. Yeah, coach us. I don't remember. It's been 6 years. Ma'am, if you could come all the way to your tape there. Thank you.
And slide in and
Okay.
turn down.
Just do your toes.
Oh,
Face up. Lower.
With your right hand raised. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same? That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion? And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter? So help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you.
My great honor.
Thank you.
We'll take a picture.
If you care to take your masks off, you're welcome.
We'll keep them, I think.
Okay. And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right.
Gang?
Come on in.
Is that a family bottle?
We will admit it's one of those that are delivered to the office like every 10 days, so it gives you one.
No, it's very special.
My daughter started debating the translation. They're like, we're mostly New King James people. What translation is this?
And who's the gang here?
Golden. Duckworth. Gomez. Pelosi. Tony Gonzalez of Texas. Tony Gonzalez of Texas. McCarthy. Gonzalez of Ohio. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez of Texas. Pelosi. Good of Virginia. McCarthy. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. McCarthy. Gottheimer. Pelosi. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas. Pelosi. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Pelosi. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Holland. Pelosi. Hagedorn. McCarthy. Harder of California. Harder of California. Harris. McCarthy. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hartzler. McCarthy. Hastings. Hastings. Hayes. Pelosi. Hearn. McCarthy. Harrell.
McCarthy. Herrera Butler. McCarthy. Heiss of Georgia. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Pelosi. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Pelosi. Henson. McCarthy. Hollingsworth. McCarthy. Horsford. Pelosi. Houlihan. Pelosi. Hoyer. Pelosi. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Pelosi. Huizenga. McCarthy. Issa. Jackson. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Pelosi. Jacobs of California. Pelosi. Jacobs of New York. McCarthy. Jayapal. Pelosi. Jeffries. Pelosi. Johnson of Georgia. Pelosi. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Johnson of Texas. Pelosi. Jones. Pelosi. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Cahaley. Pelosi. Capter. Pelosi. Katko. McCarthy. Keating. Pelosi. Keller. McCarthy. Kelly of Illinois. Pelosi. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Pelosi. Kildee.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
Pelosi. Kilmer. Pelosi.
Group 3 has concluded.
Mr. Vice President.
Congratulations.
Well, thanks.
Mr. Vice President.
Robin, it's so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a long way for
Thank you.
governors to come.
I was talking to Mike Rounds about that today. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, Ken Conrad, his nephew is my wrangler, my body person.
Is that right?
Yeah, and was a page here, 15 years ago. So
Oh, that's so great. That's so great.
Okay. So
Okay.
you stand.
With your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same? That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you'll well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you.
Really a great honor for me. Robin,
It's so kind of you. How busy you are, and it's very kind to spend all this with my son Teddy. Or do we do a formal?
I'd love to meet him. I'd love to meet Teddy, and we can take a family picture.
Great.
Perfect.
Hey, Ty, how's it going?
Hi.
Pleasure to meet you.
Teddy, great to meet you too.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you. I think most of it's due to him.
I don't think so.
I know how proud you are of that.
Fair, very proud.
How many you got like him?
Just him. He's the only child.
That's enough.
Late in life, and I'm so grateful.
Yeah, yeah. Very impressive. Make a great first impression.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'd be better with the firm handshakes. But
Yeah. I know. We'll get back to it. I
Yeah.
promise. Were you in school? Or were you...
Yeah, I'm taking a gap year. I'm working up at Beaver Creek, actually. I think you were just down there.
I was just there.
Yeah.
He's a lift hopper. He's being a speedball.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'm headed off to college, Stanford, over there.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a big deal. That's a great
Not as
school.
big as this guy.
That's so funny because we got my son stationed in Arizona and my daughters and her husband are stationed in California. So we.
Oh, that's why I wondered how you ended up in Colorado.
Yeah. So that's easier for them to get there. And we were in Vail, but we heard so many great things about Beaver Creek.
That's it. We try to keep it running smooth.
And frankly, we loved it.
It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. And I think everyone
Well,
is
we
really
get a lot
happy
of
to have
people
you.
that move out from Indiana, from Nebraska, and Iowa.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Colorado is so friendly because so many Midwesterners who have that natural. It's so true.
Yeah.
Right, should we take a
Robin,
Absolutely.
Robin, you get in the middle.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Great family.
And again, 3, 2, and you may just have your hands.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. 3, 2, 1, and again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Great.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Senator.
Have a wonderful day.
Congratulations.
Hang in there.
Yeah,
Good
all
to
the
see you.
best.
Great.
Thank you so much for your time. It was an honor.
Much success to you, young man. Thank you. You bet, Senator. How are we doing, guys? Okay? Great.
Vice President, before the question, constitutional protection of the Senate. So we're in the center, we come up with all some of the proctors. Install photographs. All right, photographs. You ready to solemnly swear? I know you swear.
I know you swear. Senator.
There you go.
Congratulations. What a great day.
Pleasure
And the family, remember, they keep growing.
I know, there you go. Thank
This
you.
is Christine.
Thank you very much.
Christine.
Christine's 11 now.
I'm
Tara
Vice
is
President.
14.
And who are you?
Tara.
Tara, wonderful. You look so nice.
William.
William.
William's 17 now. Stephen, 16.
Stephen, great to see you guys. Congratulations. I know how proud you are of your folks.
We have the same Bible that we used when you swore me in
Is it?
2017.
Oh, I love it.
I brought a Sharpie to see if I might get you to.
Oh, you kidding? I'd love to do it. Let me do it. I'd love to do it. Come on up, guys. Come on up. I always tell people outside and you read it. should have signed it the last time.
What we did last time is they gave us this, the state program, I think, for
I signed it.
yeah, you signed it.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we flew back to Japan 3 times when we were there.
I'm so sorry that I have issues.
you do such a great partner for us. The other guy was essentially the chief operating officer. He was the guy that I went to and cut it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Of all the people that it might have been, he's the guy that's the best for us.
I've heard that, but I need more comfortable. So did you see, so where were you like in school? Okay.
I'm a sophomore. They're back in school. They're going to school. They've got certain protocols they're doing, but they haven't been. Sometimes they have to go on hybrid programs with virtual. They've done their best to try to keep them.
But they loved living in Japan. They love that.
Did you? I bet it was a great experience.
It was cool. And we loved having you in there.
Well, okay, they got Tig on the ground.
Oh,
and we'll,
Spouse?
I think
They're gonna do one.
If we could have the family, actually, we're going to send you guys over there for just for the swearing in. Thank you.
oh wait.
Now, Senator, some have done it with a mask on. Some
Oh, yeah, thank you.
you may if you'd like.
Great.
Will be in the photo
No, you'll be fine.
Okay. Now. Okay.
With your right hand raised. Do you solemnly swear that you foreign and domestic? You will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter. So help you God.
I will.
Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
To you as well.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll just turn this way. Get a still shot and do it the same.
Wait, I actually need to hold up maybe this way.
Oh, that's very nice.
And again, 3, 2, 1.
You can have the kids come over and stand with you if you'd like for a family shot.
Perfect. Tall gentleman. Love it. Sir, if you could come forward just a second. Thank you. And again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Great.
My best regards to your family.
Senator, thanks for stepping up again to serve your country.
Thank you, sir.
You know what a fan I am. Gentlemen, let me know if I ever do anything for you. Okay? Thank you.
Kim of California. Kim of California. Kim of New Jersey. Pelosi. Kind. Pelosi. Kinzinger. McCarthy. Kirkpatrick. Pelosi. Krishnamurthy. Pelosi. Custer. Custer. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamb. Jeffries. Lamborn. McCarthy. Langevin. Pelosi. Larson of Washington. Pelosi. Larson of Connecticut. Larson of Connecticut. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawrence. Pelosi. Lawson of Florida. Pelosi. Lee of California. Lee of California. Lee of Nevada. Pelosi. Ledger Fernandez. Pelosi. Lesko. McCarthy. Levin of California. Pelosi. Levin of Michigan. Pelosi. Lieu. Pelosi. Lofgren. Pelosi. Long. McCarthy. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lowenthal. Pelosi. Lucas. McCarthy. Lutkmeyer. McCarthy. Luria. Pelosi. Lynch. Pelosi. Mace. McCarthy. Malinowski. Pelosi. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Carolyn B. Maloney of New York. Pelosi. Sean Maloney of New York. Pelosi. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Pelosi. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Matsui. McBath. Pelosi. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCollum. Pelosi. McEachin. Pelosi. McGovern. McGovern. McHenry. McCarthy. McKinley. McCarthy. McNerney. Pelosi. Meeks. Pelosi. Meyer. McCarthy. Ming. Pelosi. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Pelosi. Miller of Illinois. Miller of Illinois. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Pelosi. Morelli. Pelosi. Moulton. Pelosi. Mervan. Pelosi. Voting for Group 4 has concluded.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Well, you saw it. It's a historic day on Capitol Hill today. The 117th Congress is being sworn in, and these proceedings were looking very different due to the coronavirus pandemic. So this is taking longer than usual. Again, House members are right now to elect a House Speaker, and you can see that Republicans siding with Kevin McCarthy, but Nancy Pelosi is expected to maintain her position as Speaker of the House, even if it is a small margin. So we are going to continue showing you that coverage. You also saw the senators taking pictures with family members after Pence swearing in those newly elected Senate members. So we showed you that as well. So we are going to go back out live to that, to the House members that are the Congress meeting to elect a speaker. And again, Republicans expected to back Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy of California, and then Nancy Pelosi expected to maintain her position as Speaker of the House. Some of you will see a quick commercial break, and the rest of you will continue streaming with us right here on News Now from Fox, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop coverage from all across the country as it comes in. So that's why I was kind of ping-ponging back and forth between Vice President Mike Pence taking pictures with those newly elected senators and their family members, and also going back to Congress meeting to elect a Speaker of the House. So let's go back out live to Capitol Hill. Thanks so much for watching us here on News Now from Fox.
The House will come to order. Roll call for Group 5 will begin. Mullen. McCarthy. Murphy of Florida. Pelosi. Murphy of North Carolina. McCarthy. Nadler. Pelosi. Napolitano. Pelosi. Neal. Neal. Neguse. Pelosi. Nels. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Newman. Pelosi. Norcross. Norcross. Norman. McCarthy. Nunes. McCarthy. O'Halloran. Pelosi. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Ocasio-Cortez. Omar. Pelosi. Owens. McCarthy. Palazzo. McCarthy. Pallone. Pelosi. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Pelosi. Pappas. Pelosi. Pascrell. Pelosi. Payne. Pelosi. 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 Pence. McCarthy. Perlmutter. Pelosi. Perry. McCarthy. Peters. Pelosi. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Pelosi. Pingree. Pelosi. Pocan. Pelosi. Porter. Pelosi. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Pelosi. Price of North Carolina. Pelosi. Quigley. Pelosi. Raskin. Pelosi. Reed. McCarthy. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rice of New York. Pelosi. Rice of South Carolina. McCarthy. Richmond. Pelosi. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. Rogers of Alabama. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. McCarthy. Ross. Pelosi. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. McCarthy. Roy Ball Allard. Pelosi. Ruiz. Pelosi. Ruppersberger. Pelosi. Rush. Pelosi. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Pelosi. Salazar. Salazar. Sanchez. Pelosi. Sarbanes. Pelosi. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Pelosi. Schakowsky. Schakowsky. Schiff. Pelosi. Snyder. Pelosi. Schrader. Schrader. Pelosi. Schreier. Pelosi. Group 5 has concluded.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. We will go back out to that live coverage, but in the meantime, taxes, stimulus packages, evictions, and pulling from your pensions. KTVU sat down to talk all things money during the pandemic with Winnie Sun, the managing director of Sun Group Wealth Partners. I'm going to play that out in full. Some of you will see a quick commercial break, and the rest of you will continue streaming with us right here on News Now from Fox. And as soon as we have more from Capitol Hill and from these live events, including Georgia and the Senate, we are going to bring that for you right here on News Now from Fox. Happy Sunday, everyone.
All right, here we are, final days of 2020. Winnie Sun, Managing Director of Sun Group Wealth Partners, joins us once again for this last Q&A before we roll right into 2021. And we'll talk about the COVID relief bill, and President Trump signed it. It took a few days, but he did sign it. And, you know, Winnie, I want to ask you, because prior to this signature, I mean, there was talk about the $600, just like, what is $600? What is someone going to do with $600? And we heard the president say, hey, look, I want $2,000 for these stimulus checks. Is even $2,000 enough, Winnie?
It's probably not, Mike. I mean, that's a great question. I would love to see $2,000 for sure. I don't even know if it's going to get passed today, but certainly I think if there was some sort of consistent amount for Americans going forward, I know it doesn't cover everybody. There's still a lot of us that are working, but you know, given that people are continuing to struggle and the more delay there is, then, you know, a lot of things are going to happen that we don't want to happen. People are going to become homeless, or they're going to be without food. So I would love to see a consistent monthly payment until we're beyond this pandemic. But at this point, we just have to take what we can get.
Is it your understanding that if you did not receive that first check, that you'd still receive this on top of whatever the amount will be as part of this bill?
Yes. Oh, so that's a great question. I really want to talk about that. So what you want to do is, if you didn't receive the first check, but you have one due, you definitely want to jump on the IRS website and look for something called the Recovery Rebate Credit. Now, there's a lot of college students as well as Americans who just, you know, fell under the threshold of making less than $75,000 a year as a married couple, under $150,000 a year, but they didn't get the first $1,200 check. Well, if that's the case, you can jump on the IRS website, look into this. It's called the Recovery Rebate Credit, and you definitely should get what's due to you.
So when you say college students, do you expect college students to actually qualify for more money?
Yes. So a lot of college students we found who weren't claimed as dependents by their parents were actually due this stimulus check the first round, but they just didn't even know that that was available to them. So do know that if you're not a dependent claimed by your parents and you make under that threshold, you definitely want to go to the Recovery Rebate Credit area of the IRS website, jump on there, get the information, and make sure, most importantly, and this actually involves everybody, regardless if you make over or under $75,000, you definitely want to consider filing your taxes early this year. That's what all the tax experts are saying.
Okay, yeah. I usually jump on it early, so I'll do it even earlier this year. Tax deductions, let's talk about this a little bit, because the new charitable provisions within the COVID relief bill, since we're talking about the bill for 2021, we should be taking advantage of this, or no?
Yes, you know, if you are looking to donate, I know many of us are feeling, if you still have income and you feel like you can donate, even if you receive that stimulus check and you're like, you know, more people could use this than me because I still have a job, then donating to a charity makes a lot of sense. In fact, you want to donate cash to a charity, not real bills, if you will. You want to do this via credit card or check, because you will get to be able to deduct. If you don't itemize your deductions in your tax filing, you can actually deduct up to $300 as an individual, $600 as a married couple or filing jointly. And this is 100%, you can deduct up to 100% of your adjusted gross income in 2020 as well as 2021. So definitely think about doing that. But really important to note, you definitely want to keep documentation of any donation over $250. The IRS will want to see that. And that is a reminder again, this is where you take the standard deduction. You're not itemizing your expenses this year.
Hey, let me ask you, as I mentioned at the top, we're in the final days here of the year. When you look back at this year, maybe one or two lessons that you've learned or that you've passed along to your clients?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that we've learned more than anything for my clients as well as everybody else is the importance of having an emergency fund or padding in your savings account. This means that minimum of 6 months of living expenses for an adult, 3 months per child. Like, you just need to do what you need to do to get there. Obviously, it's not going to be easy. You're not going to be able to do it overnight, but it's a goal that should take place. It's just as important as planning for your retirement.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And when you look back, at the stock market specific, it's almost like a tale of two different stories. I mean, there's, half the country plays the stocks, half doesn't, and it's like, if you told me that the Dow would be where it's at today back in March, I would not believe you. What do you expect moving forward with the market here in the next year?
I know it's crazy, Mike. If you take a look at the market's doing phenomenally today, and you might be a little surprised why it's doing so well. Well, financial pros call it the Santa Claus rally these days from December 24th all the way to the first few days of January. We also know Jefferies actually did a study recently looking at the past 30 years of the stock market that shows when you have a better than expected stock market like we've done in 2020 and a better than expected December, which looks like we're going to be having here, that the next 12 months very, very, very well. Actually, it's crazy. That's based on history. We don't know if that's going to be the case next year, but in all accounts, it actually looks like we're actually going to have a pretty good 2021 for those of you who are investing.
And for those who just have, let's say, the 401k, maybe they don't play the stocks, individually themselves, but they do have a 401k. They like to peek at it, or they don't like to peek at it. Just let it sit, you think, through 2021. No need to pull it out.
Well, I would definitely not pull out any retirement assets, your 401k, your IRA, and whatnot. But consider, especially if you're still working and your company is giving you a match still, you definitely want to continue to contribute to that retirement account. But don't forget, like we talked about earlier, you also want to make sure that you fund that emergency fund. At this point, I would recommend focusing on saving in your emergency fund first, and then your 401k second, just because your emergency fund in most cases will give you more liquidity, and the 401k is going to be a little bit harder to take money out in case of an emergency. And you actually can do both. For those of you who qualify, you actually might consider putting some of your emergency fund into a Roth IRA. So best case scenario, you don't need it. It's safe for retirement. Worst case scenario, you have total liquidity on what you put in, your contribution into a Roth, so you can grab it if you need it.
Hey, one for the road, Winnie. When people are sitting at home here watching, they're planning to start January and they're really going to dive into the job market, trying to get back into it. When it comes to their LinkedIn profile, spice it up, change it, do something different, stand out.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some actually really easy things that you can do immediately. I would suggest not only if you're out of work or even if you're thinking about transitioning, I think that's a good exercise to do anyway right now. If you are looking for work, do you know that LinkedIn allows you to add an open to work profile photo frame to your LinkedIn profile headshot? So you can add that up right away. The other thing that I think should be on your radar is LinkedIn has this thing called the interview preparation feature, which shows the 26 most likely questions interviewers will ask you, and it gives you some tips and videos on answering more effectively so you can practice ahead of time. For those of you who are watching and just considering, you just like, I haven't interviewed in a long time, that's going to be super helpful. The last thing I will add to you is instead of putting your official work title on your LinkedIn description, describe your experience, your skill set, so people know what they can expect, because manager title doesn't really tell the whole story.
And, interviews these days, you don't have that. I mean, you do have the face-to-face contact. It's just a different setting through these Zooms. So it'll be an interesting year for everyone trying to get back into the workplace, and hopefully they are successful at doing that. Winnie Sun, always a pleasure. We'll see you in 2021.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mike. Take care.
Drivers. McCarthy. Strickland. Pelosi. Swazi. Pelosi. Swalwell. Swalwell. Takano. Pelosi. Taylor. McCarthy. Thompson of California. Thompson of California. Thompson of Mississippi. Pelosi. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Pelosi. Tlaib. Pelosi. Tonko. Pelosi. Torres of California. Pelosi. Torres of New York. Pelosi. Trahan. Pelosi. Trone. Pelosi. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Pelosi. Upton. McCarthy. Valadao. Valadao. Van Drew. McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Vargas. Pelosi. Vesey. Pelosi. Vila. Pelosi. Velasquez. Pelosi. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg. McCarthy. Walorski. McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Pelosi. Waters. Pelosi. Watson Coleman. Pelosi. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Welch. Pelosi. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Pelosi. Wild. Pelosi. Williams of Georgia. Pelosi. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Group 6 has concluded.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. We will have more live coverage coming up, but some of you will see a quick commercial break, and the rest of you will continue streaming with us right here on News Now from Fox. In the meantime, this week, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris took the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm going to show that right now for you. And again, some of you will see a quick commercial break, and the rest of you will continue streaming with us. And as soon as we have more live coverage for you, we'll bring that to you right here on News Now from Fox. Happy Sunday, everyone.
Good to be with you. Okay.
My name is Patricia Cummings.
Yes.
And it is such an honor to be administering your vaccine today.
Thank you very much, Nurse Patricia.
You're welcome. Kindly verify the information.
Yep, that's all correct.
It's all correct?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Okay. Would it be okay if I administer?
Yes,
the
of course.
vaccine?
Of course. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Okay.
So I will first sanitize your arms, and then I will administer the vaccine.
Okay. Got it. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well.
You've been busy, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
It's good to be here at United Medical Center. You guys do such good work here.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do it.
Alrighty.
Ready? Yeah, I'm ready. That was easy. Thank you.
There's no cheating.
I barely felt it.
A little?
I barely felt it.
Awesome. I will just apply that one. And we are all set.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you, Nurse Patricia. Thank you. Well, I want to thank United Medical Center for the work that you do in Southeast DC, serving a community that is often overlooked. So it is good to be here. And I've now been vaccinated, as Joe likes to say. There's a big difference between the vaccine and vaccinations. I want to encourage everyone to get the vaccine. It is relatively painless. It happens really quickly. It is safe. The Moderna, the Pfizer today, I had the Moderna vaccine. My husband is going to have it today as well. I look forward to getting the second vaccine. And literally, this is about saving lives. It's literally about saving lives. I trust the scientists. And it is the scientists who created and approved this vaccine. So I urge everyone, when it is your turn, get vaccinated. It's about saving your life, the life of your family members, and the life of your community. And so thank you, and let's all just do what we need to do to stay healthy and safe this holiday season and every day of the year. Thank you all.
Madam Vice President-elect, I have two questions. One is taking this vaccine in our country, predominantly Black community.
Yes.
Is this an effort to dispel fears and mistrust in the minority community with this vaccine?
So I'm in Anacostia today because, first of all, we have phenomenal healthcare providers like Nurse Patricia who serve the community, and we have hospitals and medical centers and clinics like this all over the country who are staffed by people who understand the community, who often come from the community, and who administer all year round trusted health care. And so I want to remind people that right in your community is where you can take the vaccine, where you will receive the vaccine,
by folks you may know, folks who otherwise are working in the same hospital where your children were born, folks who are working in the same hospital where an elderly relative received the kind of care that they needed. So I want to remind people that they have trusted sources of help, and that's where they will be able to go to get the vaccine. So I encourage them to do that.
And last bill, the stimulus check. Chuck Schumer is trying to increase it to $2,000 with unanimous consent today. It may not pass. Mitch McConnell is holding it up. What say you, Vice President?
Well, I actually have a bill for that. Where a while back I recommended that folks receive a $2,000 check. And so I would urge Mitch McConnell to put my bill on the floor for a vote.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So group one is pretty long, right?
A record number of Georgians have already turned out to vote early. Now the focus for Democrats and Republicans is physically getting their voters to the polls come Election Day. Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler making a number of stops around the state today as she tries to make a case compelling enough to get GOP voters to actually show up and cast a ballot come Tuesday. And she's doing so without the help of fellow Republican Senator David Perdue, who is quarantining after a COVID-19 exposure.
You've got to call your friends, your family, your coworkers, your folks at school and church, your frenemies. Make sure that they have a plan to vote because the future of the country is on the line. You heard Chuck Schumer say, now we take Georgia, then we change America.
The Republican senators find themselves in an awkward position as they look to the president to help drive up turnout ahead of Election Day. President Trump continues to question the integrity of Georgia's elections to millions of his supporters. Meanwhile, Democrats are largely focused on getting out the vote in predominantly black neighborhoods. John Ossoff's campaign hiring 2,000 mainly minority workers who will explain what Ossoff and fellow Democrat Raphael Warnock have to offer and then get those folks to the polls to cast a ballot.
You deserve a senator who has your back, not just when it's time to answer to the people, but at all times. And when so many are suffering, you send me and Reverend Warnock to the Senate. We will pass those $2,000 stimulus checks because families need help staying in their homes and staying on their feet.
Polls here in Georgia open bright and early at 7 a.m. on Tuesday. Charles Watson, Fox News.
The new year begins on a hazardous note as snow and ice storms blanket a large swath of the country from Texas to Maine. The Kansas City, Missouri metro area seeing up to 6 inches of snow, as well as an accumulation of ice, making for dangerous driving conditions. The winter storm conditions also making things difficult for drivers in Oklahoma City. A semi-truck flipped over on Interstate 35 on Friday morning after sliding on the slick, snowy road. Officials say the incident took out part of the retaining wall. Fortunately, the driver was not hurt.
It's bad. This is awful. There's a slickness underneath everything from the rain that's been here. So this is a pretty bad snowstorm. It's just such a unique mix.
In Wisconsin, the sleet and snow came down fast, causing trouble. The Racine County Sheriff's Office responded to dozens of crashes in just a few hours, including a 7-car pileup that prompted officials to shut down parts of I-94. Authorities urging residents to practice safe driving habits.
If you don't slow down and move over, which is a state law, you're risking not only your own life, but the lives of our men and women that are fighting to protect those people that are hurt and possibly trapped in these crashes.
Meantime, in Overland Park, Kansas, some families made the best of the situation by going sledding. On Sunday, rain and snow are expected in the Northeast, including the New York City area. The snowfall is expected to be light to moderate. In Los Angeles, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
Catherine, I found your soulmate.
I'm not going to go on a date with a random man you met at the horse track.
He's not a random man. He's the track announcer.
And I'm going on a date with a track announcer because I said yes to my mother, and taking the lead is hell must have frozen over. Call Me Kat is a new show about a 39-year-old single woman who leaves her job to open a cat cafe. This is so exciting. We are breaking down the fourth wall. It creates an intimacy with the audience. You follow her adventures in the cat cafe with the people who work there. It's Brandon. He sent me a picture of himself.
Woo, I'd hit that. That's just something I've heard people say. I wish I hadn't tried it. The moment I read the pilot script, I just lit up.
One root beer, please.
Cat?
Max? No way! Hot Max? That was meant for you.
Max and Kat have some history. I just got back into town and Carter gave me a job.
Do not let her behind the bar. She likes to play with the soda good.
I wasn't playing with it. I was inventing a new drink.
I don't go to your cafe and invent new cats.
It's very relatable. If you enjoyed her song, perhaps you'd enjoy spending the rest of your life with her.
Kat is a woman who doesn't have everything, but is happy. Good on you, Kat.
Thanks, Randy. You don't need to call me a hero.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Want to grab some dinner?
Oh, we can. Oh, no! I am so sorry!
As the world ushers in the new year, 2021 is ushering in new laws people across the country will have to obey. Folks in Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey can now use recreational marijuana. Voters in New Jersey hope this new law will bring some much-needed revenue to a state economy crippled by the pandemic.
With COVID and the state of New Jersey looking at a $9 to $10 billion budget shortfall, the economics on this also make a lot of sense.
There are enough people that are already using it and doing it illegally. It's better that the state gets tax revenue from it.
With 2020 seeing widespread protests against police brutality, 2021 is bringing reform to many departments. New York, California, Delaware, Iowa, Oregon, and Utah have all banned police officers from using chokeholds. And in California, companies must take even more coronavirus precautions. Law AB 685 will now require all businesses to inform employees about any and all positive COVID-19 cases in their office.
For the business community, the number one priority is to do whatever it takes to get the pandemic under control, to get people vaccinated, and get the economy going again.
This is a really great thing. Basically, you want to have as many notification channels as possible to let workers know how safe or unsafe that particular context is.
And the list of new laws goes on, with Oregon making history as the first state to decriminalize small amounts of street drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth. And in Virginia, it's now illegal to hold a cell phone while you drive. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
House will come to order. The roll will be called for Group 7. Wilson of Florida. Pelosi. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Wright. McCarthy. Yarmouth. Pelosi. Young. McCarthy. Zeldin. Zeldin. Yep, switch to black. The reading clerk will now call the name of the representatives-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll. Aguilar. Pelosi. Amadei. McCarthy. Armstrong. Arrington. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy.
Gonna have Berrigan. All right, so
Berrigan. Pelosi. Beatty. Pelosi. Bentz. McCarthy. Beyer. Pelosi. Vice of Oklahoma. McCarthy.
Bishop of Georgia.
Bishop of Georgia. Pelosi. Brendan F. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Pelosi. Bush. Pelosi. Carbajal. Pelosi. Cardenas. Pelosi.
Carter of Texas.
Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Case. Pelosi. Clark of Massachusetts. Pelosi. Cuellar.
Nancy Pelosi.
Pelosi.
Davidson.
Davidson. McCarthy. DeLauro. Pelosi. DeSaulnier. DeSaulnier. Eshoo. Pelosi.
I got Harder. Harder of California.
Harder of California. Pelosi. Hastings. Hastings. Issa. McCarthy. Kim of California. McCarthy. Custer. Pelosi. Larson of Connecticut.
Nancy Pelosi.
Pelosi.
I got Lee of California next.
Lee of California. Pelosi.
Matsui. Matsui would be next. Matsui would be next.
Matsui. Pelosi.
Yeah, McGovern's up.
McGovern. Pelosi.
Neil. Neil would be next.
Neal. Pelosi.
I got Norcross.
Norcross. Pelosi. Ocasio-Cortez. Pelosi.
I got Rogers of Alabama.
Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Salazar. Salazar. Schakowsky. Pelosi. Austin Scott of Georgia. McCarthy. Sessions. McCarthy.
Okay, so right now you have 208, 213. Okay, let's hit the top of the next one. I got Swalwell.
Swalwell. Pelosi.
Thompson.
Thompson of California. Pelosi. Valadeo. Valadeo.
And Zeldin. Okay, now I've got Zeldin.
Zeldin. McCarthy. Representatives elect who did not answer to the call of the roll, they may come and vote at this time.
Okay, so Susan.
come back up.
Todd.
Mr. DeSaulnier. Pelosi.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox. We're still awaiting to see if a vote comes in shortly, so I'm keeping a close eye on this. In the meantime, I'm going to go out to President-elect Joe Biden delivering remarks on the coronavirus pandemic in Wilmington, Delaware, but I'll cut right out of it once we see if a vote comes in. And also, we're still awaiting some live coverage out of Georgia as Kelly Loeffler is expected to do a meet and greet in the state within the next 10 to 30 minutes. So I'm going to keep a close eye on these raw, unfiltered, and nonstop feeds. But in the meantime, going out to Biden with a coronavirus pandemic update. Thanks for being with us here on News Now.
Optimistic about our future. The vaccines have been discovered and developed, and there's more to come, we believe. Give us enormous hope. Our economy is poised to come back and come alive. And I can see a return to normalcy in the next year. I also see incredible opportunities for our nation in the years ahead, in job creation, clean energy, racial equality, and much more. But we need to be honest. The next few weeks and months are going to be very tough, a very tough period for our nation, maybe the toughest during this entire pandemic. I know it's hard to hear, but it's the truth. As Roosevelt said, I think the American people can take whatever we tell them if we tell them straight from the shoulder. We need to steel our spines for what's ahead. We need to follow even more closely the recommendations to slow the spread of the virus. And each of us needs to do what we can to protect ourselves, our families, and our fellow Americans. We're going to get through this. Brighter days are coming, but it's going to take all the grit and determination we have as Americans to get it done. So today, I want to be clear about 5 things every American should know about our efforts to contain COVID-19 and where the vaccine stands today. First, things are going to get worse before they get better. In September, we passed a grim milestone, 200,000 deaths. At that time, in this very room, many of you remember, I warned that we hit 400,000 deaths before the end of the Trump administration in January. Critics said I was being too alarmist and negative. But as I've said all along, I will tell you like it is when it comes to COVID. And the reality is, it looks like that we're going to hit that grim milestone. We've just crossed 330,000 deaths in America. We're averaging daily death rates of nearly 2,200 people, which means we'll lose tens of thousands of more lives in the months to come. Hospitals are being stretched beyond capacity, and that's data before we see the impact of the cases coming from the recent holidays and this upcoming holiday of New Year's Eve. People getting infected today don't show up in cases for weeks, and those who those who perish from the disease die weeks after initial exposure. So we have to anticipate that the infections over the holidays will produce soaring cases counts in January and soaring death tolls into February. You know, turning this around is going to take time. We might not see improvement until we're well into March, as it will take time for our COVID response plan to begin to produce visible progress. The second thing to know is the Trump administration's plan to distribute vaccines is falling behind, far behind. We're grateful to the companies, the doctors, the scientists, the researchers, the clinical trial participants, and Operation Warp Speed for developing the vaccines quickly. But as I long feared and warned, the effort to distribute and administer the vaccine is not progressing as it should. A few weeks ago, the Trump administration suggested that 20 million Americans could be vaccinated by the end of December. With only a few days left in December, we've only vaccinated a few million so far. And the pace of the vaccination program is moving now, if it continues to move as it is now, it's going to take years, not months, to vaccinate the American people. Which brings me to the third thing every American should know. The Biden-Harris administration will spare no effort to make sure people get vaccinated. I've laid out 3 challenges in our first 100 days. One of them is ensuring that 100 million shots have been administered by the end of the first 100 days. If Congress provides the funding, we'd be able to meet this incredible goal. It would take ramping up 5 to 6 times the current pace to 1 million shots a day. But even with that improvement, even if we boost the speed of vaccinations to 1 million shots a day, it will still take months to have the majority of the United States population vaccinated. I've directed my team to prepare a much more aggressive effort with more federal involvement and leadership to get things back on track. We will find ways to boost the pace of vaccinations. But as Dr. Fauci and others have stated these past few days, this will take more time than anyone would like and more time than the promises from the Trump administration have suggested. This is going to be the greatest operational challenge we've ever faced as a nation. But we're going to get it done. But it's going to take a vast new effort that's not yet underway. And to get things, and that gets me to the fourth thing that we should know. I'm going to move heaven and earth to get us going in the right direction. I'm going to use my power under the Defense Production Act when I'm sworn in order private industry to accelerate the making of the materials needed for the vaccines, as well as protective gear. Vice President Harris and I have been speaking with county officials, mayors, governors of both parties to speed up the distribution of the vaccines across the nation. We're planning a whole-of-government effort, and we're going to work to set up vaccination sites and send mobile units to hard-to-reach communities. And we also know there's a vaccination hesitancy in many communities, especially Black, Latino, and Native American communities, who have not always been treated with the dignity and honesty they deserve by the federal government and the scientific community throughout our history. That's why we will launch a massive public education campaign to increase vaccine acceptance. We'll do everything we can to show the vaccines are safe and critically important for one's own health and that of their families and the communities. That means we're also going to make sure vaccines are distributed equitably, so every person who wants a vaccine can get it no matter the color of their skin or where they live. And we're going to ensure vaccinations are free of charge. Fifth, while the pandemic rages on, and as we increase the supply, distribution, and administration of the vaccine, we have to remain vigilant. As part of the 100-day challenge, I'm going to be asking the American people to wear a mask for the first 100 days of my administration. It's not a political statement. It's a patriotic duty. Our administration is going to require mask wearing where I have the power to do so, for federal workers, in federal facilities, on interstate travel like planes and trains. And we've been working directly with county officials, mayors, governors to implement mask mandates in their cities and their towns and their states. Masking has been a divisive issue in this country. But COVID is a killer in red states and blue states alike. So I encourage you all to wear a mask. Encourage your family and friends to do the same. It's one of the easiest things we can do that will make a huge difference to save lives. Another 100-day challenge is opening most of our K through 8 schools by the end of the first 100 days in the spring. Look, we can only do that if Congress provides the necessary funding so we get schools, districts, communities, and states the resources they need for those so many things that aren't there already in a tight budget. They need funding for testing to help reopen schools, more funding for transportation so students can maintain social distances on buses. They need it for school buildings, for additional cleaning service, protective equipment, ventilation systems. This is going to require an additional tens of billions of dollars to get this done. And Congress also needs to fund and provide more protective equipment for frontline health workers who are still reusing masks and gowns. We need to scale up testing so anyone who needs one can get a test. After 10 months of the pandemic, we still don't have enough testing. It's a travesty. All this, vaccinations, testing, protective gear, is going to require more funding from Congress, more than was just approved. That's why I'll propose a COVID action package early next year and challenge Congress to act on it quickly. Look, my ability to change the direction of this pandemic starts in 3 weeks. With thousands dying every day between now and then, let me conclude by discussing what needs to happen now. I congratulate the bipartisan majority on passing the president's and then the president on signing the COVID relief bill. It's still, it's a step, an important step, still moves in the right direction. And it will help people in need. And it'll pay for some, but not all of what we need to fix the COVID response. It's a down payment. But now, with that done, I hope the president will also clearly and unambiguously promote mask wearing. I give former Governor Chris Christie credit. He and I have disagreed in a number of things. But I'm thankful he's now encouraging people to do the right thing and wear masks for themselves, their loved ones, and their country. I hope that President Trump will listen to him. He can do it too. It would make a huge difference for President Trump to say, wear masks. I hope the president will clearly and unambiguously urge all Americans to take the vaccine once it's available. I took it to instill public confidence in the vaccine. President-elect Harris took hers today for the same reason. And when the president's doctors recommended, President Trump should take it and instill the same degree of confidence. Let me also say this to the American people. We can save, all the experts tell us, between 60 and 100,000 lives in the weeks and months ahead if we just step up together, wear a mask, socially distance, wash our hands, avoid large indoor gatherings. I know all these are not easy to ask, but I'm asking you to make a sacrifice. You're already making tremendous sacrifices every single day. It's hard on your lives, on your livelihoods, on your kids, on your families. It's not small what we're asking of you, but we're in this together. And the actions we take now are going to help us contain the pandemic and get us back to our lives and to our loved ones. So the American people, to all of you, I know there's a lot that we have to do, but I want you to know there's also much we can do. We're the United States of America. We've been through hard times before as a nation, and we'll come through this as well. I promise you we will. So please, I wish you a Happy New Year. May God bless you and may God protect our troops. Wear a mask.
Do you have a message to Mitch McConnell and the Senate?
I'm optimistic about our future. The vaccine.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Vox, bringing raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the country. I'm Stephanie Weaver. We are still awaiting the House Speaker vote. It's still underway, and results are expected after 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific time, so we will bring that for you when we have it right here on News Now from Fox. We're also waiting for an event out of Georgia. Kelly Loeffler is expected to do a meet and greet in the state ahead of the January 5th runoff elections, and we'll bring you that raw, unfiltered coverage as well from News Now from Fox. In the meantime, we're going to go out to California, where Governor Newsom had a conversation with Dr. Anthony Fauci this week, and I'm going to play that out in full for you until we have some of this live coverage and those voting results come in. But in the meantime, some of you will see a quick commercial break, and the rest of you will continue streaming with us right here on News Now from Fox. We appreciate you being with us wherever you're watching from across the country. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. Happy Sunday.
really was a bit misleading. First, they said it's generally from an animal to human. It's not very efficient human to human. Then it was, well, it can go from human to human, but it's mostly people who are symptomatic. And then they began to say, now, wait a minute, we're seeing that even people without symptoms are transmitting it. And that, to me, is something that was the game changer. It was the game changer in everything we did. It was the game changer in testing, because you can't just test people who are with symptoms, because you're going to miss the asymptomatic people. Number two, mask wearing became much more important, because if you're only worried about somebody who's symptomatic, then you know who you're dealing with. But if you don't know who's infected, then everybody should be wearing a mask, which is the real fundamental rationale for saying we need universal and uniform wearing of masks. So to me, that was one of, I guess you could use the word surprising. It was a combination of surprising and disturbing.
Yeah.
The other thing that has really been an issue is that I've never seen a virus like this, and I've been dealing with viral outbreaks for the last 40 years, where you have such a range of involvement of seriousness from 40% of the people who get infected and have absolutely no symptoms at all, to those who have symptoms. About 80% have mild to moderate symptoms that generally require staying at home for a few days, maybe sometimes a couple of weeks. And then you get about 10 or 15%, not 10, maybe 20%, 20 to 25% of the people. That's, a quarter of the people who get symptoms, get severe enough symptoms that they may require hospitalization, intensive care, intubation, and they die. Hence the 330.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. We actually are going to go out to Georgia, where Senator Kelly Loeffler is doing a meet and greet in the state. You're watching News Now from Fox. Let's get a look in.
School choice for our children, about them. We have to have school choice, whether it's homeschooling, public school, private school, vocational or religious school. I'm a product of public schools. I know growing up on a farm, my education got me off the farm, enabled me to have a successful career, live the American dream, and then go to Washington and fight for it for every single Georgian. But I'm also a champion for our conservative values. You see it every day. This is what's at stake. The Democrats want to squash our religious freedom. They don't respect innocent life. We have to keep fighting for the sanctity of life. And our Second Amendment rights are under attack. We know that the Democrats want to track, tax, and confiscate our guns. We're not going to let that happen. So that's why this is so important. That's why President Trump's coming down tomorrow night to make sure that we get out and vote.
Honorable Nancy Pelosi of the state of California has received 216. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 209. The Honorable Tammy Duckworth of the state of Illinois has received 1 vote. The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 1 vote. Therefore, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi of the state of California, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 117 Congress. The clerk appoints the following committee to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer. The gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Sean Patrick Maloney. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Mike Johnson. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Stephanie Bice. And the members of the California delegation. The members of the committee, from majority and minority leadership, will retire from the chamber to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair. Without objection, the House will stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. You heard it right there. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has received the majority of the votes cast to become reelected to Speaker of the House. I was also showing you just a small clip of Senator Kelly Loeffler out of Georgia ahead of those January 5th runoff elections. So I'm going to go back out to that, but wanted to break in and show you that coverage of that vote going down. Nancy Pelosi reelected to Speaker of the House. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox, when we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news as it becomes available, showing you that right now, and then going back out to Georgia for that live coverage. Thanks for being with us on News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
Better, we have to use the private sector. We don't need government-run healthcare, though. That turns your doctor's office into the DMV on a bad day. We're not going to let that happen. Democrats also know the fastest way to radicalize this country is through our schools. We have to protect school choice for our children because this is about them. We have to have school choice, whether it's homeschooling, public school, private school, vocational or religious school. I'm a product of public schools. I know growing up on a farm, my education got me off the farm, enabled me to have a successful career, live the American dream, and then go to Washington and fight for it for every single Georgian. But I'm also a champion for our conservative values. You see it every day. This is what's at stake. The Democrats want to squash our religious freedom. They don't respect innocent life. We have to keep fighting for the sanctity of life. And our Second Amendment rights are under attack. We know that the Democrats want to track, tax, and confiscate our guns. We're not going to let that happen. So that's why this is so important. That's why President Trump's coming down tomorrow night to make sure that we get out and vote. All right, this is where it happens. This is where the eyes of the nation are on all of us. We're part of history here because we're going to hold the line against socialism. We are the firewall to socialism coming to America. We got to get it done. My good friend Marsha Blackburn always says, 5 calls a day keeps the liberals away. So over the next 3 days, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I need you all to call, pick up the phone, email, text, 5 people that you know. Make sure that they voted, that they have a plan to vote. Polls open Tuesday at 7 a.m. Let's get those plans put in place. Good Republicans don't vote alone. Take someone with you, take a friend, take a family member. Make sure we get out the vote because we know that we're in this together. We're in a little bit of overtime here in Georgia, but we're going to get the job done. Together we're going to stop socialism. Together we're going to show everyone that Georgia's a red state. And together we're going to save America. God bless you. God bless you.
Thanks for coming to Cartersville.
Really was a bit misleading. First, they said it's generally from an animal to human. It's not very efficient human to human. Then it was, well, it can go from human to human, but it's mostly people who are symptomatic. And then they began to say, now, wait a minute. We're seeing that even people without symptoms are transmitting it. And that, to me, is something that was the game changer. It was the game changer in everything we did. It was the game changer in testing, because you can't just test people who are with symptoms, because you're going to miss the asymptomatic people. Number two, mask wearing became much more important, because if you're only worried about somebody who's symptomatic, then you know who you're dealing with. But if you don't know who's infected, then everybody should be wearing a mask, which is the real fundamental rationale for saying we need universal and uniform wearing of masks. So to me, that was one of, I guess you could use the word surprising. It was a combination of surprising and disturbing.
Yeah.
The other thing that has really been an issue is that I've never seen a virus like this, and I've been dealing with viral outbreaks for the last 40 years, where you have such a range of involvement of seriousness from 40% of the people who get infected and have absolutely no symptoms at all, to those who have symptoms. About 80% have mild to moderate symptoms that generally require staying at home for a few days, maybe sometimes a couple of weeks. And then you get about 10 or 15%, not 10, maybe 20%, 20 to 25% of the people. That's, a quarter of the people who get symptoms, get severe enough symptoms that they may require hospitalization, intensive care, intubation, and they die. Hence the 335,000 deaths that we've had so far. So usually when you have a disease that is so virulent, it can kill people, not just old people and not just people with underlying conditions, but now we're starting to see even some more younger, relatively healthy people can get involved. And I think every one of us know someone who has gotten sick and has died from COVID-19. The mystery of how you can have so many people who have no symptoms and so many people who get seriously impacted is one of the reasons why we have a messaging difficulty, because most of the people who do well are young people. And they say, what do I got to worry about? My friend gets sick, they don't even know they're sick. My friend gets infected and he's in, out of action for 2 days and then he's back. And they don't see the people who are in the intensive care units and who are dying. So they say to themselves, why do I need to interrupt my life and interfere with a normal life when I need to get shut down? And that's the reason why there's that, in some respects, dichotomy of people that sometimes takes political connotations. Like you wear a mask if you're on this side of the group and you don't wear a mask if you're on the other.
Yep.
The uniqueness of, I've been through many, many crises for public health. I've never seen some infection that has been in the middle of such divisiveness. That makes public health messaging and public health implementation extremely difficult.
And Doctor, you say that in everybody's full knowledge of your involvement with HIV and AIDS, which certainly had a political component, but you suggest nothing like this, huh?
No, not at all. There was the in many respects, shameful stigma with AIDS for a while, particularly among men who have sex with men in this country. There was the lack of paying enough attention to it in the early years. when in the very early years of the Reagan administration, with all the many good things that President Reagan has done, the fact is they didn't put enough of the bully pulpit of the presidency to warn people that this is a disease that is not a problem of people, it's a problem of a virus. But other than that, it wasn't anything like the divisiveness that we're seeing right now, which really makes implementation of public health measures and public health messaging very difficult.
Yeah, no, I can concur. I can assure you. There's no daylight in that point of view in the practical application. We're in a state that's, in population terms, is larger than the populations of 21 states combined. And with a form of government, a system of government, where we put a lot of pressure and responsibility and accountability at the local level, local county sheriffs, rural, urban, all of those traditional divides. And so you're right, the mixed messaging has been a challenge, not just from the top, but also looking subnationally, state by state, but looking within states and looking at those realities in the application. From your perspective, did you see, even 6 months ago, did you think we'd be where we are today, 300,000+ lives lost? Or did you think that we would get it and get something done more impactfully in terms of mitigating the spread and transmission of this disease?
Yeah, I thought the latter, Governor, people who might be transmissible. So I think if we just very, very much utilize that testing in schools, for teachers, even ultimately for the students intermittently, you could get a good feel for what the penetrance of infection is, and you can do something about it. So rather than individual identification, isolation, and contact tracing, which we shouldn't abandon, there's still a role for that. I think we should put much more emphasis on community type of surveillance testing so that you get a feel for where you are with schools, with prisons, with nursing homes. That's the way to go, because this virus is spread in a way that's without symptoms of many people. And you're not going to get to them by only testing people with symptoms.
The issue of PCR versus antigen, and you're making a case anew for antigen testing, despite some of the false positive debates. It's interesting. It's sort of, someone described to me the difference between the tests in sort of layman's terms, like an X-ray or an MRI. We keep focusing on these MRIs, these PCR tests, when X-rays may work just for broad understanding of community spread.
Exactly.
What do we need to do more? Is it just, folks in positions like mine just need to make the case anew, or FDA needs to do that, or we all, what's been the friction point on broader distribution and recognition of the potency of antigen versus PCR testing?
That's a great question, Governor. I think it's a multifaceted reason. I don't think there's been one reason why we've not done it. I think it's just a gradual evolution now. We're starting to realize some of us realized it all along, but we're starting to now putting the pressure on. We really need to do this. We've shown that when you do that kind of testing, like in universities and colleges, the ones who've done it right have a very low level of infection, where you can just continually screen. And then when you get somebody who's infected, you pull them out of circulation, you keep them isolated for a while, and then you bring them back, rather than closing everything down when someone gets infected. That doesn't work well. And we've proven that it doesn't work well.
Yeah. You talked about schools a moment ago. Today we rolled out our plan for safely reopening schools. What do we say, and I've heard some of your public comments around the importance of default for in-person instruction, for social-emotional, not just data and intellectual purpose or academic purely rote, but on the basis of also the epidemiology and the basis of spread or the lack thereof comparatively. What do you say to anxious parents? I've got 4 young kids. We have 2 anxious parents.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. We are going to go back out to Georgia as Vice President-elect Harris is holding a drive-in rally for Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. It looks like Warnock is speaking right now. I'm going to go out to Georgia. You're watching News Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us.
Your son to be a United States Senator. I'm running for the United States Senate because I believe in the American promise. I know that it is alive and well, but it is slipping away from too many of our children. And if you send me to the United States Senate, I will never forget that little boy who grew up in Cape Homes housing projects. I'll be standing up for him and for all the young people, not just in the urban environments, but in rural towns all across Georgia, young people and struggling families who need a chance. You will have a United States Senator who's thinking about you. And so you must show up. Make some noise if you already voted. Now, if you have not voted yet, that's all right. There's still time. It's okay. Just show up on Tuesday. Election day. Make a plan to vote right now. Make a plan to vote. And if you've already voted, thank you. We're grateful, but your job is not done. Until you tell everybody you know to vote. Send them to votewarnock.com. And there you will know where you can vote, where your precinct is located, and how you can vote. Go to votewarnock.com. But you're not done until you tell everybody you know to vote, because the stakes in this election are too high for any of us to stay home. We've got work to do. We've got to get control over this virus. We've got to get this vaccine distributed safely and efficiently. We've got to get COVID relief to ordinary people. And that begins with the $2,000 stimulus that we should have passed already. We've got to reopen our businesses safely. We've got to get our schools open and our children returned back to a safe environment. We've got to make sure that everybody has access to affordable health care. And we've got to stand up for our frontline workers. We've got to stand up for our health care workers. We've got to stand up for our police officers and our fire persons. We've got to stand up for those who are on the front line. And during this pandemic, we've been calling folk essential workers. Well, if they are essential workers, we ought to pay them an essential wage. Provide for them essential benefits. We need infrastructure investment in our country. We need to repair our roads and our bridges. We need green energy and green energy jobs. Since we've got to provide COVID relief, why not put our people back to work? Stimulate the economy in the short term and get us ready for leadership in the long term. The 21st century, like the 20th century, must be the American century. That is the work that we can do, and we must do. But we cannot do it if we are divided. There are folk right now who are trying to divide us. People who have no vision, traffic in division. They don't know how to lead us, and so they try to divide us. And that's what's going on right now. I'm running against the unelected Senator of Georgia, Kelly Loeffler. She was appointed. It's clear that the people of Georgia are disappointed. Have you noticed that she has not even bothered? Have you noticed that she has not even bothered to try to make a case for herself? She has not even made a case for why she should be elected to that seat. And that's because Kelly Loeffler knows that she's got a lot of explaining to do. She's been there for 10 months, and she's done a terrific job enriching herself. She heard about the coronavirus pandemic. She wasn't thinking about folks who were sheltering in. She was busy sheltering her investments. Then when it came time to give ordinary folk $600 in unemployment insurance, she said that she, quote, saw no need, that it was counterproductive. I guess it was not counterproductive for her to profit off of the pandemic. Who does that? Who profits off of the pandemic? Where do they do that? I'm from the hood. We say, where do they do that at? Profit off of a pandemic. And so because she knows that she doesn't have a case to make for herself, she's been busy trying to malign me. She's been busy trying to make you afraid of me because she's afraid of you. She's afraid that you understand that she's been using her office to enrich herself. And so if you notice, she spent the whole campaign running the most negative campaign in Georgia history. She's been busy, as we say in church, calling me everything but a child of God. Lying on me, misrepresenting my record. We say in church, scandalizing my name. But that's all right. My mama told me that is not what they call you, it's what you answer to. And in just a few days, she can call me Senator Raphael Warnock. I am running for the Senate. It is a continuation of my life's work. I was talking about health care before I was running. And when Georgia refused to expand Medicaid in this state, I went to the governor's office and I said, Mr. Governor, you must expand Medicaid. And 9 other activists organized a sit-in demonstration in the governor's office, and the Capitol Police came, and they said, you got to get out of the way, we'll have to arrest you. What they didn't understand is that I had already been arrested. My mind and my imagination had been arrested, had been captivated by this idea that if my neighbor is uncovered, then I'm unprotected. And so they carted us away that day. I wasn't mad at the Capitol Police. They were doing their job. I was doing my job. And then in 2017, when they were giving a $2 trillion tax giveaway to the richest of the rich, I went again to the U.S. Capitol. And because I had not been elected a U.S. Senator yet, I made my argument in the rotunda of the Capitol. And again, the Capitol Police came and they said, you can't stay in the rotunda. I wasn't mad at them. They were doing their job. I was doing my job. And they said, we'll give you 3 warnings and then we'll have to take you away. And they took us away that day. Well, I got a feeling that in a few days I'm going to meet those Capitol Police officers again. This time they will not be taking me to central booking. They can help me find my new office. As an ex-United States Senator. And so, Savannah, Georgia, we've got work to do. Don't sleep through this moment. Let's get the job done. My dad used to wake me up every morning at dawn. He said, boy, you can't sleep late in my house. Get up. Get dressed. Put your shoes on. Get ready. I said, Dad, get ready for what? It's Saturday. He said, I don't know, I'll tell you about that later. You just be ready. Whatever it is, just make sure you're ready. Well, I'm glad my dad told me to be ready, because in this defining moment in American history, I want you to know that I'm ready. I'm ready to be your next United States senator from the great state of Georgia. So let me ask you a question, Savannah, Georgia. Are you ready? Are you ready for affordable health care? Are you ready to make sure everybody has a livable wage? Are you ready to stand up for our children? Are you ready to get the job done? Well, get up and get dressed and put your shoes on and get ready. Because if we fight together, if we stay together, if we vote together, if we pray together, if we show up together come Tuesday, we will make history together, but more importantly, we will win the future for all of our children. God bless you. Get up, get dressed, put your shoes on, get ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. In order for our program to proceed, everyone must immediately return to their vehicles. Please tune into the program at FM station 87.7. Ladies and gentlemen, we take COVID very seriously. Please return to your cars immediately for the program to continue.
At least it's much better than a Trump event. It's like thousands of people. Where's the break here? I guess why they gotta say it. Oh. I was like gonna bring my jacket and then I was like, do we not understand what 7 minutes is?
Please tune into the program at FM station 87.7.
Well, we were going to be at the bench, and then we went back home. I went home, she was going to come up. So, do I probably just do a few waves, or do you want that, or just let it just come off? We gotta get off.
Let me know. Just grab me.
Okay.
And then if three of them come on stage, that's when we're going to start. I know you have to get your shots.
At what point you said?
Three of them come on stage.
Three of them come on stage.
Yeah, that's your signal to be like, we're going to capture them. I know, but it's like, just don't like.
me at the right time.
There we go.
That was when we were talking about it. So then yeah, we got a room for tonight at the Turnberry, the JW right there in Aventura. Okay. Yeah, we thought they were gonna have fireworks this year, but we hung out. But we went to have a really nice Brazilian place. Yeah. We did our Brazilian place at the. Have you ever been there? That 57 local where there's a beef sold. No. There's a Brazilian steakhouse. It's really good, man. It's like one of those local places. Why don't you just go to Dean's Gold? Sure. That's our. For the filet mignon. It's Lebanon. Dad was an FBI agent, police was? Dad was an FBI agent, and he had so many Leathermans because he was taking them from people. He's like, I was over there, like, you want a Leatherman? He was like, got a whole drawer full of them. I was like, what do you do? You steal people's Leatherman? Merry Christmas.
They left their stuff here during the week. When they came through, they took all the knives out of everybody's bags, and they got like a big pile of them over there.
That's why I don't have a Leatherman right now. I just got taken away. That's why I brought this. I knew it was getting cold. I knew it was going to get cold, but you want gloves? I got everything back in the car. It's not back in the car. Yeah, that's really good. Your color right up there. It's like a story my buddy told me one time. He lived in Anderson, Indiana, outside of Indianapolis. Said his dad and his uncle went to a Cubs game, and he said he just got about to the stadium, and his uncle looks at his dad and goes, "I really wish we had the piano with us." And he says, "Why do you want the piano?" He goes,
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your vehicles immediately.
Like I was with Marco Louisiana doing the hurricane coverage. And I don't have one of those really cool, I think maybe you have them, those tungstone that grip and you like push them. I don't have those. And he got all excited, he's like, "Oh, we can set up an umbrella." He's like, "Wouldn't it be cool if you had one of those things?" I'm like, "Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if I did?" And he's like, "You don't have one." I'm like, "No." I'm like, "Here's an old knuckle. Figure it out." See, I'd like to keep this camera to be my hurricane camera. What? Then hold on to it. Have you asked them? I think at some point they're going to want them back. For what, I don't know. So I have all the boxes the other one came in. Because they was like, they said at some point they want me to skip it all. Put this one in. Like, they came in the body and the lens. Drop it off while you're here. That's what they're going to ask you to do. No. I want to keep it around till... I haven't really shot a ton with that new camera because I don't want to, like I said, I'm not using it until after Trump does it. Just because somebody will come up and do something like it's like when you have a new car, but a nicer car, but you still take the old one to the grocery store because you don't want anybody to I hear you.
Why would an American political party use this as your first action in Congress? Perhaps you feel that urgency to protect their political careers. Given the message that the American people sent to Washington, the grip is slim and the majority is slimmer. 2 months ago to this very day, the American people said enough. Enough with politicians who dictate what you can say, where you can eat, or whether you can go to church. Enough politicians who ignore the stay-at-home lockdowns they impose on the rest of us. Enough with arrogance and hypocrisy. Americans are fed up with it, and we Republicans are too. As a party of Lincoln, Republicans understand what it means to carry our constituents' concerns with us at all times. We are a growing, working-class coalition of proud Americans, more energetic, united, and confident than ever before. We believe in the exceptionalism of this nation and are not afraid to say it. We have listened to our constituents. We heard how things needed to change, and we made a commitment to America, to restore our way of life, rebuild the economy, and renew the American dream. That's what we campaigned on. That's what we offered in every district. And if the voices of the people matter, that's how we plan to govern. The response from the American people to our commitment was resounding. Even though we were outspent in district by district, no Republican incumbent was defeated. None. All across this country, voters endorsed common sense, not conflict. It was a referendum against a radical agenda to defund the police and punish hard work. It was a wake-up call. The question I ask of this Congress, were we listening? As we enter the new Congress, I ask every member to step out of your office, go to the Cannon Tunnel, look at that small desk, and ask yourself, what is in your desk? Here's what is in mine. As a son of a fireman, I know how our police officers and first responders put everything on the line to keep us safe. I will never, never, never vote to defund them. Can we make that same commitment to America? As a former small business owner, I understand how tough things can be, even in the best of times. As we battle the coronavirus, our small businesses are battling lockdowns. They're destroying livelihoods and making it impossible to beat the odds, so I will not hike their taxes. Can we make that same commitment to America? As a fourth-generation Central Valley member from California, I represent farmers and oil-field workers who rise at the dawn to go to work, who pray to God and raise the next generation of good, decent citizens. I will respect their individuality and their freedom, and I will not forget them. Can we keep that commitment to America? No more misplaced priorities. The American people deserve better. America is worth fighting for. Americans' rights are worth fighting for. Their dreams are worth fighting for. Their voices are worth fighting for. And most importantly, their voices are worth being heard on this floor. During the darkest days of the Civil War, when this nation was literally burning with division, Abraham Lincoln advised us to strive to maintain the government and institution of our fathers, to enjoy them ourselves and to transmit them to our children's and our children's children's forever. He was right then, he is right now, and for the sake of the many generations to come, we need to succeed now. With that, I want to congratulate the Speaker. I do not have the gavel. Madam Speaker, as I hand you this gavel, I just ask that you keep in mind of all the voices in America that have a voice on this floor.
Thank you, my friends. Members of Congress, families, friends, welcome all. As Speaker of the House, it is my great honor to preside over this sacred ritual of renewal as we gather under the dome of this temple of democracy to begin the 117th Congress. Thank you, Leader McCarthy, Congratulations on your election as leader. I look forward to working with you to meet the needs of the American people during this great moment of challenge. As the leader knows, usually on this day, the day of our swearing in, there is a bipartisan church service that we all attend where we pray together for America. Until that is possible again, let us all pray personally. Pray that let there be peace on earth and let it begin with us. That is our recurring theme. And our prayers, as we all know, are very needed now. As we are sworn in today, we accept a responsibility as daunting and demanding as any previous generation of leadership has ever faced. We begin this new Congress during a time of extraordinary difficulty. Each of our communities has been drastically affected by the pandemic and its economic crisis. 350,000 tragic deaths. We sadly carry them in our hearts. Over 20 million infections, millions without jobs, a toll beyond comprehension. To our new members, and we will be welcoming them soon to swear them in, welcome and congratulations on your election to the United States House of Representatives. As our founders intended, our democracy will be reinvigorated by the vibrancy and dynamism of the communities that you represent. And to our returning members, congratulations to you and your families for your reelection. As we open the new Congress, we grieve the passing of Congressman-elect Loeffler. We send our deepest sympathy to his wife, Julia, and their children, and are praying for them at this sad time. We carry the symbol of Louisiana in a bipartisan way in his honor. Our Congress also suffered another sad loss this week with the passing of Jamie and Sarah Raskin's son, Tommy. Our hearts are broken for them, and I hope it is a comfort to them that so many, many mourn their loss. Each of us comes to this chamber, of course, strengthened by our constituents, but with the love of our families. Thank you to the families of our members for sharing your loved ones with the Congress and with the country. It is a sacrifice, we know. Personally, I want to thank my husband, Paul, our 5 children, Nancy, Corinne, Christine, Jacqueline, Paul, and Alexandra, our 9 grandchildren, and my D'Alessandro family from Baltimore, Maryland. With me in spirit are my mother and father and my brother Tommy. My parents taught us through their example that public service is a noble calling and that we all have a responsibility to help others. Italian American, proud of our Italian heritage, fiercely patriotic Americans, devoutly Catholic, and staunchly democratic. We saw that as connected. In that spirit, I thank my constituents in San Francisco, California, who have entrusted me to represent them in the spirit of St. Francis, the patron saint of our city, whose anthem, the Song of St. Francis, is our anthem of our city. Lord, make me a channel of thy peace. I thank my Democratic colleagues in the Congress for the confidence you have placed in me in electing me Speaker, and will endeavor to meet the moment with courage, unity, and grace, and especially thank our distinguished chair of the caucus, Mr. Jeffries, Chairman Jeffries, for his very generous nomination. Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Where is it? It gives me great pride to serve as Speaker of the most diverse House of Representatives in the history of our country, with a record-shattering 122 women. 122 women. You can applaud that. 122 women. "100 years after women won the right to vote." Now let us take a moment to give thanks to our courageous service members in uniform, our veterans and their families and caregivers, whose service makes us the land of the free and the home of the brave. Our promise to them is that Congress will continue to work in a bipartisan way to build a future worthy of their sacrifice. As we look forward to the new Congress, let us take a moment to remember 3 champions of democracy we lost during the 116th Congress, each honored by a lying-in-state ceremony in the United States Capitol. In the fall last year, we said goodbye to Mr. Chairman Elijah Cummings, our North Star, who said, "When we're dancing with the angels, a question will be asked, what did you do to be sure we kept our democracy intact?" He is dancing with the angels now. This past spring, we said goodbye to our beloved colleague, John Lewis, the conscience of the Congress, who would say, when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you must speak up, and who would remind us to make good trouble. Good trouble. In the fall, we memorialized Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, one of the most brilliant legal minds in our history and a champion for equality, who once said right here in the Capitol, some of you were there perhaps in the Statuary Hall, who once said right here in the Capitol about women, "Once the door is open, there is no stopping us." Each of their memories is a source of strength and inspiration to us as we approach the challenges ahead. Scripture tells us that to everything there is a time, a season, a time for every purpose under the heavens. A time to build, a time to sow, a time to heal. Now is certainly a time for our nation to heal. Our most urgent priority will continue to be defeating the coronavirus. And defeat it we will. And defeat it we will. Amazing. 2 weeks ago, we passed an emergency relief package to crush the virus and put money in the pockets of workers and families, which is now the law. But we must do more to recognize our heroes. Let us thank our heroes, our healthcare workers, our first responders, our police and fire, whom we have denied support by denying help to state and local government, our transportation, sanitation, food and social workers, and our teachers, our teachers, our teachers. They make our lives possible at the state and local level and will facilitate the distribution of the vaccine in a fair and equitable manner. We owe them more. Many of our essential workers are from communities of color and low wealth, they which have been devastatingly and disproportionately affected by the coronavirus. They have been there for us. We must be there for them. With President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris, who were elected 2 months ago from today, The House will continue our work to save lives and livelihood, to build back better in a way that advances justice in America. Indeed, the pandemic has pulled back the curtain on and shown even worsened disparities in our economy and our society. We must pursue justice, economic justice, justice in health, racial justice, environmental and climate justice, the list goes on. Every morning in this chamber, we take a pledge. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Liberty and justice for all. Every day, the Congress must live up to that pledge. To advance justice, I'm establishing a bipartisan select committee on economic disparity and fairness and growth to combat the disparities of income and wealth that undermine faith in America's promise for a better future for our children. Working with the committees of jurisdiction, the Select Committee will recommend proposals that power fair economic growth to make our economy work for everyone. In all that we do, let us be for the people, recognizing the beautiful diversity of America so that no one is left out and no one is left behind. We do so guided by the vision of our founders, the sacrifice of our military and their families, and the aspirations that we all have for the children. To do so, we need God's blessing. May God bless all of us. God bless all of you. God bless our men and women in uniform and their families, their service members and their families, our veterans, and may God bless America. Thank you all very much. It's my honor. Thank you. As Speaker, I am now ready to take the oath of office. I usually do so surrounded by children, but of course, COVID has prevented that. But they are our purpose for the children. I ask the Dean of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Don Young of Alaska, to administer the oath of office. Mr. Dean?
Madam Speaker, before I issue the oath, I'd like to take privilege of the floor as the Dean. I've been in this House longer than anybody else. I've served with you longer than anybody else has served with you. I love this institution. I will be honest, I do not like what I see. It's time we hold hands and talk to one another. And Madam Speaker, I say this with all sincerity, you will be the Speaker of the House, not of a party. That may hurt some of you. The job of our nation is for the House of Representatives to govern this nation. It was never meant to be the executive branch. It was never meant to be the judicial branch. It's this House that raises the money and dedicates how it shall spend, and we are representing the people as we're elected. And I say this with all sincerity, Madam Speaker, that when you do have a problem or if there's something so contentious, let's sit down and have a drink. And solve those problems for the good of this nation, for this institution, and as you said, for the future children of this great nation. We can do it as a body. I ask you that as the Dean to the new Speaker. I ask you to try to attempt to do that with our leader. We can do it together. And as had that, I'll yield back the balance of my time. Now I'm going to swear you in. If the gentlewoman from California would please raise her right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you will bear true faith and allegiance to be the same? That you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion? And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Madam Speaker, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dean. I'm honored to be sworn in by you, my friend of many years. Thank you for your guidance. And again, I don't drink, but I'm happy to have ice cream with anybody anytime.
Aren't you going to swear me in?
Yeah, ice cream.
Are you going to swear me in?
Thank you. And now we will, the chair will first swear in the gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Young. The gentleman from Alaska will rise. Mr. Young, Dean, do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank
you are
you.
now a member of the 117th Congress. We have it? What are you doing? Come on.
And so everything is at stake. Everything is at stake. When you pull out the votes that are in your community, in your family, in your neighborhood, by reminding people of what is at stake, the future of our country will be very much in the mix. When we remind our neighbors and our family members and our friends that the individuals who are elected to the United States Senate each and collectively make decisions about whether we're going to have a federal minimum wage that's at least $15 an hour. They will make decisions about whether we will have health care and an expansion of Medicaid in the state of Georgia. They will make decisions about whether we give people a $2,000 check when they have been out of work for months. They will make decisions that are about whether or not they see the people. And in this case, for John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, seeing what they talk to me about when they say comma, you need to know that here in the state of Georgia, 1 in 7 families are describing hunger in their household. 1 in 6 families are having a difficult time or an inability to pay rent. 1 in 4 small businesses is about to go out of business or has gone out of business. And you will make a decision about who is holding these most powerful positions that will chart the course of Georgian families and families all around our country. So I'm here to thank you on behalf of Joe and myself for what you did in November, and I'm here to ask you to do it again. And I'm just gonna remind us all. You know, these are are moments when we see these great challenges that do challenge also our faith. And it requires us to dig deep. And it requires us to also see in our hearts and in our minds what is possible, what can be, unburdened by what has been. And this is one of those moments. And this moment, Savannah, this moment will pass. And years from now, our children, our grandchildren, and others, they will look in our eyes, each one of us, and they will ask us, where were you at that moment? And what I know is that we will be able to respond by telling them so much more than just how we felt at this moment. We will tell them what we did. We will tell them what we did. We will tell them we were hanging out at the Garden City Stadium with Kamala and John and Raphael. We will tell them we told everybody we knew what is at stake, that we didn't stop calling them and emailing them and texting them until they got tired of us, but we knew they'd get over it. We will tell them we helped folks who hadn't yet turned in their ballot to not put it in the mailbox, but to take it and drop it off. We will tell them, vote, 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 because your life depends on it. And we will tell them that's how we elected Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff to the United States Senate. Thank you.
Just because the label of your hair ain't wrong, and they often criticize you for your skin tone.
House will come to order. Before we swear in the members-elect present in the chamber, the new members-elect present in the chamber, the chair would ask all members-elect present in the chamber, as well as those and staff throughout the Capitol, to rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Honorable Luke Letlow, the member-elect from the 5th District of Louisiana. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Of my responsibility as a member-elect, I challenge the seating of members-elect from the states of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Under the precedence, the chair will ask the members-elect of those states' delegations to refrain from taking the oath with the other members present. For what purpose does the gentleman of Maryland seek recognition?
I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1, resolved that the Speaker is hereby authorized and directed to administer the oath of office to all representatives elect.
The gentleman
Speaker, I urge adoption of the resolution and I yield back.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is
Madam
adopted.
Speaker, I'd like a recorded vote.
Don't ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. And members-elect can vote on this. Members-elect, this is a vote that you may take before being sworn in.
A record number of Georgians have already turned out to vote early. Now the focus for Democrats and Republicans is physically getting their voters to the polls come Election Day. Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler making a number of stops around the state today as she tries to make a case compelling enough to get GOP voters to actually show up and cast a ballot come Tuesday. And she's doing so without the help of fellow Republican Senator David Perdue, who is quarantining after a COVID-19 exposure.
You've got to call your friends, your family, your coworkers, your folks at school and church, your frenemies. Make sure that they have a plan to vote because the future of the country's on the line. You heard Chuck Schumer say, now we take Georgia, then we change America.
The Republican senators find themselves in an awkward position as they look to the president to help drive up turnout ahead of Election Day. President Trump continues to question the integrity of Georgia's elections to millions of his supporters. Meanwhile, Democrats are largely focused on getting out the vote in predominantly black neighborhoods. John Ossoff's campaign hiring 2,000 mainly minority workers who will explain what Ossoff and fellow Democrat Raphael Warnock have to offer and then get those folks to the polls to cast a ballot.
You deserve a senator who has your back, not just when it's time to answer to the people, but at all times. And when so many are suffering, you send me and Reverend Warnock to the Senate. We will pass those $2,000 stimulus checks because families need help staying in their homes and staying on their feet.
Polls here in Georgia open bright and early at 7 a.m. on Tuesday. Charles Watson, Fox News.
The new year begins on a hazardous note as snow and ice storms blanket a large swath of the country from Texas to Maine. The Kansas City, Missouri metro area seeing up to 6 inches of snow, as well as an accumulation of ice, making for dangerous driving conditions. The winter storm conditions also making things difficult for drivers in Oklahoma City. A semi-truck flipped over on Interstate 35 on Friday morning after sliding on the slick, snowy road. Officials say the incident took out part of the retaining wall. Fortunately, the driver was not hurt.
It's bad. This is awful. There's a slickness underneath everything from the rain that's been here. So this is a pretty bad snowstorm. It's just such a unique mix.
In Wisconsin, the sleet and snow came down fast, causing trouble. The Racine County Sheriff's Office responded to dozens of crashes in just a few hours, including a 7-car pileup that prompted officials to shut down parts of I-94. Authorities urging residents to practice safe driving habits.
If you don't slow down and move over, which is a state law, you're risking not only your own life, but the lives of our men and women that are fighting to protect those people that are hurt and possibly trapped in these crashes.
Meantime, in Overland Park, Kansas, some families made the best of the situation by going sledding. On Sunday, rain and snow are expected in the Northeast, including the New York City area. The snowfall is expected to be light to moderate. In Los Angeles, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
As the world ushers in the new year, 2021 is ushering in new laws people across the country will have to obey. Folks in Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey can now use recreational marijuana. Voters in New Jersey hope this new law will bring some much-needed revenue to a state economy crippled by the pandemic.
With COVID and the state of New Jersey looking at a $9 to $10 billion budget shortfall, the economics on this also make a lot of sense.
There are enough people that are already using it and doing it illegally. It's better that the state gets tax revenue from it.
With 2020 seeing widespread protests against police brutality, 2021 is bringing reform to many departments. New York, California, Delaware, Iowa, Oregon, and Utah have all banned police officers from using chokeholds. And in California, companies must take even more coronavirus precautions. Law AB 685 will now require all businesses to inform employees about any and all positive COVID-19 cases in their office.
For the business community, the number one priority is to do whatever it takes to get the pandemic under control, to get people vaccinated, and get the economy going again.
This is a really great thing. Basically, you want to have as many notification channels as possible to let workers know how safe or unsafe that particular context is.
And the list of new laws goes on, with Oregon making history as the first state to decriminalize small amounts of street drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth. And in Virginia, it's now illegal to hold a cell phone while you drive. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Catherine, I found your soulmate.
I'm not going to go on a date with a random man you met at the horse track.
He's not a random man. He's the track announcer.
And I'm going on a date with a track announcer because I said yes to my mother, and taking the lead is hell must have frozen over. Call Me Kat is a new show about a 39-year-old single woman who leaves her job to open a cat cafe. This is so exciting. We are breaking down the fourth wall that creates an intimacy with the audience. You follow her adventures in the cat cafe with the people who work there. It's Brandon. He sent me a picture of himself.
Ooh, I'd hit that. That's just something I've heard people say. I wish I hadn't tried it. The moment I read the pilot script, I just lit up.
Wonder if you're pleased.
Cat?
Max? No way! Hot Max? That was meant for you.
Max and Kat have some history. I just got back into town and Carter gave me a job.
Do not let her behind the bar. She likes to play with the soda good.
I wasn't playing with it. I was inventing a new drink.
I don't go to your cafe and invent new cats.
It's very relatable. If you enjoyed her song, perhaps you'd enjoy spending the rest of your life with her.
Kat is a woman who doesn't have everything, but is happy. Good on you, Kat.
Thanks, Randy. You don't need to call me a hero.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You want to grab some dinner?
Oh, we can. Oh, no! I am so sorry!
Thank you very much, Nurse Patricia. Kindly verify the information. Yep, that's all correct. That's all correct? Yep. Wonderful. Okay. Okay. Would it be okay if I administer it? Yes, of course. Of course. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Okay. So I will first sanitize your arms, and then I will administer the vaccine. Okay. Got it. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. You've been busy, huh? Yes, ma'am. It's good to be here at United Medical Center. You guys do such good work here. Thank you. Okay, let's do it. All righty. Ready? Yeah, I'm ready. That was easy. Thank you. There's no bleeding. I barely felt it. A little? I barely felt it. Awesome. I will put the phone down there. And we are all done. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Nurse Patricia. Thank you. Well, I want to thank United Medical Center for the work that you do in Southeast DC, serving a community that is often overlooked. So it is good to be here. And I've now been vaccinated, as Joe likes to say. There's a big difference between the vaccine and vaccinations. I want to encourage everyone to get the vaccine. It is relatively painless. It happens really quickly. It is safe. The Moderna, the Pfizer today, I had the Moderna vaccine. My husband is going to have it today as well. I look forward to getting the second vaccine. And literally, this is about saving lives. It's literally about saving lives. I trust the scientists. And it is the scientists who created and approved this vaccine. So I urge everyone, when it is your turn, get vaccinated. It's about saving your life, the life of your family members, and the life of your community. And so thank you, and let's all just do what we need to do to stay healthy and safe this holiday season and every day of the year. Thank you all.
Madam Vice President-elect, I have two questions. One is this taking this vaccine in a predominantly Black community.
Yes.
Is this an effort to dispel fears and mistrust in the minority community with this vaccine?
So I'm in Anacostia today because, first of all, we have phenomenal healthcare providers like Nurse Patricia who serve the community, and we have hospitals and medical centers and clinics like this all over the country who are staffed by people who understand the community, who often come from the community, and who administer all year round trusted health care. And so I want to remind people that right in your community is where you can take the vaccine, where you will receive the vaccine by folks you may know, folks who otherwise are working in the same hospital where your children were born, folks who are working in the same hospital where an elderly relative received the kind of care that they needed. So I want to remind people that they have trusted sources of help, and that's where they will be able to go to get the vaccine. So I encourage them to do that.
And lastly, on the stimulus check, Chuck Schumer is trying to increase it to $2,000 with unanimous consent today. It may not pass. Mitch McConnell is holding it up. What say you, Vice President?
Well, I actually have a bill for that. Where a while back I recommended that folks receive a $2,000 check. And so I would urge Mitch McConnell to put my bill on the floor for a vote.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I'm optimistic about our future. The vaccines have been discovered and developed, and there's more to come, we believe, give us enormous hope. Our economy is poised to come back and come alive. And I can see a return to normalcy in the next year. I also see incredible opportunities for our nation in the years ahead, in job creation, clean energy, racial equality, and much more. But we need to be honest. The next few weeks and months are going to be very tough, a very tough period for our nation, maybe the toughest during this entire pandemic. I know it's hard to hear, but it's the truth. As Roosevelt said, I think the American people can take whatever we tell them if we tell them straight from the shoulder. We need to steel our spines for what's ahead. We need to follow even more closely the recommendations to slow the spread of the virus. And each of us needs to do what we can to protect ourselves, our families, and our fellow Americans. We're going to get through this. Brighter days are coming, but it's going to take all the grit and determination we have as Americans to get it done. So today, I want to be clear about 5 things every American should know about our efforts to contain COVID-19 and where the vaccine stands today. First, things are going to get worse before they get better. In September, we passed a grim milestone, 200,000 deaths. At that time, in this very room, many of you remember, I warned that we'd hit 400,000 deaths before the end of the Trump administration in January. Critics said I was being too alarmist and negative. But as I've said all along, I will tell you like it is when it comes to COVID. And the reality is, it looks like that we're going to hit that grim milestone. We've just crossed 330,000 deaths in America. We're averaging daily death rates of nearly 2,200 people, which means we'll lose tens of thousands of more lives in the months to come. Hospitals are being stretched beyond capacity, and that's data before we see the impact of the cases coming from the recent holidays and this upcoming holiday of New Year's Eve. People getting infected today don't show up in cases for weeks, and those who perish from the disease die weeks after initial exposure. So we have to anticipate that the infections over the holidays will produce soaring cases counts in January and soaring death tolls into February. You know, turning this around is going to take time. We might not see improvement until we're well into March, as it will take time for our COVID response plan to begin to produce visible progress. The second thing to know is the Trump administration's plan to distribute vaccines is falling behind, far behind. We're grateful to the companies, the doctors, the scientists, the researchers, the clinical trial participants, and Operation Warp Speed for developing the vaccines quickly. But as I long feared and warned, the effort to distribute and administer the vaccine is not progressing as it should. A few weeks ago, the Trump administration suggested that 20 million Americans could be vaccinated by the end of December. With only a few days left in December, we've only vaccinated a few million so far. And the pace of the vaccination program is moving now, if it continues to move as it is now, it's going to take years, not months, to vaccinate the American people. Which brings me to the third thing every American should know. The Biden-Harris administration will spare no effort to make sure people get vaccinated. I've laid out 3 challenges in our first 100 days. One of them is ensuring that 100 million shots have been administered by the end of the first 100 days. If Congress provides the funding, we'd be able to meet this incredible goal. It would take ramping up 5 to 6 times the current pace to 1 million shots a day. But even with that improvement, even if we boost the speed of vaccinations to 1 million shots a day, it will still take months to have the majority of the United States population vaccinated. I've directed my team to prepare a much more aggressive effort with more federal involvement and leadership to get things back on track. We will find ways to boost the pace of vaccinations. But as Dr. Fauci and others have stated these past few days, this will take more time than anyone would like and more time than the promises from the Trump administration have suggested. This is going to be the greatest operational challenge we've ever faced as a nation. But we're going to get it done. But it's going to take a vast new effort that's not yet underway. And to get things, and that gets me to the fourth thing that we should know. I'm going to move heaven and earth to get us going in the right direction. I'm going to use my power under the Defense Production Act when I'm sworn in order private industry to accelerate the making of the materials needed for the vaccines as well as protective gear. Vice President Harris and I have been speaking with county officials, mayors, governors of both parties to speed up the distribution of the vaccines across the nation. We're planning a whole-of-government effort, and we're going to work to set up vaccination sites and send mobile units to hard-to-reach communities. And we also know there's a vaccination hesitancy in many communities, especially Black, Latino, and Native American communities, who have not always been treated with the dignity and honesty they deserve by the federal government and the scientific community throughout our history. That's why we will launch a massive public education campaign to increase vaccine acceptance. We'll do everything we can to show the vaccines are safe and critically important for one's own health and that of their families and the communities. That means we're also going to make sure vaccines are distributed equitably, so every person who wants a vaccine can get it no matter the color of their skin or where they live. And we're going to ensure vaccinations are free of charge. Fifth, while the pandemic rages on, and as we increase the supply, distribution, and administration of the vaccine, we have to remain vigilant. As part of the 100-day challenge, I'm going to be asking the American people to wear a mask for the first 100 days of my administration. It's not a political statement. It's a patriotic duty. Our administration is going to require mask wearing where I have the power to do so, for federal workers, in federal facilities, on interstate travel like planes and trains. And we've been working directly with county officials, mayors, governors to implement mask mandates in their cities and their towns and their states. Masking has been a divisive issue in this country. But COVID is a killer in red states and blue states alike. So I encourage you all to wear a mask. Encourage your family and friends to do the same. It's one of the easiest things we can do that will make a huge difference and to save lives. Another 100-day challenge is opening most of our K through 8 schools by the end of the first 100 days in the spring. Look, we can only do that if Congress provides the necessary funding so we get schools, districts, communities, and states the resources they need for those so many things that aren't there already in a tight budget. They need funding for testing to help reopen schools, more funding for transportation so students can maintain social distances on buses.
That when we swear in the fresh, what we call them, the first-time members, that's the official term, that anyone else who is in the room may raise his or her hand and take the oath of office as well. You like that? Okay. But after that, it is important to note that as with the new members, you all have to walk down the aisle in there to sign, what is it called? The card. Okay. The House will be in order, okay? And once again, before I close the vote, and it's clear that some more members need to vote, 2 new members got over here sooner so that it can end sooner. By popular demand, at the request of members on both sides of the aisle, that when we celebrate and swear in the new, what do we call them, the members-elect, the new first-time members-elect, they'll be here when we swear them in. Anyone else who is in the room may raise his or her hand and take the oath as well. However, what's it called? Then when you leave here, whether you do it now, after you get sworn in, or you were doing it in the series, you must leave through this door and go sign the card of membership. After you get sworn in, you must leave and go sign the card that you have been sworn in out that door. So that will save you some time if you wish. We still have a number of members who have not voted yet, so we cannot do the swearing in until that happens. But to our new members-elect, observe that it's important to vote early because we don't usually keep it open this long. again, in the interest of social distancing, I'm gaveling this down before some other members are here. It doesn't count against their record because it is not yet, we're not sworn in as members. So on this vote, the yeas are 371. The nays are 2, still 2? Okay. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Will the new members-elect come forward to be sworn in? As was said, due to the ongoing pandemic, the chair will swear in remaining members-elect in groups. The chair will now swear in the group of first-term members-elect present in the chamber, and as I announced, all others who are in the chairman who wish to raise their hand and take the oath, you are welcome to do so. The chair will now administer the oath of office. All members-elect raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations, you are now members of the 170. Will members who have been sworn in please clear the chamber so that we can swear in the next group? Thank you. Prepare to swear in the group of members-elect currently in the chamber. The members-elect will rise. The chair will now administer the oath of office. All members will raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that you will well and faithfully execute the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations, you are now members of the 117th Congress. Okay, so that.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Vox. It was a busy weekend here on News Now. Newly elected senators were sworn in today along with Congress. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was reelected after receiving the majority of the votes. And many campaign rallies were held today, including Kamala Harris holding a runoff campaign with John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. Also, we had other campaign events ahead of those January 5th runoff elections, including Senator Kelly Loeffler, who held a meet and greet and another campaign today. So it was a busy day on Capitol Hill and also in Georgia, and we're going to continue to have raw, unfiltered, and nonstop events throughout the week. But we are going to end our YouTube stream for the evening, but of course, News Now will be back here tomorrow morning. And of course, you can always watch News Now 24/7 on many different platforms, including newsnowfox.com. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Have a great evening, everyone, and I will see you next weekend. Bye.